to bowl to Chris Cook, who defends on the offside, and there is no run. If you weren't around last night, the situation was that it was dark as Atkinson is in to bowl. He's bowled him. Atkinson gets the immediate breakthrough. Chris Cook's excellent innings is at an end, and Glamorgan at 244. He bowls to Mason Crane, who gets something on it, and it runs away for 4. Bat, no, doesn't get anything on it. Buys as Atkinson is in to bowl, and Ingram pulls and will get 4 runs, bisecting fine leg and square leg. Just a little bit back of a length, and Ingram was latching onto that one. Here he comes, as it does get a bit brighter. Bowls a shortish ball that Ingram dispatches for 4 runs. Down towards a 45-degree angle. There's mostly later. It does get a bit brighter as Ingram swings at that one, and it flies over slip, and it's gone all the way for 6.
Completes his over bowls, and that has been cut. It won't get to the boundary, but it does mean they can pick up a couple. That is Colin Ingram's 50, and just the slight blot on Sam Curran's second over.
As this one's flicked away by Crane, he'll get a boundary. So that'll annoy Sean Abbott. Just a roll of the wrist from Mason Crane.
Charging in to Crane up in the block hole, plays it well, and that'll go all the way for 4. Evades mid-wicket. That was a very good shot picked up by Mason Crane.
Lawrence bowls, that's flighted, nicely driven by Mason Crane, and he will move through part of the 90s there with 4 runs.
Around the wicket to Ingram, outside edge, all along the floor, and that's going to beat the dive in the gully, and that's going to run away down to the third man boundary rope for 4. So
on 99 not out. Crane runs it away to third man. He'll get 2 or 4 here. It doesn't matter. It's 2 runs, and Mason Crane goes through to his maiden first-class century.
3 not out as Jordan Clark is into Ingram, outside edge from Ingram. That's flying past the left hand of Adam Thomas. Genuine edge. As over the wicket goes Jordan Clark. That's short. That's pulled by Mason Crane. And Sam Curran, well, how nonchalant was that from Sam Curran? Just came strolling round. And then coming around the wicket to Ingram, who's opening the face, guiding this one down towards third man. That's going to run away for 4. So Ingram moves on to 72. Clark around the wicket to Ingram, short, and Ingram's pulling, and he's got this in front of square through mid-wicket and away for 4. So very nicely played by Colin Ingram. Got on top of that.
As Lawrence is in to bowl to Crane, and he's bowled him. Mason Crane's long vigil is at an end. He's gone for 106. As that's pulled away by Norton over mid-wicket, muscled away for 4 runs.
Bowls. Oh, he's bowled him, and that is the end. Think Colin Ingram might have been trying to play that down towards the third man area, might have dragged on, but he's bowled. That is the end of the Glamorgan innings.
As Burns is forward, lovely shot. Straight down the ground for 4. So Rory Burns is off the mark in very nice fashion. The boundaries here at Sophia Gardens straight.
As Norton comes in, bowls, dab down. They will take a quick single. There is a dash. Oh, it's out. Burns has gone. Unbelievable. Well, they called it straight away. Norton comes in, firmly struck, and they won't need to move at all for that. Straight down the ground for 4. Norton comes in, bowls. Oh, there's a better ball, it's nicked, and Lawrence has gone. Brilliant, brilliant comeback, brilliant piece of bowling. Tom Norton and Glamorgan are on fire, 3 down. Comes in. Oh, that's out. It's caught by Captain Kieran Carlson. It's all going Glamorgan and Tom Norton's way. It's a third for the young product. With his eye in, bowling, full, and that is punished, over pitching, and he'll get 4 runs, will Ryan Patel, through the covers. And it's a welcome boundary for the visitors.
Yeah, nice shot.
Which is therefore as Norton is into bowled to Thomas, full length, over pitch, driven through the covers. Root chases after it, up towards the boundary, but can't quite get close enough to make it uncastled. Norton bowls again, turned down leg side. This one may run away for 4. It does. Patel becomes the first Surrey player into double figures, as that's down leg side and flicked away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Nice shot from Adam Thomas. He moves up to 9 as Norton bowls a full toss that is punched for 4 by Thomas, and he too moves into double figures. He's up to 13.
Hadley's in, forward goes Patel. That's a nice looking shot, just driving away through extra cover. Should get 3 here, Ryan Patel.
Oh, he's got 4.
Oh, he's got 4. It's
Mason Crane took the ball over the line with him.
This is the last ball of the over. Hadley is in, that is pulled, and that is dispatched, and that is 4. Short, and
Van der Hoogten bowls, 4 runs angled away past slip, running down to third man, and Thomas picks up another boundary.
Crane to Adam Thomas. Oh, and that missed the stumps, not by final session from the Cathedral Road end, and it's Norton in down the leg side. Bit of a stray one to start. Figures as he comes in from the Cathedral Road end, and that has been cut away to the vacant third man area for 4. Norton. Oh, that's not good. Full toss, and the treatment is dished out through the covers for 4. Pfeiffer. That's played through third man for 4. Confidently played by Clark, and it'll run all the way to the boundary. Norton creamed on the onside. I think the field and the perimeter
hasn't seen it at all.
Lost it completely in flight.
The River Taff end, and that's swept away nicely by Abbott, and he'll get runs. I think he's going to get 4, or the ball just just agonisingly beats the dash there. It's a poor ball down leg side. It's gone miles, and Norton is struggling. It's run away for 4 byes technically, but really ought to.
That bisects mid-wicket and mid-on, and will go all the way for 4. Over pitching was Tim van der Hoogten.
Norton in bowls on leg stump, tickled round nicely by Burns, and he'll get 4 runs down to fine leg because Hadley was quite wide there. And Norton in to bowl, driven through the offside for 4 more. Well struck by Rory Burns, having to stretch for that one, and just losing as that's turned away through mid-wicket. More runs for Sibley here. There may be 4 of them, in fact. There are, as the ball just about reaches the mid-wicket.
Kellaway, again a bit of width. That is swept by Burns, and it's a good shot. Goes through square leg for 4.
Crouches at the crease. Short ball, he's hooking. Great shot. Really good hook shot this from Rory Burns. That's gone all the way for 6. Coming around the wicket to Rory Burns, and Burns drives straight down the ground for 4. Lovely shot. And just went with it with Rory Burns. Didn't try and hit it too hard.
Overs. Balls. That's flicked away on the leg side past short leg, and just about enough bat on it from Sibley to reach the boundary.
Tossed up. Oh, Jahaj smashed this, hit the stumps at the bowler's end, and that has ricocheted away down to the long on boundary rope for 4. Well, that's one way to play it.
Well, in comes Norton. Bowls slightly short of the length, tucked square, and it might go all the way. Yes, it does. Just straying down leg side. Coming in bowls, and it's well dealt with. That is Stumps on the second day here at Sapphire Gardens. What a day of cricket it's been.
It's good morning, Borida, to our two-match umpires, Rob White and Rothesay. And good morning, Borida, to the Glamorgan team being led into the field by Captain Kieran Carlson. And to resume Surrey's second innings, the visiting captain, Rory Burns, and with him, Rahul Chahar.
Very good morning from the BBC Sport commentary box as well, here at Sapphire Gardens for day 3 of Glamorgan against Surrey in the Rothesay County Championship, Division 1, where Surrey resumed their second innings on 82 for 2, with Rory Burns on 43 not out, and that is still a deficit of 171 runs after a remarkable second day for 2 Glamorgan players in particular. Mason Crane with a maiden first-class century, and Tom Norton with a maiden first-class fifer. Very good morning to Mark Church.
Very good morning.
Bit of work for your boys to do, and a team change before the start.
Yes, so a bit of work for them to do with the bat today. I thought Glamorgan were excellent with the ball yesterday, but as you said, Surrey trailing by 171. Rory Burns, the captain, 43 not out. Rahul Chahar, who played an interesting innings as night watchman last night, but got through it, is 4 not out. And the bit of news this morning is that Gus Atkinson has been withdrawn from this game. A bit more about that after this delivery.
Van der Hoogten is in to bowl to Burns. First ball of the day is defended back to the bowler.
Yeah, so Gus Atkinson and Ben Stokes has also been withdrawn from the Durham game. Now, I'm no detective, Mr. Webb, but I would say that that obviously means they'll probably be available for Trembridge for the test match. So Tom Laws comes in to replace Gus Atkinson. So mentioned that on the first day, that there was a chance that Gus Atkinson might be withdrawn from this game.
We did predict it. 82 for 2. Van der Hoogten, right arm over, bowls. Burns tucks it nicely off his legs, and he's got it between mid-wicket and mid-on. It's a bit of a chase for Ryan Hadley. He'll pick it up just inside the ropes, and they will settle for 2 runs. Might have been 3 there. 84 for 2.
Just on yesterday's cricket, Norton was outstanding. I still think this is a good pitch to bat on. And I think if you can get in on here, as we saw with Kirk and Crane, then there are runs to be had. But Surrey have a lot of work to do today with bat in hand.
We're in the 31st over, so they've more or less got through the new ball. As Van der Hoogten bowls, and Burns plays it again into the mid-wicket area. This time there's a tumbling stop by Billy Root, and there is no run.
But taking nothing away from Norton yesterday, I thought he bowled beautifully. Hit exactly the right length. Got all the Surrey batsmen playing. Nothing to let go for the Surrey batters. And yeah, he picked up some good wickets yesterday in that 5 foot.
As in comes Van der Hoogten again, past umpire Gandhi, and bowls, and it's leg stumpish, and this time just defended to Root, and there's no run.
Yeah, his first 4 were Curran, Lawrence, Pope and Sibley, so not bad.
4 test players.
And then of course we'll have a bit of Mason Crane today, and a bit of Ben Kellaway as well. So plenty of options. I suppose from a Surrey perspective as well, is the sun's out today. And you don't want to get too far ahead in a game.
Van der Hoogten in to bowl. Burns defends to mid-on.
But Surrey's sort of thinking here will be, they only bowled, what, 35 overs yesterday and then enforced the follow-on?
Yeah.
Can we, obviously score runs, can we B, keep Glamorgan out here, and can we C, get ourselves into a lead for tomorrow? Because I think with the sun out on this pitch, if we do get to tomorrow, I think a certain Rahul Chahar could really come into the game.
Van der Hoogten is in to bowl to Burns through outside off stump, no shot played. 2 off the first over, 84 for 2, Surrey trailing by 169. And welcome to listeners to 5 Sports Extra 3 as well, to a very pleasant Sapphire Gardens. Bit of a low-key Sunday morning vibe. The cloud is high, there's a bit of blue sky around. It is meant to be getting hotter today and tomorrow.
Well, I have a confession to make, Mr. Webb. I was sat with my coffee at about 7:15 this morning in the park. I nodded off for about an hour, and it was glorious. It really was. And we haven't really had the sun for this game at all, so it's lovely to see blue sky and high cloud, and yeah, very, very nice atmosphere this morning. People on their Sunday morning runs and cycling and dog walkers.
Crane given an early bowl this morning.
Yeah, makes sense. Bowling though from this Cathedral Road end. He bowled his overs yesterday from the River Taff end. It'd be very interesting to see how Rahul Chahar plays this. As here comes Crane then. And that turns a touch as Chahar pushes forward and just hung the bat out there. But yes, it'll be very interesting to see how Rahul Chahar plays this. He did play one remarkable shot off Crane last night, where Crane gave it a bit of air and he just walloped it straight back up the pitch, hit the stumps, and it still went to the boundary rope. And he was caught off a no ball as well, as forward goes Chahar. Plays this one down into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, this is going to be a really odd Surrey batting order, isn't it? With probably Curran 5, Lawrence 6, Pope 7.
Yeah, it's ever changeable, the Surrey batting order. Other than Burns and Sibley, people change roles a lot. As forward comes Chahar. He's played inside the line of this. Wasn't too far away from the off stump and taken by Cook behind the stumps. 84 for 2 then, Surrey. Trail by 169. Chahar right-handed. Settles over his bat once again as Crane is into him, and Chahar, again, that bounces as a touch on him, hits the back leg, rolls away into the offside. Nicely bowled by Mason Crane. But yes, Chahar will want to stay out there, obviously to make runs, but he'll also be seeing what Mason Crane is getting now on this third morning, as Crane is into him and Chahar goes onto the back foot, just turns this one softly up the ground, and young Mr. Norton bends down and picks up.
Yes, he confirmed to us that it was just cramp that he was suffering from when he went down in his first over of the second innings.
Over the wicket once again comes Crane, tossed up, and Chahar drives. Now, did he get something on this, because it's flown towards Dixon, or was that just turn? Yeah, buys. So that's just turn. Interesting. Tossed up by Mason Crane. Chahar with the big booming drive, turned, beat the edge, beat the gloves of Cook, and then beat Dixon at slip. So that is interesting. And away for 4 buys. And 88 for 2, Surrey. And they trail by 165.
So it was a maiden, albeit the 4 runs were added to the total. Tom Laws, what sort of nick is he in this season?
He hasn't played a championship game since the 3rd game of the summer due to injury. He's played the first 3 and looked in good nick with the bat in those, and with the ball, but then has had injury problems. So, yeah, nice to see him back. It's all in very strange circumstances. I like the way it's requested. The ECB have requested.
Yes.
It's Ben Stokes and Gus Atkinson are withdrawn from the current games they're playing in the county championship. I'm not sure you could turn down the request.
Here's Van der Hoogten continuing round the wicket to the left-hander, and Burns squirts it away into the gully where it's fielded by Callaway, and there is no run. Still no sign of Colin Ingram back on the field, so I suspect Glamorgan are going to take the hit of him having to bat 7 or below in the second innings should they need him.
Well, yeah, you hope it's nothing too serious for Colin Ingram. I think it's probably just a precaution as much as anything.
As Van der Hoogten into bowl, and Burns flicks it away on the leg side. It's fielded by Crane next to the umpire, and there is no run. Just trying to spot who's subbing today. It's probably Henry Hurl as the youngest of the squad.
Yeah, he did the job yesterday.
Did most of it. Callum Nichols and Jamie McIlroy were on at one point as well. 88 for 2, Surrey. As Van der Hoogten is in. Balls to Burns, who defends to mid-on. No run. So a couple of attacking shots from Burns in the first over, but since then it's been mostly defensive action for this Surrey third wicket pair. Chahar, the second night watchman after the first one, Sean Abbott, didn't last very long.
Yeah, got a good one, didn't he, from Norton. Great bowling change as well, that from Kieran Carson last night. It was Carson who took a very good catch, low down.
On his way again is Van der Hoogten and bowls, and Burns drops anchor, plays it back to the bowler. No run.
I had a very nice chat walking through the park to Mr. Jeremy Coney, whose birthday it is today.
Oh, okay.
And oh yes, and must say Happy Father's Day to all the dads
Yep.
out there. Fingers crossed you've all had your cards.
Yes, had a couple of cards dropped through the post on Friday.
Super.
Well done, girls.
Yes.
As Van der Hoogten is into bowl, and Burns prods it out to cover.
Oh, I just looked up at the TV screen. Joe Root's walking back to the pavilion. So Root's gone at the test match.
Ah,
So that's a bit of a blow.
that is probably good night, nurse.
Well,
Roots leg before to Henry for 77.
with Blundell standing up again.
188 for 6. A mere 275 runs needed from the final 4 wickets. Jordan Cox, now is your moment, as he's only got the bowlers for company. Van der Hoogten in. Bowls, that's on leg stump, nurdled around. It may go for 4. It does go for 4, as Norton put in the dive but couldn't quite get there in time. Van der Hoogten just straying down leg side on the last ball of the over, and an easy little flick off his legs from Rory Burns to get to 49 off 100 balls. Surrey are 92 for 2, trailing by 161. In terms of the extremes of possibility, I don't think it's likely that Glamorgan will get an innings win. I think Surrey will quite easily make Glamorgan bat again. The question is whether Surrey can get 200 ahead and pose a real threat to Glamorgan in the final innings of this game.
It's going to be Mason Crane from the Cathedral Road end. Here goes Chahar, and he's picked this one up and launched it for 6 over long on. So Rahul Chahar, he enjoys his batting. Does Rahul Chahar? And that one, Mason Crane tossed it up, and Chahar lofted it over the long on boundary rope for 6. You very kindly lent me your Times of London from yesterday. Wonderful article in there by Steve James. Mr. James writing about the keeping of Tom Blundell in this test match, as this one's turned into the leg side by Chahar, and Blundell has stood up to Matt Henry, and his keeping has been outstanding in this test match. Oh, Jofra Archer's out, second ball. Oh dear, that could all be over quite quickly now, as Mason Crane is in. It's a quicker one, it's short, it's pulled by Chahar, and that'll be 4 more. So just dropped in by Mason Crane, and Rahul Chahar jumps onto the back foot and pulls it away for 4. But I would recommend that article by Mr. James, because he mentions right at the top one of my favourite ever moments in cricket, which was Jack Russell's stumping of Dean Jones off Gladstone Small in an Ashes series in Australia. And he mentions about Carey standing up to the quicker bowlers as well during the winter. It's a beautiful piece from Steve James. That turns and bounces, but Chahar's just played the line of that. So that spun away from him and bounced, but he's just playing the line of the ball. And it's taken by Cook behind the stumps. You would hope that Chahar, of all people, might be able to pick Mason Crane as a fellow leg spinner. As Crane is in, Chahar is forward. Plays this one out into the offside. But yes, I always say this, if you can find it on the old YouTube, Jack Russell's stumping of Dean Jones off Gladstone Small. And he just came up for that ball. There was no pre-plan or anything. And I think Gladstone got the shock of his life. But it is the most magical piece of work. In over the wicket again goes Crane. Quicker and pushed off the back foot by Rahul Chahar. There is no run, end of the over. So 10 off that over, the 6 and the 4. And he also mentions that, I knew this story, but Jack used to at times not brush his teeth for days, so that when he got into the up to the stumps, he had bad breath to put the batter off.
Good.
There you are, you see, it's all these little tactics, Mr. Webb. But Mr. James mentions that in the article as well.
How unpleasant.
Well, because do you remember with Gloucestershire, they were the first ones really to sort of have that press in the inner ring where the ball would go to, and the fielder would just whip it back into Jack's gloves every delivery.
Van der Hoogten is in to bowl. Burns flicks it into the leg side. It's brilliantly intercepted by Carlson, who's in quite tight and close.
But yes, Jack used to not brush his teeth for a few days.
Oh dear.
Yes.
Unsavoury.
Well, all tactics, Mr. Webb, you see. Oh, imagine that. Stood up to the stumps, chirping away at you, having not brushed his teeth.
Ooh, don't. Van der Hoogten to Burns, who's pushing forward defensively. No run.
Not sure what his dentist bills were like.
Have an email from Jason in Accrington, whose parents are regulars downstairs and have provided us with various culinary goodies. It says he's only managed to watch this game on and off because of running a stall for Happy Cats Hindburn, a charity, and doing a bit of biking, but planning on watching all day today. You're very welcome, sir. As that's clipped into the leg side, again by Burns. This time it's past Carlson, but Glamorgan have got a route lurking behind him. Something my dad keeps quiet for games like this is that when he lived in London, he was a member of Surrey, temporarily switching his in-person allegiance and wore all the merch.
That's excellent.
I still have a couple of Surrey baseball caps hanging up as testament to this shameful time in his cricketing life.
But he's been to rehab and he's all right now.
He's back here. Morning, Jason. As Van der Hoogten bowls and Burns plays to cover no run.
I like this field that Carson's set for Rory Burns, because we know that Burns likes to work through the leg side, so he's cut that area out completely for him now. So Rory Burns will have to play a bit straighter and more down the pitch, because Carson himself is in there at short mid-wicket. Then he's got the orthodox mid-wicket as well. So we've seen Burns clip a couple beautifully off his pads, but straight to Carson.
In comes Van der Hoogten. Bowls. Again, one on the legs. Again, it's on the leg side. This time it rolls up to mid-on and there's no run.
Good tactic, this. And Burns is rehearsing, playing straight back down the pitch there. Rory Burns on 49 from 105 deliveries. Rahul Chahar 14 off 31. This partnership's worth 34 now.
Edward Cooper on X. That must hoist Crane's batting average. No flake in his ice cream this time. Very good, sir. His previous best, 99.
Very good.
Van der Hoogten bowls. Burns turns on the leg side. This time it's to square leg. It's a maiden over. Virtually all played on the leg side. Surrey remain on 102 for 2, trailing Glamorgan by 151 with the 8 wickets remaining still.
Well, so far this morning, Burns has seen all of Van der Hutton, and Rahul Chahar has seen all of Mason Crane. Just looking up at that Surrey balcony on the live stream, see Dan Lawrence sat there in his pads. Adam Thomas looks relaxed and just yawning away there. As Mason Crane to continue from the Cathedral Road end. 102 for 2, Surrey. As Crane is in, Chahar is forward, pushing this one back down the pitch. Crane does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run. So yes, England have lost both Root and Archer already this morning. Continue from the Cathedral.
Oops, sorry.
No, that's all right. Is that what I would sound like?
Yes.
It's awful, isn't it? As this is quicker and punched off the back foot by Chahar. Rolls up there to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yes, I just monitor that we're on air before we start, and occasionally if I hit the wrong button it pops out again.
No. Can happen. As in over the wicket comes Crane, and again he just plays the line of this Chahar, and Crane, that's the leg break, so that's just spinning away. So as long as he's playing the line of that, that's going to spin past the outside edge. It's a lovely bit of bowling because he's got a bit of drift in there as well, but actually Chahar's played that pretty well. Hands aren't going towards that, he's just playing the line. As Crane is into him, and forward he goes, pushes this one away into the offside, and there's no run.
Glamorgan cricket at bbc.co.uk for your emails. Listeners of either county or none, very welcome.
Final ball of two balls to come of this Crane over, as he's into Chahar, and Chahar, that does bounce as he pushes forward. Beautifully taken by Kirk. Now this is interesting because Mason Crane has got a couple to go this morning, and I think if Surrey could bat today and the sun comes out, the gentleman with the bat could have a role to play tomorrow. But they've got to bat all day really. As here's Chahar driving, and he hits the fielder Kellaway in there at extra cover. So another maiden, back-to-back maidens for Glamorgan, end of the over. And Surrey 102 for 2, trail by 151.
Speaking of antisocial wicket keeping, I did actually keep wicket with COVID once, unfortunately. I had a bit of a cough on the Friday. I took the test on the Friday. It was negative, so I played on the Saturday. I was still coughing on the Sunday. Took another test, and it was positive.
Oh, no.
So I had to... I don't think anyone else caught it off me.
No.
I did have to message the club to say...
Did they have to put out a statement?
Excuse me, if anyone coughs, we're very sorry about this.
Yes. Well, there we are, eh? Strange old times, those, weren't they?
Yes, very unfortunate. But I don't think I passed it on to anyone at the time. As we can see more Van der Hutton from the River Taff end. Glamorgan still probing for this first breakthrough of the morning. There's a few more come in. It's a respectable enough crowd, but expecting a full day's cricket in the sunshine, so why not come on down if you can. Van der Hutton now bowling with a leg slip in the shape of sub-hurl, and keeper standing up, and Burns leaves the first ball.
Well, this was part of Steve James's article, and he was saying that, you know, Rob Key once said about, in county cricket, keepers standing up to 75-mile-an-hour dobbers, I think it was the word he possibly used. Well, actually, Henry's quick, and Blundell kept beautifully standing up, but you're seeing more of this again now, and this is to keep Rory Burns in the crease.
Van der Hutton in to Cook, who flicks it on the leg side, bounces up to Carlson at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
So at the moment they've got the leg slip. Carlson's at an orthodox mid-wicket now. Rory Burns can't get out of the crease. So, although it was interesting, they were saying this about Harry Brook, because that is the tactic they've used to Brook and Root. But you use your feet to the spinner, but you've got to be absolutely lock solid in your footwork here with the keeper stood up.
Van der Hoogten into bowl, chopped away on the offside, and that'll run away for 4 runs once it's beaten point. And Burns moves to his half century, goes on to 53 not out, exactly half Surrey's 106 for 2. It's taken him 109 balls to get there. Well batted to Rory Burns, who has hit, I believe, 8 4s and 1 6. Van der Hoogten in balls to Burns, who's forward playing up to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, 3rd championship half century of the summer for Rory Burns. Played very nicely in this 2nd innings. And Matt Fisher's out at the test match as well now, so they're 8 down, England. That's all coming to an end very rapidly.
Yeah, I think you'd be a bit disappointed if you'd paid full whack for... it's the final day, I suppose, so people won't have paid huge amounts.
No. That's all sort of £25, I think, for tickets.
As Van der Hoogten bowls, and Burns plays this into a gap on the offside, and there'll be more runs here, a couple of them up towards the cover boundary as Crane runs after it. 108 for 2. So, yeah, Archer bowled Henry naught, Fisher bowled Henry naught.
And Henry's got a 4 for now.
Henry 4 for 28. Jameson 3 for 45, and New Zealand will win by 200 and plenty. 108 for 2 here. 145 behind as Burns works it on the leg side. No run. 6 off the over. 108 for 2.
Rory Burns' half century came off
with 37 overs, gone 7 in the day.
Well, the good doctor broadcasting the Burns statistics to the whole of Cardiff. Well, Matt Henry's now got 5 for because Josh Tongue's out first ball, so he's on a hat trick. So, yes.
I thought you said you were going to the cricket, dear. I did. I'm home again.
Yeah, I think I may have found out a little bit more about the England side in this test than I did during the Lord's test match. Anyway, the request has been made, and as I say, I am no detective, but I think Atkinson and Stokes could be in line for a recall, as here is Crane continuing to chahar. He's up on his toes. I don't know whether the investigation has finished yet, and when we might get, I don't know, will it be like a press conference? Will it be sort of somebody sat behind a desk?
I don't know why they didn't say it ages ago.
Well, because, yes, I won't comment. As in over the wicket comes Crane, and this is pushed off the back foot by Rahul Chahar out there towards cover point.
You know, you speak to 2 players, 1 security guard, you say, what happened, boys? Yeah. OK, shouldn't have done it. Slap on the wrist, won't pick you for the next game, see you in 10 days' time.
Don't turn it into this absolute roadshow that we've had. Because basically it's fairly dull. Now they're going to change ends after 26 minutes of play. It's our first single, so it's the first time that Mason Crane will bowl to Rory Burns. A full toss, which Chahar's hit down the ground for a single. So the first time that they've swapped ends, Rory Burns and Rahul Chahar. Burns 55 not out. They'll have a short leg in for the Surrey captain. Slip as well in the shape of Sean Dixon. But yeah, Matt Henry has had a fantastic test match. Is that 10 he's taken now, I think, in this test? Did he take a 5 in the first innings as well? I think he might have done.
2 5s.
Yeah. So Crane will come around the wicket to Rory Burns, and Burns picks it up on the full, whips it into the leg side, but hits Kellaway.
A pair of Michels. People usually still use Michel for 5 foot.
I think they do now and again. Some strange old sayings in cricket. There's another full toss, which Burns clips up towards mid-on. Carson comes around to do the fielding. One-handed pick-up by Carson and throw. Burns through for the single. Burns moves on to 56. Surrey move on to 110 for 2. Trailing by 143 now. Chahar settles down over his bat once again. Crane is into him. Quicker, just whipped through the leg side by Chahar. He'll get another single here, out towards deep mid-wicket. Hurl actually hurls himself there, didn't he, to do the fielding? And then threw the ball in over the top of the stump. So Chahar gets another single. This partnership's worth 43 now. And Surrey at the end of the over, 111 for 2. And they trail by 142.
He's a useful fielder, Henry Hill, considering that he is a wicket-keeper by trade. One of quite a lot of wicket-keepers in the Glamorgan squad as a whole, as Mason Crane gets an energy drink and possibly some sort of tablet there. Maybe he's just suffering with the warm temperatures a little.
Well, of course he batted for a long time, didn't he? So he hasn't had much of a rest.
Yes, he's...
Did you speak to him last night?
Yes.
And he was happy, I take it?
Absolutely.
Good.
He said he was relatively calm about it this time round. As Van der Hoogten in to bowl, and on the defensive goes Chahar.
Now, it's the first opportunity that Van der Hoogten's had to bowl at Chahar.
He did make the point, which is a very good one, that this time he had obviously Colin Ingram for company, with Norton and Hadley still to come in. Last time he only had Hadley at the other end, and he was rather worried about having to get to 3 figures quickly, which he said he was quite calm this time, with Ingram offering words of advice. Van der Hoogten bowls and Chahar is forward, defending to mid-off, no run.
It's interesting that, because the number of Surrey players that have sort of scored maiden hundreds with Amler at the other end, and they've all said, great bloke to have up the other end, just to talk you through it, keep you calm. Dom Sibley, when he got that double 100 when he was still at school, said all he really wanted to do was sort of get his photo with Amler, and then he batted with him for 5 hours. So.
Van der Hoogten in to bowl, and Chahar with another firm front foot prod up to mid-off.
But yes, it does, having in Ingram at the other end, who's been there and done that, always handy to have someone to help you through it.
It'll be interesting to see whether Colin Ingram plays in the One Day Cup, or whether he adopts this additional coaching role that he did last July, August. As Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and Chahar defends this one. 111 for 2 still, 142 behind.
Well, Chahar's played pretty well this morning. I think he looks a little comfier against Crane than Van der Hoogten. But he's done his job. He's been out there for the first half an hour of play this morning. He got through last night. But of course, Norton should have had him, but overstepped the mark.
3 slips for the night watchman, and that is pushed away again firmly by Chahar, but it's a tumbling stop by Hurl in the covers. No run. A lot of people have switched on to night watcher these days rather than night watchman, but obviously with the women's game taking more prominence, batter is easier for both sexes, but there aren't many night watch persons in the women's game, because they play very little multi-day. Yeah, there is a women's test. Van der Hoogten bowls, Chahar defends on the offside, no run, end of a maiden over.
Well, since Stuart Broad retired, of course, the Night Hawk has disappeared.
Yes.
That was another one of those strange little fads under Mr. McCullum that lasted for a bit and then fell away. A bit like England's batting.
Yes.
195 for 9. And as I say, I think we've found out a bit more about England in this test than we found out about them at Lord's.
5 changes was always going to be difficult. Change in the commentary box, as I shall give way for the first time in this game to Mr. Edward Bevan.
Marvellous. So Mason Crane to continue from the Cathedral Road end of the ground. He's got the left-handed Burns on strike. Has got a couple to bounce and turn this morning. Has Mason Crane. He's had a tremendous game. Mason Crane, but he's been out there for a long, well, most of it. So 111 for 2 as Crane comes in around the wicket to Burns, who's clipping this firmly into the leg side. Good stop from Kellaway, diving away to his right. And a very good morning to Mr. Edward Bevan.
Morning, Mr. Church. Good to see you again.
Good to see you, sir.
Yes.
Lovely day for it. Nice to have
An
this-
interesting day, I think, in front of us.
As around the wicket goes Crane, and Burns just pushes this down into the turf, and it bounces and spins back towards Sean Dixon. Yeah, I think this is interesting. I was saying to Nick, really Surrey have to bat all day. That would be Surrey's game plan. If they could lay a platform for the likes of Lawrence, they can score quite quickly, Surrey, as this is clipped firmly into the leg side by Burns. And I think, having seen Crane get a couple to turn, and with the sun out today, if they could bat the day, they'd have a lead. And then I think the gentleman at the non-strikers end could have a role to play tomorrow. But the first thing Surrey have to do is try and bat all day. I think Glamorgan just have to stay patient here.
I was about to say patient for both sides, really, and you can see by the approach from Burns that he's playing every ball on merit, not taking any chances. A little surprised that Norton didn't open up this morning. He only bowled a few overs last night, got a wicket.
Did bowl well.
Try and get rid of the night watchman, as we call him.
Yes,
call him
indeed.
that these days.
Yes, I do. Yes. Not the night hawk. As just pushing off the back foot this time is Chahar down towards backward point. Yeah, Norton's getting warmed up down below us now.
And the pitch seems to have evened out now, Mark. It's playing quite nicely.
Yeah, I think
It's a good cricket pitch, I think, from the
certainly
start.
It certainly is, because it was a new ball pitch, really. As here goes Chahar down the ground. He's got hold of this one. That's 6.
Yeah.
That's into the big white sheet below us that covers the blue seats. And he's picked that one up and deposited it straight back over Crane's head for another 6. Hit a couple of those this morning, Chahar. He's on to 22, 118 for 2. Sorry, they trail by 135.
Yes, which isn't a big deficit if you've got a very good pitch. And Glamorgan might be ruining the decision to ask Surrey to follow on, because my guess, and I think Nick agreed with me, is that have a rest, especially Norton, have a rest, and then, okay, try and get to 100, 150 as quickly as you can, leave Surrey in the region of 400, and they'd be shattered again, having been out in the field. And as you say, hot sun on the final day, Crane come into himself and play it that way. But there we are. They obviously had a chat.
Yeah, I think probably, what was it, 35 overs yesterday that they bowled Surrey out. So they hadn't done a huge amount of work, so that probably
But
came
it's going to be a
into
hot
play.
couple of days.
It is. It's,
Well-
it's nice. Summer's arrived again.
Yes. Norton is going to bowl at that far end, and as he bowled at that,
No, he bowled all
Don't
his
it-
overs from this Cathedral Road end yesterday.
and he has in the previous game. So what the plan is here, I don't know. Anyhow, here he is. He's coming round the wicket to the left-handed Burns, and bowls to him, and Burns is forward to a good length ball, pushes it away into the offside.
I was saying that Carson's been impressive in this game as well, with his plans and his bowling changes.
Yeah.
Very good captain.
So there's 2 slips for Burns, and then a ring of 3 on the offside, saving 1, a fine leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, and a rather straightish short mid-wicket. In comes Norton from that far end, bowls to Burns, Burns on the back foot, plays it gently in front of him, There's no run. The score remains on 118 for 2. Burns on 57. Chahar doing his job very well. He's hit 2 big sixes this morning.
He quite fancies his batting, Mr. Chahar.
He's been tempted by Crane, who's tossing it up to him, but it's a good battle. Norton in, bowls. This is played away onto the offside at Callaway Fields. Again, there's no run.
What I really like about Norton, and we saw it with Atkinson, Clark and Abbott as well, is Burns straight into the attack. Burns has had to play every delivery.
Yeah.
He's not
Hit the
getting
target.
anything to let go or down the leg side. And this is what he did yesterday, and he just hit the right length. Hit exactly the right length yesterday.
Norton turns. He's coming around the wicket from the river end and bowls to the left-handed Burns, who plays it into the ground up towards mid-off. And again, there's no run.
So yeah, very impressive yesterday, Norton.
Yeah.
A good, well, four England players. He got in his first 4 wickets.
He'll be on the radar because I'm looking at Baker for a couple of days in the Test match. It's all right. He runs in. He's enthusiastic, but he does not taking wickets. And this is a young man that does take wickets.
Well, that's what you want.
A hat-trick on debut, and he's taken 6 in the game. And here he is. Bowls to Burns. Burns off the back foot. Tries to whip it away, but didn't quite time it. And it goes straight to Carlson, fielding at short mid-wicket.
It's been very interesting the way Carson's sort of set it up early this morning to Rory Burns, because we all know Rory Burns' real strength is away through mid-wicket. You see him take balls off middle stump,
Yeah.
whip them through mid-wicket, but he cut that out completely. And you could see Burns rehearsing, playing straight back down the pitch to the quicker men.
Last ball of the over. In comes Norton and bowls again. This is clipped away up towards mid-wicket, fine leg rather. They ambled a single. That is the end. A pretty accurate over from Norton. 119 for 2. Burns on 58. Very much a captain's innings here. And Chahar is on 22.
Yeah, and they've added 51 now for this third wicket.
They've done well.
They have, and drinks and gloves being brought out by Ralphie Albert, who's here with Surrey. He's finished his exams now as Ralphie, so he can get playing again for Surrey.
Yes.
Grandson, of course, of Jimmy White.
Is he?
Here's Ralphie, yeah. And impresses
Good snooker
everybody. Well, he probably is, isn't he? Probably is. He's a very talented boy, that one, as well, and played the opening championship game this season. Bowls left arm spin, can bat, and played for the England under-19s in the World Cup earlier in the year. Got to the final of that, and then were Surrey in the final.
Ah.
Yes, he sort of defended his first 10 balls for Surrey and then hit 175 in the blink of an eye. Which he's sort of doing that in IPL as well, isn't he? Ridiculous for 15.
Yes, it's amazing, really.
So Crane will continue. Burns on strike. He'll have a slip and a short leg. Rory Burns is methodically retaking his guard. He's on 58, so he trailed by 134 as Crane is in. That's a full toss, and Burns, Philly's missed out there. Tried to whip that in between Kellaway and Carson, but got it a bit too straight, and Carson doing the fielding.
Big gap here, Mark, on the offside if he wants to drive in the extra cover region.
Crane over the wicket to him. That's short and a bit of turn, but Burns has got time just to get onto the back foot and play it straight back up the pitch. But yes, with the sun out today, this pitch is going to get baked because it's warm enough for
Very
that
warm
to
now.
happen. Yeah, it's lovely. As Crane is in, and Burns plays this one straight back up the pitch, and Crane does the fielding off his own bowling. Lovely stroll in this morning through the park. And
Did you have a rowdy night outside your hotel? Or?
yeah, it was fairly. I didn't, but
No,
there
I
wasn't
wouldn't have thought so.
No,
Very
but
professional.
thank you. But yes, it was lively. as Crane is in, and Burns pushes off the back foot into the leg side, and Kedaway does the fielding.
We've seen here in the games this season, in the final innings, that yes, the ball does turn, but it doesn't turn very quickly, you know. And we're seeing it now, aren't we? Nothing really zipping.
Yeah, he got one to bounce to Chahar as Burns goes onto the back foot here, and
The googly will turn with him as that was, but it seems to be very, very slowly.
it might quicken up as the day goes on.
Never ever seen this. It's like the oval never really deteriorates. Gives you sort of half a chance. Good game of cricket, this.
Yeah, it is, as Crane is in, and Burns lays back to cut. Didn't really bounce on him. Toe end of the bat down into the pitch and rolls away into the leg side, and Burns again just rehearsing, punching that off the back foot rather than cutting it. End of the over from Crane, another interesting one from him. 119 for 2. It's just been a good cricket wicket, this, in the fact that if you bowl well with the new ball, we saw, because Glamorgan at one point were
79 for 6.
Surrey yesterday were 73 for 6, and then all out for 105. Yes. But then when that ball gets a bit softer,
you've got to work harder.
Absolutely.
It'll be Norton to continue and have a first look at Chahar. He's reverting to over the wicket, and Chahar's done his job. He's on 22, coming in as the night watchman. 3 slips. Glamorgan, of course, still lead by 134, so they can afford to have an attacking field. As in comes Norton, bowls to him down the leg side. A good stop by Cook. Difficult stop down the leg side. 40 seems to be a good age for Chris Cook behind the 6. He's done nothing wrong this year, and agile as ever. There was one take yesterday when he took off like a salmon. Remember it?
Yeah, fantastic bit of keeping.
Yeah.
I was saying there's a lovely article from Steve James in the Times yesterday about keeping.
Yes.
Because of Blundell standing up to Henry.
Oh, that was superb to watch. In comes Norton, and something's in the eye line, or is it something in the eye? Chahar walks away. Norton not too pleased. Bowlers never are when somebody pulls away when you're in mid-gallop, as it were.
Yesterday we had Tom Sibley had to pull away because Rory Burns at the non-strikers then dropped his bat.
Saw that.
Yeah. So Sibley noticed that and stepped away.
Here's Norton again. In bowls, and this time it plays it gently up to a bit of a cross bat to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Talking about wicket keepers, I've had very, very sorry mark for the young wicket keeper. The abuse that he got on, look, it wasn't his fault.
No.
He could have chosen you or I.
Yeah.
And the boy's 22. What do his family and him think of all
It's
that?
terrible now, isn't it?
You know, the worst keeper in England. You know, it is awful.
Well, it ruined James Bracey for a couple
Of course
of years,
it did,
didn't it?
yes. Norton bowls. Oh, an appeal for LBW. Not out, says the umpire.
Umpire Gandhi at that end.
Mr. Gandhi in his exchange. Let's have a look at this. No, just going down the leg side.
But Chahar doesn't really move those feet, does he? So he is a candidate for LBW.
Yeah, I think that was drifting. No, I felt very sorry for the boy, and at the age of 22.
And it's a different kettle of fish, international cricket.
Of course it is. Here is Norton in bowls wide with the off stump. He slammed away backward to square for 4 runs. Not a shot you'd see from a top order batsman, but he got there.
It's a great shot, isn't it?
Slapped it, I think, is the right description.
Yeah, well, Rory Burns has enjoyed that. Big grin on his face.
Yeah, he's done well. He moves on to 26. The deficit now 130. So they've got over half the deficit down. And this is, I suppose it's fair to say, an unlikely partnership.
Yeah, well, absolutely. And I think, you know, as I say, Chahar enjoys batting.
All bowlers do, don't
They do, but he's actually played really well here, especially this morning. He's defending the good balls, but if he thinks he can get after it, then he's playing his shots.
Norton in past the umpire again and bowls, and this time a much better delivery, which beats Shah as he goes to try and defend, and it beats the outside edge through to Cook.
Yeah, it's been fairly chaotic, this entire Test match, hasn't it? As I say, but found out a bit more about England in this Test.
How many are they down?
Cox, out the corner of my eye, is just playing shots now because he's
how many
in
are
there
down?
with Baker. 9 down now.
Oh, so they're on the verge.
They're on the verge.
Norton galloping in, bowls to Shah. Shah glides that round the corner down towards fine. I don't know. He's not fine leg. I find these days that fine legs got much squarer than they used to. I don't know if you've noticed it.
You don't get fine legs anymore.
No.
It's more a long leg, really. But you don't really get them. They're a lot squarer than they used to be. And there we are. The Test match is over. So New Zealand win by an innings and 253 runs.
There's a hammering.
Yeah, absolutely. So yes, that's not been a good Test for England.
That's the end of the over. He gets a single. He commands the strike. 27 to him, and he'll face. And it will be Crane to continue.
The other thing is we're playing 100 overs today. So there's still 87. It was a long old day yesterday.
What time did you finish? 7?
7:15, I think it was.
Right.
As Crane is in from the Cathedral Road end. It's a good looking shot from Chahar. Just checks the drive up
It
to
all
mid-off.
depends how much the spinners are going to bowl, which will determine what's the rate +2. Well, that's all right.
Yeah, they're fine on the over rate. But yeah, so 100 overs today.
We haven't seen Hadley as yet.
Over the wicket comes Crane.
Oops.
Oh, that's a full toss. This will be thumped. And what a bit of work that is from Kellaway. God dear.
I was looking to extra cover.
Absolutely. Because
He's a superb fielder.
Well, that is a fantastic stop at extra cover because that was thumped by Chahar, and Kellaway's flung himself to his left and come up with the ball. Brilliant bit of work. As Crane is in, and that goes past the edge. They've gone up for something. And as much the delivery, I think, as anything.
Yeah.
But nothing on it. But nicely bowled. Bit quicker, this one, from Crane.
Yeah.
Nicely bowled.
Yeah.
I think to Chahar's credit, though, he's playing the line of it. So he's picking it. So if it does turn away, he's not going to be following it with his hands at the moment. He's forward here, playing this one out into the offside, and there's no run. So he had 253 runs. New Zealand win by it to square the series, and then all gets going again on Thursday, I think, at Trent Bridge in that final Test. And Atkinson and Stokes, they'll be there for that. As here goes Chahar. Oh, was that a caught and bowl chance? It was smashed back at Mason Crane.
So.
No, I think it was bum ball.
Yeah.
But he hit it very hard back at Mason Crane. Just seeing it again on the replay. Oh no, it was a chance. It was a chance. But it came back at him so hard.
Yeah.
And it burst through his hands as Crane is in once more. And Chahar forward, just playing this politely back up the pitch. Crane does the fielding off his own bowling. End of the over. 124 for 2, Burns 58, Chahar 27.
The scoring rate, I think, tells us how carefully that it's under 3, 2.8, how Surrey are going to play this. They're not going to take any chances, and they know that they've got almost, what we talk, 196 overs at the start of play left in this game. And if they get up to parity with, shall we say, 3 or 4 down, then they can think with the, Mr. Lawrence is in good form.
Oh yeah, he played a double 100 against Hampshire on a green pitch. Unbelievable innings, and then he followed that up with a quick fire on the final morning 100 in the second innings as well.
Here's Norton to start a new over. Bowls to Burns. Burns lets it hit him on the thigh pad and rolls out onto the onside. Yeah, there'll be changes. I suppose there'll be 5 changes because Robinson will be fit again, no doubt.
One would hope so.
And the two boys who've been talked about.
On the naughty step.
On the naughty step. Off the naughty step.
Yeah, they're off the naughty step now.
Norton turns, comes in around the wicket to the left-handed. Burns bowls to him. Nice looking shot out to mid-wicket. It'll be picked up just inside the boundary by Crane and returned. So Burns moves on. A very careful innings this. 59 to him. Has he got 100 this season,
Hasn't,
Burns?
no. Top score of 77. He's had one of those seasons where he looks in good nick, but then finds funny ways of getting out.
He's found a way here, didn't he?
I
think he gave up, you know.
I think he did as well. Seeing it again on the replay, I just think he thought, I'm not going to get there.
Gone.
Yeah.
Shahar to face now. 3 slips in attendance as in comes Norton. Bowls to him, gets right behind that, plays it defensively. And with respect to Shahar, if a number 11 can play and defend like this, you know it's a good pitch.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, there's no great demons in this. I think it has been, as I say, the new ball key. Absolutely key. If you get it right with that, we saw
Norton set the standard then.
Norton for Glamorgan with the ball, but Surrey, you know, it's 79 for 6. Glamorgan were in their first innings.
Comes Norton, bowls, watches that go outside the off stump, judges it well through to Cook. Kellaway to bowl and Hadley to bowl. Glamorgan going in without a 4th seamer in this game, but it's a nicely balanced attack. 3 seamers and 2 spinners. They'll have to be patient. We've had 55 minutes play. No real trouble for either batsman. Norton in past the umpire, bowls again and off the back foot, and he's going to get runs down to 3rd man. It might just run. No, it will be caught by Hurler. Yes, and he returns very quickly, and they take 2 more runs. Takes Shahar up to 27.
Yeah, he played that very nicely. Deliberately just steered it down.
And he's in now, so he thinks.
He is. Well, we never got to this point in Surrey's first innings because obviously they were all out for 30.
He was out first ball.
But we saw it with Cook and Crane on that first day. Played really well, that big partnership, but it got easier as the day went on.
Norton bowls and this time has played defensively out into the covers. And there's no run.
So
end of the over.
I'm just trying to remember who I spoke. Oh, I spoke to Sean Abbott on the first night, and he said exactly that. He said, "Yep, new ball pitch, but if you can get in, there are runs to be had." But we didn't find out that yesterday because Norton they were all out in 35 overs yesterday. Sorry. But we're sort of into that territory now. We've had 45 overs. And Ben Kellaway's coming into the attack. So
he's bowled his off spinners very well.
Oh, he's a talented boy, this one, isn't he?
Got all the attributes. He bats well, bowls steady off spinner, and he'll improve. But a very good fielder, as we've seen this morning.
Yep.
And he'll be bowling at the left-handed Burns, and we'll see now with the off-spinner going away from the left-hander if there is any appreciable turn.
So Burns on 59, the off-spin of Kellaway. He'll come around the wicket from the Cathedral Road end, and Burns clips the first ball into the leg side, strolls a single, and Mason Crane comes around to do the fielding. Burns moves on to 60, Chahar comes back on to strike on 29. He's going to have a long on. We saw him pop Mason Crane straight back over his head a couple of times.
The long on was not there then. He was up at the orthodox.
Kellaway over the wicket to Chahar. Chahar forward. Thickish edge. That'll run to the left to backward point. He'll get a single. One more to Chahar. He moves on to 30. Surrey move on to 129 for 2, trading by 124 now. And Carson's coming up to have a chat with Kellaway about tactics here for Rory Burns. Burns keeping an eagle eye on where Carson's off to. seeing if there's any fielding changes. There haven't been. As Kellaway is around the wicket to Rory Burns. Forward he comes. Good player of spin, Rory Burns, of course. He's got the sweeps if he wants to pull those out the bag. Made his England debut in Sri Lanka. Did Rory Burns. So good player of spin. There's Kellaway around the wicket once more, and Burns is forward, playing this softly back up the pitch.
No appreciable turn there for Kellaway.
No.
He's bowling it nice and slowly.
Oh no, he's a good cricketer, this lad. As around the wicket he comes once again, and Burns will pick this up on the full, whip it through the leg side for 4. Used his feet, picked it up on the full, and just made sure he hit the gap on this occasion. So 4 more to Burns. He moves on to 64, and that will move Surrey on to 133 for 2.
Yes, they're going along nicely in the first hour. No playing and missing. It's been pretty good for them.
Well, they've added 45 this morning. Started the day 88 for 2. This partnership now worth 65 for this 3rd wicket. Settles himself down over his bat once more, does Burns. Kellaway's into him. Well, that's quicker and it's short.
Full
And it's, no, he hasn't quite timed it, Rory Burns. I think he may have hit Hurl at short leg there. He just whipped it. It's Billy Root at short leg. And I think it may have just hit Billy Root, so that took some of the pace off it. He's got a single. It's the end of the over. Burns will keep the strike. He's on 65. Chahar on 30. And on the live stream, there's the old Surrey balcony there. It's singlet time in the sun.
Why not?
Well, I think
Because the sun goes away from there.
Well, Jay Clark is, I think, is without shirt there.
Oh.
Yes.
It'll be Norton to continue. Comes in and bowls the first ball. Oh, it's a lovely looking shot, but stopped on the way. You perfectly played with his right elbow up over the ball.
We had a lovely moment during the Sussex game where Jay Clark Jr. came to join us in the commentary box because I'd seen him the night before, and I said, "You can come up to the commentary box." And in he came, and I said, "How do you think Dad bowled yesterday?" And he'd taken a fiver.
How old is he?
Not well. He's about 6, I think, Teddy.
Yes, Norton. Bowls again. Short, pulled away, very
Great
well
shot.
controlled, and gets 4 runs. Did he get? Yes, I thought it. Yes, he looks in very good nick here. Short ball, and on a placid pitch, it was just asking to be hit.
Yeah, it's a great shot. It made a lovely noise off his bat as well. He hit one of those yesterday that went for 6. Rory Burns on the hook. So yes, and then he said, "What does this button do?" And turned the effects mic off as well. I said, "Teddy, that's why that's the noise of the crowd." And then he said, "Oh, I'm off now." He said, "Bye-bye." It was great.
Norton bowls, and that's nice flowing off drive, but straight to Van der Gooten, who fields it mid-off. 69 to Rory Burns. Chahar is on 30. And this partnership will annoy Glamorgan because they were thinking, no doubt, of picking up Chahar's wicket first thing this morning. And one of the slips has disappeared. It goes to gully, and so it's just a first slip and a gully. As in comes Norton, bowls. Back on his stumps goes Burns, plays it gently away onto the offside.
Yeah. Well, I think Glamorgan, as we said, we're just going to have to stay patient here. It's going to be hard work, this, because the sun's out and we're in the 47th over now. So that ball's getting a bit softer.
Here is Norton in, bowls. It's a better delivery on the stumps, defended, no run. 138 for 2. Was it 90 for 2 this morning?
88 for 2.
88.
They were at the start of play this morning.
So exactly 50 added.
And they haven't looked in too much bother, really.
No.
Not much has gone past the outside edge. So I think, it's what we've been saying. This is the time to be batting.
Last ball of the over, as in comes Norton. Bowls, that's a good delivery, which was left by Burns. Moved. End of the over, and it's 138 for 2. Burns is on 69. Shahar is on 30. The last game in this little block of 2 matches. And when do we have county cricket next? September?
Yes, no, I think
next year.
We have got one in July, haven't we? And then it's September, really. So
it's been changed all round since you and I started.
Yeah, it's tough for the players as well, because we'll be back into T20 this. What day are we today? Sunday. Next week we're back to T20. So that. But it's the way it is, isn't it? The schedule now. At least we've got a little bit of Championship cricket during the summer, because last year we didn't have any, really.
No.
As here is Kellaway, and that's driven by Chahar out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. So Kellaway continuing from the Cathedral Road end. And that'll be 2 more to Chahar. He's on to 32 now.
I must confess, I don't take much interest in the 100, but I did see the teams. I'll just break off for a moment.
As Kellaway over the wicket to the right-handed Chahar. He's down the pitch, sweeping.
Good shot.
Great shot. That is a lovely shot, because he's taken a couple of steps down and then swept it.
He's playing well,
He is.
He's not number 11.
He's playing extremely well.
And it seems to me it's a concoction of county players, I would say, 75%, 80%, and some overseas players, many of whom, Mark, I'd never heard of.
Yeah, well, and of course now we had the auction. That was exciting.
Was it?
If at times, well, no, not really. If at times confusing, as over the wicket comes Kellaway. Forward goes Chahar, plays this one out into the offside. Of course, all the Oval Invincible fans have now got to get used to supporting MI London. So they're going to have to change all their shirts, because it's all new kit, of course, for MI London.
Oh.
Yes, as in comes Kellaway again. Oh, now that did bounce. And that's nicely bowled by Kellaway. Again, though, Chahar's just playing the line.
Yeah,
And he's
played
been
very
in a
well.
while now, so he's sort of getting used to all of this. I'll vacate at the end of this over for Mr. Webb. Oh, now that one, has he got an edge? Yeah. They're going up for the court behind, he has. And Cook takes the catch, and it's a very good catch, and it's a very good bit of bowling, but Chahar has played a good hand here, but Kellaway, it just went on.
With the arm, didn't it?
Yep, Chahar's played it off the back foot, got the thinnest of nibbles on it. It's a good catch from Cook, because he juggled it but managed to hang on, and Chahar goes for 36. That's the breakthrough, and Surrey 144 for 3.
Caught by Chris Cook from the bowling of Ben Kellaway.
Mr. Webb, are you coming in for me? I will be back in half an hour, gentlemen. But yes, good bit of bowling that, Mr. Bevan, from Kellaway.
Yes, it was the one that drifted, and he just followed it. I think initially Chris Cook didn't see it coming. He's blocked by the batsman, but eventually got a paw on it and got it on the second.
Yeah, actually caught it in front of the wicket, having
didn't
knocked
he?
it up. So Glamorgan badly in need of that, but though Chahar's batted, you have to take into consideration that's the number 11 they've got out.
Exactly, that's the point we were making, and it'll be very interesting. Glamorgan have got to be patient. The deficit coming down, as I've been mentioning, 109. Now Dan Lawrence is coming in before Curran, which is very interesting, whether it's because of a right-left neck or because Lawrence can take the game away with you, as we well know, and it'll be interesting to see his approach, because up to now it's been, well, I won't say safety first, but picking the balls out, and they played it patiently. So Dan Lawrence is coming in, I think, don't you? It's the left and right.
Quite possibly. Curran came in ahead of Lawrence in the first innings, neither got any runs. And there's a few Surrey players in this lineup with some ground to make up after the first innings. Callaway then to finish this over from this Cathedral Road end is bowling to Dan Lawrence, prolific this season, 788 runs to his credit. And we're only just over halfway through the championship as Callaway's in. Bowls appeal for LBW, first ball not given.
What a shot. He's well outside the off stump. He put his right. A shot to play your first ball when you're trying to save the game.
Could be.
Glamorgan won't mind that.
Could be a notice of intent.
Yeah.
It might have hit, but it was pitched well outside off, and the contact was outside off playing a shot as Lawrence left his leg there very firmly, staring at the umpire saying, look where the contact was. 144 for 3 then.
Yes, I think his heart would have been in his mouth for just a moment, but that interesting shot. Well, that's the way Lawrence plays.
Ryan Hadley.
So Ryan Hadley to have a bowl, takes over from Norton at the far end, and he'll be bowling at the Surrey captain, who's played very much a captain's innings. He's on 69 and 144 for 3, 109. If Glamorgan can get one of these out before lunch, we'll think, yeah, we're going slowly on the way, but there's a lot of good batting to come. Hadley then, from that far end, comes in. Bowls his first ball to Burns, and Burns just pushes it away up towards mid-on. 2 slips. Yes, Lawrence is a very gifted batsman, but he does give you a chance, doesn't he? Gives you hope. Extraordinary shot to play your first ball, and the last ball of the over.
Right. Rory Burns applying himself after that bizarre first innings run out.
Yes, he gave up. Hadley into his run-up. Around the wicket he comes and bowls to Burns. Burns gets a short ball and he's pulled it away out towards mid-wicket, straight to the fielder, and they cross for a single.
It was very odd that after reviewing it several times, I couldn't work out why he gave up, because he was actually quite close to making his ground, I thought.
I thought he gave up, but then you think, as you say, well...
Or was he just coasting because he didn't think there was a danger?
Yeah,
It could have been either.
Excuse me, Rory, what was in your head?
Yeah,
Do tell.
not much.
Now then, Dan Lawrence, of course, is right-handed, and 2 slips, an arc of 3 on the offside, and... then it's quite a thickly populated onside. Here's Hadley then, to the prolific Dan Lawrence. And he comes and bowls to him. Oh, I bowled him! Bowled is off stump. What a change of bowling, and what a huge wicket to get. 145 for 3. Dan Lawrence, as Nick was saying, 788 runs this season, has been bowled for naught and a wicket in successive overs. Here he is.
It's a
that
fine
nipped
ball.
back.
It's
Beauty.
a fine ball from Ryan Hadley.
Top
isn't
of
it?
off. That's what they like.
145 for 4.
Yeah, and Glamorgan have made a very good
Dan
breakthrough.
Lawrence was bowled by Ryan Hadley.
That really was a delivery that would have got any class of batter potentially.
I suppose you can say he was a bit flowery, looking for a drive instead of blocking, but no. Well, if we'd said before the game started he would have got Dan Lawrence out first for 8, then for naught, then people would have questioned your intelligence of cricket.
Very fine season to date, but not this visit to Cardiff.
An inspired change of bowling. There is Sam Curran coming in. No, it isn't. It's Ollie Pope. Well,
The incoming batter for Surrey is Ollie Pope.
Maybe it's the right left thing still. I mean, they're all fine batters and they'll get a chance to do their thing.
So 144 for 2, Reid 145 for 4 in the twinkling of an eye. And if they do get another wicket, well then, a huge bonus, and it'll be Glamorgan's morning. 145 for 4. Burns still there at 70, has a chat with the former England batsman Ollie Pope. Of course, he's coming in at number 6 because we had 2 night watchmen in last night. Right-handed, of course, Pope. And what a change of bowling from the captain with his 3rd ball.
Yeah, Pope just a single in the first innings, caught it slip off Norton. One of that, the victims of that extraordinary blitz by Norton.
It was indeed. Hadley reverts to over the wicket to the right-hander. Comes in now and bowls. Gets a full-length ball that Pope just nudges back down the pitch.
Good morning to play at Pompey. Great to hear the Richard Burton of Trebanos back on commentary duty today. Says Paul. I think that's a compliment. Stubbsy on X. Morgan can't let Surrey get more than 200 ahead to stand a chance of winning. Well, that seemed very much a probability that they would build a big lead, but they've been knocked back now.
I do like Hadley's approach to the wicket. A nice measured run-up. In he comes now and bowls. Brings him right forward to a good length ball, and Pope nicking no chance. I suppose you can say, well, we've seen 2 defensive shots from Pope. Lawrence was looking to drive the ball, which wasn't there really for driving, and it nipped back and hit the off stump, the top of off. We're going to have a change in the field. Cover is coming away, and he is going to put it's Billy Root, put the lid on and go at short leg.
Yeah, Hayes Tribe hasn't done those usual duties in this game.
No, he's been at slip in the absence of Colin Ingram. There's Hadley in, bowls to Pope. Pope is forward, appeal for LBW, not out. Kieran Carlson put his heads in his hands, but Kieran Carlson always puts his head in his hands. A superb over there from Hadley. A wicket, just the 1 run, and sorry, 145 for 4, and still trailing by 108 runs. A good shout, I suppose.
Let's have a look. As we watch the replay, just outside off, I think the contact may well have struck the stumps, but outside off and playing a shot.
Yes.
So, a little bit of retrenchment to be done for Surrey, having made good progress for the first hour, with Chahar Cook bowled Callaway for 36 and Lawrence bowled by Hadley without scoring. It'll be Callaway to continue. First innings just bowled 4 overs, 0 for 6. Looking to put more pressure on Surrey, maybe get a couple more down by the time they clear off the deficit, as that is turning away from the left-handed Burns, who played no shot. Slip and a short leg for a tall young man from Chepstow, as that's played off the back foot, and they'll take a quick single to mid-wicket, and it was just about there.
I suspect that Curran will come in next, and then you see, Nick, you've got Patel, Thomas, no Atkinson if you've just joined us, because he's been called back to international duties, and you've then got Clark, who has been in, Abbott rather, who has been in, and you wouldn't, what I'm trying to say, after Curran, one of these two, you wouldn't expect the rest to get 100 and get you out of the mire. Anyway, that's a long way to go, but Glamorgan will be very happy with position, I think.
As Callaway is in to bowl, and pushing forward is Pope. Rather groping for that one. Callaway working away.
Beautifully bowled.
Mopping his brow. Now in again to bowl to Pope, who's pushing forward. Paul's emailed as well, saying, incredible hypocrisy from Lord Botham over Ben Stokes. People in glass houses, indeed, yes. Botham criticising Stokes for his late night behaviour. That's floated up by Callaway, driven by Pope, straight to mid-off, no run. I hope we don't regret asking Surrey to bat again, says Paul, which was sent before the couple of wickets, to be fair. Yeah, I was surprised by the decision not to enforce the follow-on. Callaway bowls, and Pope's beaten by that one as he came round the wicket, stretching forward.
Bowling beautifully, is Ben Callaway. What's he bowled now? 11 overs, 2 for 36, and bowling the arm ball as well as the one that turns, and Pope taking no chances whatsoever, coming right forward. And the two batsmen have a little word. What have we got? What time is lunch? 10 past 1?
10 past 1, yeah. Because we're still making up time from that bad light stuff on the end of day 1.
100 overs again today, which possibly might go a bit quicker if you've got, excuse me, the spinner bowling at one end throughout the day.
7:18 we finished last night.
I heard. Hadley, he's round the wicket to the left-handed Burns. He's on 71. In comes Hadley, bowls, and forces him on to the back foot and pushed away onto the offside, and there's no run.
Steve West on email, extremely optimistic, says he was thinking of coming down for later on, but he fears the players will all be on the golf course by then. I doubt it very much, Paul.
Yes, indeed. I sent an email into Kenneth yesterday. I don't know whether he read it out. And it always confuses me, even now after a few years doing this job. The partnership for that 7th wicket. Then comes Hadley. Bowls, and this is played away on the onside. They'll think of a single, and they won't, because the energetic Carlson is after it. How many, if in future they say there's a huge partnership yesterday between the two batsmen, Colin Ingram, and then Colin Ingram got hurt, then came Cook and Crane. So are they going to say that partnership for the 7th wicket was between Cook and Ingram? But it wasn't.
It didn't apply in this circumstance, Edward.
Because
another wicket fell. Van der Hoogten was out straight away. So it wasn't a three-man partnership as such.
Yeah. There we are, you see.
Now, what are they worried about in the crowd? Looks as though they're...
The sun must be glistening on the white, or there's somebody sitting very close to the
well, they're
white.
staying still. Not so... Don't know why they'd be concerned about their spectators sitting next to the screen, unless there's something, as you say, shining, glinting off something.
Nerves.
Burns, well, he's staring over wide long off there. They can't see there's anything in line.
Anyway, here's Hadley again around the wicket. It's in and bowls. Burns on the back foot, playing very watchfully, plays it gently to his opposing captain, Carlson. And often we've seen Hadley bowling at this end. We have not often seen Norton, even though the couple of games he's played bowling at that far end. Interesting, I suppose there's a little bit more turn. But with Hadley going round the wicket to the left-handed Burns, does create a little bit of rough on the offside as well as the other side. Hadley bowls down the leg side, and it's clipped away down towards fine leg. Norton fields, and they go through for a single, which brings Pope, and he was out for just one in the first innings. Caught at third slip by Carlson, driving. He's yet to get off the mark. 147 for 4. Hardly in his 6th over, 1 for 14. He reverts to over the wicket, comes in and bowls, and this is driven for 4 runs. Lovely drive, more or less half volley, and Pope lent into it and drove it past the bowler for 4. Nobody had to move. So he's off the mark with 4 runs. And when you look at this batting order, the first 6 or 7, think, well, there's a ton of runs here. It is hard to believe watching those wickets fall in the first innings.
It was reminiscent of the Somerset hat-trick, really, when Norton gets on a roll. He keeps going and gets a few in a very quick succession.
Still 2 slips. In comes Hadley. Bowls. Pope gets the short ball, gets 4 more. The 2 indifferent deliveries there from Ryan Hadley. First driven for 4 and the other cut fiercely for another boundary. 155 for 4, Burns 72. Pope, by virtue of those 2 4s, on 8. And the deficit is under 100, it's 98.
Yes, that's another little milestone. Looks slightly less imposing in terms of this Surrey's second innings. Good afternoon to Duncan in Kent, enjoying your return to the microphone, Edward. It says Chris Cook was the main topic of discussion around our coffee table this morning. Well, yeah, Cook an excellent innings. Probably needed those runs because he'd been a bit short of them in the Championship. But winning a T20 game off his bat at Blackpool. Callaway is in to bowl, and Burns is pushing forward, and obviously Cook is looking to put off the succession question as long as possible. As Callaway bowls and forward comes Burns defending, but there is a question of who will replace him at some point in the next couple of years, whether it's Horton, Smale, Hurl, or even young Wallace. It's probably a bit young to be the next in line, but that's driven firmly by Burns to wide mid-off, where Norton does the fielding. Single taken, 156 for 4.
Horton was given a 5-year contract, wasn't he?
When he was 16, yeah. No.
Extraordinary.
But he's looked potentially useful in the limited over stuff.
As a keeper.
And
got 1 to score, isn't he?
Yeah. Callaway in, bowls, and forward comes Pope defensively. 156 for 4, 97 runs in arrears are Surrey, having lost this morning. Chahar caught Cook, bowled Callaway 36, and Lawrence bowled Hadley, no score. Callaway in to bowl, and pressing forward is Pope.
Not taking any chances, is he? Ollie Pope.
Well, he's got plenty of time to bat. He knows how to bat at great length, as Glamorgan found out in 2022 at on that oval shirt front. On the back foot, that kept a bit low. Pope defending it well to mid-off, no run. Just a single off the Callaway over then. 156 for 4 here on BBC Sport Online.
Yes, and Pope will have at the back of his mind, he's been dropped by England. He wants to get a big score and nudge the England selectors, although I was about to say that he'll find it difficult to get back in, but the young left-hander is having a torrid time at the moment, and he can't get a run. The Warwickshire left-hander.
Bethel.
Mr. Bethel. With the peroxide hair. Hadley to continue. Struck for 2 overs by Pope at the end of the last over, but he's bowling at Burns on 73. He's been in there since the start of the innings for all of 52 overs. He waits now. As in comes Hadley, bowls, clipped away onto the onside. Chuck in the box, Kieran Carlson fields. Cloudy this morning. Wasn't a cloud in the sky when I left the west, but it clouded over coming through Bridgend, and it's nice and warm. Have you been for your little wander around the field?
To be honest, in my current state of health and with the lack of a lift, I'm not wandering very far this weekend.
No, it's a lift out of order. Yeah. Here's Hadley. Comes in wide of the crease, bowls. This is played out to mid-on. Played every ball on his merit. Captain, determined that he's going to make it difficult for Glamorgan.
Full report up on the BBC website on England's travails. Chaotic England fortnight ends with huge defeat.
There we are.
Not pulling his punches is our writer Stefan Schemmelt.
Yeah. Absolutely agree with him. I think also, Nick, not criticise the players, criticise the people who are telling them what to do. Everybody must take the blame there. In comes Hadley. Bowls. Oh, squares him up, and they go for a quick single, and will get there quite easily. Looking to play that on the onside, but it ended up at extra cover. 157 for 4. How many did Root get this morning?
He didn't add many. He was out for 77. In the Women's World Cup, Sri Lanka 98 all out, West Indies 10 for 0 in the second. South Africa play India this afternoon in a men's international T20. Australia beat Bangladesh by 7 wickets.
Somebody else who's having a torrid time at the moment in Lancashire. About to be beaten, I think, by Derby. In comes the next ball. Pope drives back to the bowler, and there is no run. They were losing because they were behind with 6 down in the second innings.
Let's see if we can pull that one up. No.
At the beautiful Chesterfield ground.
Lancashire are 16 ahead with 1 wicket standing.
I think they're going to lose that game.
Get away.
They're losing every county match. They'll be down the bottom of the division too. Then it's not a happy club, is it?
Not off the field. The members are revolting.
Yeah. Bumble's revolting. Here's Hadley. Bowls to Pope. Pope is forward correctly. Plays it up towards mid-off. There's no run.
Elsewhere, I'll give you the Division 1 scores. Essex 65 for 4 in their second innings. Still 208 behind Nottinghamshire, so not heading for a win there. Where else have we got? At Leicester, Yorkshire 86 for 5 in their second innings. Still 182 short of avoiding an innings defeat. There's going to be some one-sided games. Leicestershire one of 2 sides below Glamorgan in the table before this.
Then comes Hadley. Bowls. Oh, and he nearly York's Pope. Got down on it at the very last moment. And plays it up to mid-off. End of a good over there. Now that would have been useful. Just have another look at it. It is well pitched up.
That was an excellent ball and very well played by Pope at the last minute.
Had he missed that, he'd have been LBW or bowled.
Or minus a few toes.
Yeah. End of the over. 157 for 4. Trailing by 96.
Over the water at Taunton, Somerset are 80 for 3 in their second innings. That's still 42 runs behind Warwickshire. And looks like there'll be a result today either way down on the south coast where Glamorgan were last week. Sussex playing at home again. Sussex are 24 for 1 in their second innings, needing another 229 to win against Hampshire in quite a low scoring game. Callaway in. Bowls to Burns, who plays no shot ball through outside off stump.
So it's quite possible that Hampshire and Leicester could win, and possibly Glamorgan. for 3 sides.
Yes, Glamorgan was 32 points clear of the relegation zone before this game as Callaway bowls, turned on the leg side by Burns for a single. 158 for 4, Burns to 75, not out. And they had the close catch at silly point for the left-hander, becomes the short leg for the right-hander as Pope stretches forward. He's got plenty of height to get forward. There's a leg slip as well as a slip and a short leg at the moment.
Yeah, he's determined to smother any sort of spin. Pope.
He's averaging 62 before this game. Century and 350s in the county championship in the previous 6 matches. As he drives this one out on the offside and will take a single out towards the cover sweeper. 159 for 4, run up on the board very quickly. Women's teams in action. Surrey have already started. They're 63 for 2 in the 11th over against Worcestershire. As Callaway bowls and Burns leaves.
He's bowling well, isn't he? It's rare barred ball.
This is in the County Cup, where the Tier 1 sides like Surrey have come into the competition today. Callaway bowls, Burns leaves, and it goes straight on. Misses the stumps. 159 for 4. Glamorgan women are playing this afternoon in Newport. They're playing Hampshire, who are our Tier 1 full professional side, Hampshire Hawks. And that one will be difficult for Glamorgan in round 3 of the County Cup, having dispatched a couple of lower tier opponents. They face more of a headache this afternoon. 159 for 4. Burns 75, Pope is 9, and Mark Church of BBC Radio London is back with us.
Yeah, good from Glamorgan. That wicket of Dan Lawrence, and I've been sat outside and fired up out there at the moment. There's real pressure on Surrey at the moment, and Ollie Pope just starting his innings. Burns has played nicely for the 75, but Shahar and Lawrence back in the dressing room, trailed by 94 to Surrey. Hadley it is from the river tap end, coming into the right-handed Pope, who's allowing this one to go outside his off stump. Yes, the County Cup are underway again for the women today. Lots of different competitions as well in the women's game now, because this time last week I was doing the Metro Bank one-day cup game between Surrey and the Blaze. Then we've had T20. Now we're into the County Cup.
Yeah, which is also T20 basically.
Plus, Surrey have lost a lot of players to the England World Cup duty and the England Lions, or England A.
Oh, okay.
So they're a bit short on numbers. As in over the wicket goes Hadley, solidly forward goes Pope. Plays this one up towards mid-off 7 in total, I think it is. Plus, Priyanaz Chatterjee's in the Scotland squad as well. Then Kira Chatley, Rihanna McDonald-Gay and Kalia Moore are playing for England A at the moment. I think they had their first game yesterday against the...
Yes, India won by 5 wickets.
A team. So yeah, lot of cricket going on all around the place at the moment. Sometimes difficult to keep up with what competition everybody's involved in. As Hadley, over the wicket he comes to Pope. Pope drives, good looking shot, will get a single up towards mid-off. Billy Root tumbles across to his left to do the fielding. It is lovely out there as well. Oh, it's nice and warm with the sun out. I did just say to Charlotte that it's dangerous out there though, because you could nod off in your half an hour break quite happily. Find a little shady area. Nobody in the grandstand today, I've noticed. We've had a couple of people sat in the grandstand during the game, but nobody in the grandstand today.
They've probably realised they can't actually see much from there.
Well, yes, you are a long way away from the action. As the left-handed Burns back on strike on 75. Hadley around the wicket to Burns and clips this off his pads neatly and tidily. Down to Norton at long leg. He'll get back for 2. So Burns moves on to 77, equals his highest score of the season now.
I wonder if Tom Norton made his curry date with his mates last night
Yes, you
in
said that he was
Abergavenny.
due to be having a curry with some friends.
Yeah, in Abergavenny, but
How long does it take to get to Abergavenny?
best
from
part
here?
of an hour.
It does,
So
doesn't it?
he
It's quite
was
a long way away.
If he did make it, he was at least half an hour late, I would say,
Yes.
since he was still talking to us on
I suppose in
7:30.
the modern world, though, he could phone ahead with his order, so upon arrival it was ready for him. Rory Burns has had a bit of a problem. I think it's somebody in a red jumper. And I did hear someone say, well, take it off, to that member of the crowd. As in around the wicket goes Hadley, and Burns lets this one go outside his off stump. And Cook takes it away to his left-hand side. I think there is somebody who was sat quite near that sheet. It was either a red hat or a red jumper. And Burns was sort of saying it's coming out of that when he comes around the wicket. So I think that person's been moved. It obviously bothered him.
Yes.
Steve Smith's extraordinary with that, isn't he? Sort of a fly can land on the top of the sight screen and Smith notices it. Other players don't notice anything. As Hadley, around the wicket he comes to Burns, clips this into the leg side. Carson does the fielding. It's the end of the over. 162 for 4 then Surrey on this third day. Trail by 91. Burns is on 77 and Pope is on 10.
Yes, Smith's international teammate Marnus Labuschagne is a bit of a pain in the proverbials when it comes to things like that as well.
He's almost like a Steve Smith clone, isn't he, Marnus, at times?
Yeah, no sign of him playing for Glamorgan as far as we're aware this summer, and I think the time is probably past anyway. So he tends to rock up in the first half of the season if he does have a spell with Glamorgan. But the Australians don't tend to play in the last block of the season. And Glamorgan will be on the hunt, or are on the hunt, for an overseas bowler for those last 6. As Callaway is in to bowl to Pope, who drives beautifully down the ground, straight off mid-off and racing away to that sight screen down to our left. And Pope moves on to 14, and total to 166 for 4, and Surrey are a mere 87 runs behind. And with half an hour still to go to lunch, you would have thought they would get ahead in the first hour of the afternoon session, and we'll see where we go from there. As this is turned away on the leg side, and this will be 4 more runs from Pope, just stroked beautifully through mid-wicket. And after treating Callaway with some deference early on, Callaway just dropping a bit short and flat, and Pope clipped it away.
Yeah, he's a good player of spin bowling, of course, Ollie Pope. Played one of the best innings by an England cricketer in India on that tour. So he's a good player of spin bowling.
77 for Burns, 18 now for Pope, who's forward defensively. 170 for 4, deficit 83.
Mr. Dawson's on the march down there. He's having a lap of the ground.
See if he can walk a wicket. As Callaway into bowl, and Pope forward, a little bit of a leading edge, but safely along the ground, back to the bowler.
Yeah, it sometimes works, doesn't it? Go for a walk and a wicket falls. I think both the wickets fell while he was on his walk.
Callaway in to bowl, forward stretches Pope, defensively once more. And Richard Dawson isn't averse to passing on a suggestion or two to
Much like Mr. Batty.
outfielders. Certainly did a little bit of talking down at Hove, and Morgan were struggling as Pope is forward defensive. Lee once more, ball trickles back down the wicket. Callaway picks it up, so 4 dot balls after 2 boundaries to start the over. 170 for 4, Burns 77, Pope on 18. Still Curran to come, along with Patel, Thomas, Laws and Clark. 2 night watchmen having gone up the order.
On the live stream, a few of the Surrey supporters that made the trip to Cardiff, watching away. Yes, cricketing superstitions, they're funny old things, aren't they? Walk a wicket, sit in the same seat for somebody's entire innings and don't move. Neil Mackenzie had loads, but very odd ones. So he used to, strap his bat to the ceiling of an evening if he was not out, as Hadley comes around the wicket to Burns, and Burns is forward and playing this one out into the offside, and there's no. And he used to insist apparently on that all the toilet seats were down and the lights were off, and also that he didn't like to step on the white lines. So yes, there's a few of those knocking around. Who was it? Zahir Khan always had a blue handkerchief, I think, in one of his pockets.
Perhaps this is why my career was so rubbish. I didn't have any superstitions, really.
Mr. Harrison's having a wander as well down there. So they're changing the field up. So Dixon's gone across now into the gully for Burns. 170 for 4, Surrey. Trail by 83. Hadley coming in over the wicket to Burns. Burns lets him go. Outside is off stump. Taken by Cook away to his left-hand side. Some players strap their left pad on first, don't they? There's all sorts of cricketing superstitions. But you can sometimes walk a wicket if nothing's happening. Obviously, it's got absolutely nothing to do with what actually happens, but Burns settles himself down over his bat again. Now, Dixon's come back into the slip cordon. So 2 slips as Hadley's over the wicket to Burns. Burns forward. Lays this gently back up the ground to mid-off, and there's no run. People dotted all around the ground today. Sun trap down there at the River Taff end. Get very warm down there today, I would have thought. Might be a few barbecues going on around the place today. Now that the warm weather's out, there'll be a run on sausages, won't there? Again. Turning once more is Hadley. In over the wicket he comes to Burns, and Burns flicks him off his hip and down to the fine leg boundary rope for 4. So this now is Rory Burns' highest score of the championship season. Moves on to 81. And Surrey move on to 174 for 4. But nicely played by Rory Burns, just drifting onto his hip and helping it away down to the fine leg boundary rope.
Yeah, you get the feeling that clearing off the deficit is obviously a big psychological moment in the game. If Surrey can get there still with 4 down, then they're very much back in the contest. If Glamorgan can claim another 1 or 2.
Also, that second new ball could come into play as well. There's Hadley. Over the wicket he comes to Burns, and Burns again just gets inside this and then rolls his wrists on it, off his hip down to long leg for a single. 1 more to Burns. He moves on to 82. Pope comes back onto strike on 18, because we're in the 57th over now. So we'll probably be, I don't know what, 64 by lunchtime. So they'll have a new ball probably an hour or so after lunch. Glamorgan. Back onto strike comes Ollie Pope on 18. Again, he's going to have this silly mid-on catching. Stood right in front of Burns at the non-striker's end is Kieran Carlson on the edge of the cut strip. 2 slips in there. Dixon and Tribe at first and second slip. As over the wicket goes Hadley, and this is tucked away very neatly by Ollie Pope into the leg side. He'll get back for 2. Burns has got to get his skates on now. If that had been a direct hit, Rory Burns may have been struggling. He's already been run out in the first innings. He doesn't want a second run out, but they picked up 2. But I think a direct hit there could have been quite tight.
It would have been pretty miraculous from the boundary and with about 1.5 stumps to aim at for Callaway, but he is a pretty useful fielder.
So Pope's moved on to 20. Burns has 82.
Oh, there we are. So Carlson back fit to bowl. He wasn't able to contribute with the ball last week at Hove because of a hand problem. But bringing himself on as hopefully the golden arm from the Glamorgan point of view. But he'd be bowling off spin just from a little bit of a different angle and trajectory as he turns one past Burns's bat, playing no shot.
Yeah, well, the captain's going head to head here.
So still off spin, just coming from about 6 inches lower and with a little bit less loop, as that one is allowed to go through as well by Rory Burns. Kieran Carlson has taken 4 wickets in first class this season at an average of 30. As he's in round the wicket. Balls, oh, that's scooped towards cover and almost taken, with Callaway diving forward, could not quite get to it as it lobbed up there frustratingly. He did get a hand to it on the full, but it would have been a miraculous catch had he held on. Technically, but no more a chance.
Yeah, it was a brilliant effort.
Carlson in bowls. Oh, that one's skewed away off the leading edge as well. This time rather more safely to point.
Yeah, he's just trying to work against the turn there, Rory Burns, and a couple of leading edges. But yeah, that would have been a brilliant catch. He did very well to even get a hand on it.
Just got a hand to it before it hit the turf, but understandably unable to hold on, as that's through outside off stump. No shot played. Not sure if Carlson has got some sort of slider that doesn't turn, because Burns is playing or not playing shots anticipating the turn if Carlson gets one to go straight on. So that one's popped up to slip, but not with any bat involved on the way through. Applause for a testing over from Kieran Carlson to start with. The maiden 177 for 4, 76 runs behind, and 20 minutes until the interval.
Yeah, the non-turning off break can be a deadly delivery. But he's bowling it quite quick there, Carlson. And got that last one to bounce, so it looks like Van der Hutten's coming back into the attack. We saw him start off this morning. He's back into the attack now from the River Taff end of the ground. Be lots of people down there today in the sun. A few picnics will be being had, no doubt, around the place. If you haven't heard, the test match is over. That will finish very quickly this morning. So New Zealand beating England comprehensively. I think it was 253 runs in the end that they won by.
Do the kids for a quid get 50 pence back?
I don't know what they get back. Well, yeah, it all happened.
It's inside an hour. I mean, I know it was relatively cheap. There might be some sort of refunds there for...
Van der Hutten is in, and this one's pushed by Ollie Pope down to backward point, and there's no run. So yeah, England all out for 209, and 11 wickets in the test match for Matt Henry. Finished with 6 for 29. So yeah, big defeat that for England. And as I said, I think we've learned a bit more about England from this test than we did at Lord's. Well, we didn't learn a great deal really, as waits once again, and he's forward to a good length delivery, playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Elsewhere in the Rothesay County Championship Division 1, Essex 75 for 5 in their second innings, still trailing Nottinghamshire by 198. So Nottinghamshire well on top there. Yorkshire 116 for 4 in their second innings following on, still trailing Leicestershire by 154 runs. Somerset 93 for 4 in their second innings, trail Warwickshire by 29 runs. As Pope checks this one from Van der Hooden straight back up the pitch, Carson does the fielding, tumbling away to his left. Sussex 55 for 1 against Hampshire, requiring another 200 runs to win. So that's an interesting game of cricket. Derbyshire are 0 for 1 in their second innings, needing only 24 more runs to win. So could Jimmy do something spectacular?
No.
At Chesterfield, I doubt it. It would be extraordinary, that. As Pope waits again, and Pope looks to work round that front pad, hits the pad, rolls away behind him. Cook comes round to do the retrieval work. Durham and Northamptonshire. Durham starting their second innings, trailing Northamptonshire by 45. So Durham 405, Northamptonshire 450. Middlesex 440 for 8, lead Kent by 24 runs, and Worcestershire 283 for 6 in reply to Gloucestershire's 289. Waiting again is Ollie Pope. Van der Hooden is in, and Pope is forward, thick inside edge, onto front pad, rolls away out to Norton. Stood out there at cover. And as you were saying, in the T20 Women's County Cup, Surrey women are 104 for 4 against Worcestershire. Ailish Cranston 20 not out. Paige Schofield 4 not out. Jemima Spence made 28. So that's the opening game in that competition for the Surrey women. As forward goes Pope, plays this one away into the offside, and the Glamorgan women get underway against Hampshire Hawks at 2:30 in Newport.
Yeah, the third round of the County Cup proved a hurdle too far last season when Glamorgan got extremely well beaten by Lancashire up in Brecon. It's when the Tier 1 sides come into the comp, sort of third round of the FA Cup sort of vibe.
Yes, indeed.
Glamorgan will be up with the top tier next season. And in the meantime, they have to try and get to finals day, which is here of the T20 Tier 2 blast. Carlson then, having been promising in his first over, is in to bowl to Burns, who's defending this back down the pitch. There is a short leg and a slip. Thought there might be a silly pointer on the short leg for the left-hander. As Carlson bowls, and that one does go straight on, and it's well watched by Burns defensively.
He's bowling it quite quick. The other thing this is doing, he gets through his overs quite quickly. And as I said, that second new ball could become very important.
Carlson in to bowl. No shot played by Burns. How long is that away? 20
I reckon
overs?
will be, yeah, I reckon it'll probably be about 16 by lunchtime.
Yeah, so an hour or so after lunch. The deficit may have been removed by then, as that's defended again by Burns on the offside. So Surrey will be more or less on terms. Will Glamorgan be able to take a bonus wicket before then? Carlson in, bowls. Burns defends gently on the leg side. There was probably a quick single there, but after his first innings escapades, Burns thinks better of trying it. Carlson into Burns, who defends that one. And it's the second maiden completed by Kieran Carlson, bowling to Rory Burns.
Yeah, nice over that from Kieran Carlson. You probably noticed that Burns wasn't trying to whip anything in that over after the couple of leading edges. So playing with a very straight bat there to Kieran Carlson. Am I allowed to mention my cricketing sermon is out there now?
You just have.
Yes. The Florist of Small Whiting for the Parish 11. Big game coming on Saturday, though. Against the Butchers of Bumstead. Yes. Yes, and they're providing the meat for the meat raffle in the evening. It's very good of them. So it's going to be Van der Hooden to continue from the River Taff end. Now there, we saw a little bit of this from Surrey yesterday. 3 mid-wickets. Well, there's a silly mid on, then a mid-wicket, and then one to the right. So it's almost as if Ollie Pope's got 3 slips in front of him here. As Pope settles himself down over his bat on 20. And Pope, oh, shout for LBW, nipping back. Just didn't look quite right, really. And umpire Gandhi shakes his head. See it again on the replay with the keeper up, of course. Yeah, that was missing. Leg stump and too high as well. It's a great appeal from Kieran Carlson. Down on one knee and almost sort of was rocking his arms in the appeal there, Kieran Carlson.
Yes. I wonder if he studied drama at any point at school.
It was like the end of a big number, wasn't it? Waits again does Pope. And Pope's pushing this one down to backward point, won't get a run. Hurl comes round to do the fielding. Be a bit claustrophobic this for Ollie Pope. Keeper up. And then just out the corner of his eye, you can see those 3 catching. And Hooden goes marching back after a quiet word with umpire Gandhi about something. Lunch today, 1:10 again.
Where's Burns going to run? He's almost in line with Carlson.
Well, he is.
He needs to get a bit wider, surely.
As over the wicket goes Van der Hooden and forward goes Ollie Pope. Plays this one out into the offside. He'll run round him. Some players do move very wide, others do what Burns is doing and just stick to where they are.
Adding another couple of strides to his run, if they take a run.
Yes, because he'll have to run round Kieran Carlson. 76 the deficit at the moment, but some tight overs here from Carlson and Van der Hooden, and this one's clipped by Pope to the 3rd of those mid-wickets all along the floor, and there is no run. Do we know how the festival went yesterday in the park? I saw a lot of people around last night.
Yes, there were quite a... I presume it was pretty busy from the crowd spilling out of the castle on my way home last night.
Saw Elvis last night.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Where was he?
Looked in good form. Just walking up the road.
Okay.
Yeah. As in over the wicket once more. Van der Hooden and driven by Pope out towards cover point. Hurl dives to his right to do the fielding.
Perhaps he's airing his costume ahead of the Elvis Festival in Porthcawl in September.
Oh, yes,
there's an annual Elvis
I know
Festival.
there is. That's magnificent, isn't it? I like the video for that because they just get them all to say the same thing in Elvis speak. My mum used to go to a Chinese restaurant where the manager, he used to come out of an evening to do his Elvis, and he was dreadful. And that's why people used to go, he was always packed. As forward goes Ollie Pope and plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. That will be lunch. So lunch has arrived. I thought we were 1:10 today, but I think we're 1 o'clock. I'm never sure with it when lunch is, but we are lunching at 1. And Surrey 177 for 4, Burns 82, Pope on 20, and they trail by 76.
Indeed, commentary resumes at 1:40. Update of BBC Radio Wales very shortly. And Surrey at lunch are 177 for 4. That's a deficit of 76 runs. Glamorgan claiming 2 wickets in the morning session. Night watchman Chahar caught behind off Callaway for 36, and then Dan Lawrence bowled by a really nice delivery from Ryan Hadley without scoring. But the visitors' captain Rory Burns is still there, 82 not out. Ollie Pope's on 20. Surrey resisting strongly, 177 for 4.
I've got some latest scores and a result from elsewhere. The result may not surprise you. It's from the Keir Oval, where New Zealand have beaten England by 253 runs. In the other games in the Rothesay County Championship at Taunton, Somerset in their second innings are 97 for 4, still trailing Warwickshire by 25 runs. At Chesterley Street, Northampton in their second innings are 10 without loss, leading Durham by 55 runs. At Hove, Sussex are in their second innings. They're 64 for 1, and they still require a further 189 to beat Hampshire. At Chelmsford, Essex in their second innings are 81 for 5, still trailing Nottinghamshire by 192 runs. At New Road, Worcestershire in their first innings are 290 for 6, leading Gloucestershire by 1 run. At Grace Road, Yorkshire in their second innings are 121 for 6, trailing Leicestershire by 147 runs. At Queen's Park in Chesterfield, potentially another result coming up fairly soon, because Lancashire were dismissed by Derbyshire for 226. Set a target of 24 to win. Derbyshire are currently 7 for 1. And at Canterbury, Middlesex have just completed their first innings. They were all out for 443, so they lead Middlesex by 27 runs. If you're seeking a scorecard for this game, don't forget they're available free of charge from reception, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2026 Glamorgan Yearbook. And the Glamorgan Club shop is open. It's situated opposite Gate 2 and selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, don't forget that a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Cafe, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, and Glamorgan members and season ticket holders get a 10% discount on all food sales. Hot and cold drinks as well as snacks can be purchased from the mobile unit situated beneath the Castet Howell stand at the Cathedral Road end of the stadium. Snacks can also be obtained from the vending machine situated at the rear of the Hugh Morris National Cricket Centre. With glorious sunshine and warm temperatures today, don't forget to remain hydrated and to use the free of charge water refill points at various locations around the stadium. And don't forget, there's also the recently opened multi-faith prayer and reflection room situated in the Undercroft area beneath the pavilion seats. The Museum of Welsh Cricket is open today during both lunch and tea. It's situated on the first floor of the Hugh Morris National Cricket Centre, as well as having a refurbishment with new displays. There are some new films, and fittingly, the memory match for this game is Hugh's final innings, looking back on the game in 1997 at Taunton, when Glamorgan defeated Somerset to win the county championship title. There's also the special brochure, don't forget, called Hugh Morris A Life in Cricket. It can be purchased either in the museum or from reception for just £10, with all proceeds going to Velindre Cancer Hospital. And the museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks, which, together with a range of other items and souvenirs, are on sale to raise funds for the running of this facility. Finally, a reminder that we stand against all forms of discrimination, and there is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity, together we are stronger. Here at Glamorgan County Cricket Club, we are dedicated to raising the game, so if you witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by contacting in strictest confidence your nearest steward.
Yes. Although there were 16 overs left. Yes. Yes. Oh, stay. Stay.
very sad.
To resume the Surrey second innings after lunch, visiting captain Rory Burns and with him Ollie Pope.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Sophia Gardens for this second session on the third day of Glamorgan against Surrey. Carlson to continue after sending down a couple of overs before lunch. Surrey 177 for 4, trailing by 76. They should be ahead by somewhere halfway through this session. And it's 100 overs in the day rather than the 104 that I was expecting. Don't ask me. We lost 16 overs on the first day. We made 8 of them up yesterday, and today we're going to make 4 of them up.
Yeah, we've lost 4 somewhere. Someone's dropped them
in the
behind
midst
the
of
pavilion.
time.
Might find them by tomorrow.
In the space-time continuum. Here's Carlson then from this River Taff end in the afternoon sunshine. Very warm conditions outside. As Carlson is in to bowl to Burns, who pushes it back to him.
Yeah, interesting morning of cricket. Rahul Chahar played very well and then was caught behind off Kellaway, and then Dan Lawrence going without scoring.
As Carlson bowls a full toss and it's swept away by Burns down to deep square for a single.
Yeah, so a couple of wickets there for Glamorgan this morning. Surrey will just again look to bat. Surrey's game plan here is to try and bat all day. That new ball will be critical though, and that's coming up in around about 18 overs time, so that will be a very important passage of play.
178 for 4 as that's pushed into the offside by Pope, getting well forward. 75 behind, so Surrey might well be somewhere near on par by the time that new ball comes. Can Glamorgan winkle out 1 or 2 wickets with this old ball? Carlson in, bowls, and forward pushes Pope. And Surrey, yes, question of batting, and maybe they'll have a decision to make tomorrow about a declaration, but that's still quite a long way away, or a very long way away. Carlson's in to bowl and forward presses Pope and defends out on the offside, no run.
Yes, because there's still a lot of cricket today, 68.1 overs remaining. And as I say, maybe we'll find those 4 overs somewhere in the car park.
Can't add them on the final day. Carlson bowls another full toss that's driven back hard to him.
Yeah, just for a second I thought he'd driven that straight back to Carlson, but bump ball. And it's a tidy over again from Kieran Carlson. And yeah, I think the key thing, it's the P word again, isn't it? Patience, really. Both bowlers and batters. Surrey will want to try, without doing anything reckless, cash in against the older ball before that new ball comes. But again, it's all just about getting started again. And Van der Hoeden will get us started from the River Taff end with Cook up to the stumps.
I mean, Surrey would have to go really well to bat for the next 3 sessions and think of declaring to try and put some pressure back on Glamorgan.
Yeah, I don't think that will be the case. I think all Surrey will care about is getting these 75 runs to get back to parity and try very, very hard not to lose wickets, because they've come in little clusters in this game, haven't they, wickets? Yeah. So Van der Hoeden from the River Taff end coming around the wicket to Rory Burns, and Burns is in behind this shorter length delivery, just playing it down into the leg side. So it looks like Van der Hoeden's just going to come round, hit a length with Cook up to the stumps. And this is becoming very fashionable now, isn't it? We're seeing it in the Test series. Keepers stood up to the quicker bowlers. Now, Steve James pointed out this morning, though, and I heard Chris Woke say it, as a quick bowler, there is a little part of you that thinks, I'm not too sure I want the keeper standing up to me. But it's a good tactic as Van der Hoeden gets ready to come in once again around the wicket to Burns, and Burns is forward solidly, playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. I saw an interview with the England head coach during the lunch break. Didn't tell me a great deal, I have to say, but anticipating Stokes and Atkinson will be in the squad, but they haven't announced the squad as yet, I don't think. But he's anticipating it. He's anticipating.
This is just poor management, isn't it?
Well, it's just
they've been withdrawn from the county matches, therefore they're playing the England squad.
It's just gobbledygook. As not a word I've used recently, actually. As this one, Burns is in behind, playing it solidly back up the pitch, and there is no run. Pope rehearsing some shots down at the non-strikers end. Thank you to Glamorgan for a very nice pork lunch.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very nice, it was. Nice vegetables.
Good.
A couple of roast potatoes.
Glad to hear that vegetables were on the agenda.
Bit of gravy. Oh, lovely. Broccoli and cauliflower. And some peas. Excellent.
Tell it's Sunday.
Yep. As waiting is Burns once again. And Burns is forward. Again, Van der Hoeden's just hitting a good length on or about the off stump. Burns plays this one out to Kellaway in there at extra cover. Quite a lot of people in the ground today because the sun's out. And saw a few familiar faces during the lunch break. Everybody seems to be having a nice time.
Yeah, there are a few down from Surrey, aren't there?
Yeah, there are. Well, it's a nice trip, isn't it? On the train, straight into Cardiff. Straight
Walk
on
from the station, should you change,
yeah.
Choose.
As in around the wicket once again goes Van der Hoeden, and forward goes Burns. Plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. One thing I did notice on my walk in after a Saturday night in Cardiff is the amount of litter there is. There were 2 gentlemen in sort of litter trucks, but it was strewn everywhere.
Yeah, it's not great, is it?
Well, the use of the bin doesn't seem to sort of enter into Friday and Saturday nights. Sort of lob it wherever you feel like it, really, I think. As Burns waits once again, and he's clipping this neatly into the leg side. Will pick up a single out there to deep mid wicket. Hurls out there, still on the field of play for Colin Ingram, and throw into Chris Cook. So single off the over. Burns moves quietly on to 84, and Surrey move quietly on to 179 for 4, trailing by 74.
Leighton on the Wirral says, looking forward to the afternoon session. Hope we can get early wickets or get the new ball to see off this spirited Surrey rearguard. Enjoying the commentary from you, Edward and Mark. I won't mention Buryport Honest. Okay, we'll leave Buryport unmentioned. Usually manages to work in a reference to them.
Quite right too.
Does Leighton.
Quite right too.
Exiled Welshman. As Kieran Carlson will continue. Chris Cook's just adjusting Carlson's field for him from behind the stumps as Carlson bowls, and forward comes Burns defensively.
Notice that in the stand below the scoreboard to our left, someone very sensibly has put an umbrella behind them.
Carlson in, bowls, and Burns defends on the onside. No run.
Big red parasol there.
Yeah,
Sat underneath it, getting some shade.
there's plenty of room there, so not obstructing anyone else's view. Well played, whoever that is. Burns forward, defending again on the leg side. The ball just trickling ever so gently towards Crane at mid-on.
And then in the middle of that stand, there is a shirtless man. Just sat there all on his own with his arms folded. He'll be getting the sun today.
Carlson in, bowls to Burns, who comes down the wicket and whips it through mid-wicket. Will pick up a single because Glamorgan have Van der Hoogten sweeping out in front of the pavilion on the leg side for the left-hander.
Lovely footwork from Rory Burns for that single.
Carlson over the wicket to the right-hander. Pope stretches forward. Defends to mid-wicket, no run.
The other thing today is if Surrey can bat the day, with the sun out all day, this pitch is getting baked a bit.
Carlson bowls. Pope pushes it into a gap on the offside and calls for a smart single. Callaway finds it's not worth his while to. In fact, it's what's that there? Wasn't Callaway. Usually Callaway in that area of the field. It was, in fact, Hadley. Anyway, he didn't have a throw at the stumps. It's 181 for 4. Make sure, yeah, that's right. Make sure everyone in the crowd has sun cream on.
Yes, look, there's a shirtless man having his crisps.
Oh, I thought he was
On the
fiddling
live
with some
stream.
sun oil. No, he's chomping.
He's chomping away on his crisps. But yes, you could get... Today is a day where sun cream is very important, says the man who... past the point of no return now, but...
usually has sporting a bronze mark.
Yes, yeah.
Hope it's a healthy one.
Yes, I think I'm hoping it is. The 2 mid-wickets in there for Van der Hoogten as he's in to Pope, and Pope is forward, playing this one out into the offside. It's funny though, if the sun comes out and I'm with my daughter, factor 50, hat, everything for her. But yes, it's a nice day to be sat watching cricket today. Nice temperature. Not much of a breeze, but a little breeze going across the ground, but very pleasant conditions. Because it's been cloudy for the first 2 days, and the sun hasn't really broken through at all. So, very nice day today. As Pope is turning this one that just hops on him a touch into the second of those mid-wickets. Callaway almost took a brilliant catch to get rid of Rory Burns before lunch off a leading edge to Kieran Carlson. He had no right to get anywhere near it. Almost got his left hand under the ball. But other than that, Burns has been pretty faultless so far for these 85 runs. The captain. He's tried the solitary slip. And then, as I say, those 2 men catching at mid-wicket for Ollie Pope. And the Hooten's in, and Pope will turn this one into the leg side and will pick up a single. So Pope moves on to 22. Rory Burns comes back onto strike on 85. Partnership's worth 37.
Surrey women look fairly safe in their match against Worcestershire in the T20 County Cup up at Himley. Surrey made 171 for 7. Lots of bits and pieces contributions. Ailish Cranstoun was the top scorer for 34. She played for Glamorgan the other week.
Good cricketer.
Worcestershire 34 for 2 in the 6th in reply.
It's good to see Ailish back, actually. She's had a horrible couple of years with injury. As forward goes Burns, and this will run away off a thickish edge down towards third man. Burns gets a single, moves on to 86. The extraordinary thing was she made her professional debut against the Blaze only a couple of games ago, because she's missed the last 2 years with injury. So very good to see her back.
Oh, Charlotte Lambert was playing for Surrey as well. She's been on loan with Glamorgan.
Yeah, well, players are getting opportunities because, as I was saying, 8 players missing for Surrey at the moment. internationals. As Pope is forward, pushes this one down to Hurl, comes around from backward point to do the fielding, and there's no run.
Yeah, Lambert, a seam bowler, which is something Glamorgan are short of. They've got batting options, they've got keeping options, they've got spinning options. They haven't got any. They haven't got many homegrown seamers at the moment. So they've been playing a lot of on loan seamers.
And turning professional next season.
Yes,
that's right. As Pope waits once again. Van der Hooten's in and forward goes Pope. Plays this one away into the offside. End of the over. Another quiet over. 183 for 4 then, Surrey. Burns 186 and Ollie Pope on 22.
I presume that process is going on behind the scenes because Glamorgan are allowed to give out pro contracts as from the start of this month for the players to start probably in November-ish, preparing for the next season.
It'll be 10 teams then.
Yep. 10 teams in Tier 1, 8 in Tier 2. Nearly all applied for Tier 1 status. I think 16 out of the 18 did when that system was mooted. Carlson is in to bowl to Burns, who's forward, playing it into a gap at mid-wicket, and they'll go through for a single. Burns to 87, Surrey to 184 for 4, trailing by 69 runs.
Interestingly poised all this at the moment.
As that's fiercely driven, but really well intercepted by Carlson, flinging himself into the dirt in front of the stumps.
Yeah, it's tidy stuff this from Kieran Carlson with his offies.
Pope faces up. This is driven into the offside. A bit of a chase for Van der Hooten round the cover boundary, and they'll come back for a comfortable 2 runs. Pope on to 24.
Yeah, nicely placed by Ollie Pope. Just brought the bottom hand into that driver touch to get it to the right of the sweeper.
Next delivery again. Played out towards Van der Hooten. This time it's just a single. 187 for 4. As Carlson finds Burns pushing forward, defending back to the bowler.
Well, he's obviously going to keep Norton in his back pocket for the new ball. Kieran Carlson, because Glamorgan all know that's a big opportunity for them, that new ball.
As pushing forward goes Burns, defending on the offside and the over. 187 for 4. It's rather unusual that Van der Hooten is bowling at this point, which is going to be a fairly short rest for him if he takes the new ball as he usually does. He was saying that Brendan McCullum in an interview you saw at lunch was blocking a little on whether Stokes would be captain or not.
Yeah,
but
well, he said he assumed he would be.
Now he's told the BBC Ben will be back and he'll be captain.
Oh, there you are. So yes, there you are. Excellent.
So position changes from interview to interview.
Well, there you are. He sort of just said, yes, well, I assume he will be. So
it sounds though he's firmed that up in time between interviews.
Excellent. Well, that's good to know. Here is Van der Hooten coming in over the wicket to Ollie Pope, and Pope will turn this one off his hip. Out there towards deep backward square. They'll pick up a single. One more to the total. Back onto strike comes Rory Burns on 87. Field spreads a touch for Burns to go back on the leg side boundary rope. Then you've got Tribe at slip. Third man, extra cover, mid off, mid on, and a short straightish mid wicket. Van der Hooten as he comes around the wicket to the left-handed Burns, who's clipped it in the air, and it wasn't far away from Carlson. In there at short mid-wicket, he went to his left, Kieran Carlson on the shot, and then it just ballooned to his right, but it was uppish from Rory Burns. Talked about it this morning. Carlson sort of blocked that area out for Burns this morning, but that was in the air a while.
It was, wasn't it? Looked as though it had ballooned up towards Carlson, but he couldn't get to it.
Around the wicket once again. Burns up on his toes this time, just turns this one into the leg side. Picked up by Carlson. Hard work this for Van der Houten. He's doing a good job here for his captain. As I say, he's just coming in and banging away at a good line and a good length with a ball that's in its 67th over now. A lot of chatter below us at the moment.
Yeah, I think there are actually people seeking the shade today
Yes.
because of the temperatures. They've usually migrated away from this end down the far end by this point of the day.
Burns waits again, and he's in behind this delivery. Plays it away into the offside. But yes, there's a lot of people down there having a nice time, chatting away with the cricket on.
Brendan McCullum, I've been speaking to Ben Stokes every single day since the incident, and my assessment was that I was worried about him. To see him go out and play cricket and look like he was enjoying himself is reasonably really positive. I'm not going to divulge our conversations because they're confidential, said McCullum, having just said that he was worried about Stokes.
Yes, indeed. So anyway, yeah, we know no more than we knew before, really. And I'm very bored of the whole thing now. As in around the wicket comes Van der Houten, and forward goes Burns. Plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, they broke a curfew. They've served a one-match suspension. They're back.
Done. That's it. But there'll be columns and columns and columns of inches written about it.
Well, I suppose Stokes is such a talismanic figure, isn't he?
Yeah.
Leads from the front and often wears his heart on his sleeve.
Yes, he does. As Burns waits again, and he's forward to a good length delivery. Once more, just quietly playing that into the offside. End of the over, 188 for 4, Burns 87, Pope on 26. Well, the most important thing in all of this is that England have just been hammered by New Zealand. And as I said, I think we learned a lot more about England in this test match than we did on that pitch at Lord's. So it'd be very interesting to see sort of what happens to the team again now, because there'll be changes again, won't there?
You would have thought so.
Well, you would think so.
Update for BBC Radio Wales fairly shortly. Kieran Carlson continuing to bowl from this Cathedral Road end. As forward presses Pope. Longest day of the year, and it'll feel like it to Glamorgan's fielders today. Crane is warming up for another burst, so probably taking over from Van der Houten, you would have thought. Carlson bowls and Pope pushes away on the onside, no run.
Stonehenge will have been popular.
Glamorgan's bowlers toiling at the moment. Surrey are 188 for 4. They're still 65 runs behind, but Glamorgan have only taken 2 wickets today, 1 apiece to Ben Kellaway and Ryan Hadley. Rory Burns, the Surrey captain, is leading the resistance, 87 not out. Surrey 189 for 4, 64 behind. Carlson into the left-handed Burns. Whipping it off the back foot. I'm trying to whip it round the corner, but I think that one cannoned off short leg and there's no run.
Have you been to Stonehenge? I take it you have been to Stonehenge.
I think they've been past it. I'm not sure if I've actually looked at it to find out the time. As Burns defends, have you?
I have. It was a funny old place because you park and it takes ages to get past, and then you walk miles
Okay.
to get there, and then it's just the stones.
What do you expect?
Well, I don't know. I was expecting something a little more spectacular.
Light show?
Yes, well, that would have been nice. So yes, and then you sort of walk round and go, oh, look, there's some stones. Some other stones on top of those stones.
It's 5 o'clock by the henge. As that's punched away on the offside by Burns, he'll go through for a quick single. It was intercepted at point. Looked as though he probably beaten the fielder, but some smart fielding from Asa Tribe. And that gave Burns and myself the hurry up. 88 to Burns, 190 for 4. A mere 63 is the Surrey deficit on this fine afternoon in the centre of Cardiff.
Yes, it is a lovely day, and it's the longest day. So there we are, the summer solstice.
Returning to bowl at
So
the
it's going to be
River
Mason Crane, as Mr. Webb predicted, from the River Taff end of the ground. And Rory Burns will be the man on strike on 88. Kieran Carson's wandered across to his bowler to have a chat about field placements and who he wants where. Mason Crane's bowled tidily in this game. In this second innings, 12 overs, 4 maidens, none for 35. So Surrey trail now by just the 63 runs. So yes, Stonehenge very popular, isn't it? With Druids, I think. There'd have been a few of those about this morning in the early hours, and probably there this evening as well. As in over the wicket then is Mason Crane, and Burns gets a quick delivery first up from Crane, which was short, and he waited for it and just pushed it away into the offside. And there's no run. So yes, I understand it's a sort of cultural importance, the stones of Henge. As forward goes Rory Burns. Plays this one back up the pitch and there's no run. But it's quite a long walk to get there. It's a nice walk, but it's quite a long walk. You can get a bus. You have to pay a bit more, I think, to get the bus from the exhibition centre. As forward goes Burns. Plays this one away into the offside. I liked the gift shop as well.
Okay.
All Stonehenge memorabilia. Tea towels.
Mini stones?
Yes, mini Stonehenge. Tea towels. Of course, I immediately thought of the wonderful Spinal Tap film. As in over the wicket comes Crane. Oh, and Burns has flicked this into the shins of Billy Root. There at short leg. It could have been one of those that hit his foot and went straight up. But Burns, it was in the air, just in front of Billy Root, in there at short leg. He's just come in a touch.
Yeah, whacked him on the bottom of the shin or the boot, and he couldn't quite get the rebound.
Crane over the wicket he comes again. Burns forward. Playing this one gently into the offside. And there is no run.
So there's a sort of really difficult chance to Callaway off Carlson on 82, and now another sort of quarter chance.
Well, Kellaway had no right to get anywhere near that before lunch. As Burns forward again to Crane. Good bowling this from Mason Crane. Good over from Crane, maiden over. So Surrey have added 13 since lunch. We've been out there for 8 overs since the lunch break. Tight stuff from Glamorgan. Careful batting from Pope and Burns. And I took Mr. Jeremy Coney to Hever Castle in the week. He very much enjoyed that, and excellent gift shop there as well. All sorts of things you can buy. Your Henry VIII mugs, your pictures of the wives, pre and post. And yes, very good. Tea towels. Mr. Jeremy Coney bought a tea towel actually.
Was it Henry VIII tea towel?
No, it wasn't Henry VIII. It was beheaded.
Oh, that one.
Because they've got that musical 6 now, haven't they? So there was a bit of that in there as well. Some nice pictures of Hever Castle.
So Carlson's tidy little spell is at an end, and we'll get more off spin just from a slightly greater height.
Yeah, Kenway's caused some problems this morning. Got rid of Rahul Chahar, the night watchman. It's a good catch from Chris Kirk, seeing it again on the rebound. Didn't panic. Took it at the second attempt.
Callaway lopes in then, bowls over the wicket. Quite flat first delivery. Turned away on the leg side by Pope for a single. Out to hurl at mid-wicket.
Something's bitten me, I think, in my sleep in the hotel.
I'm sorry to hear
Yeah,
that.
sir. I don't know what it was. It wasn't very exciting, whatever it was, but
191 for 4. Callaway into ball. Back on his stumps goes Burns. Defending. 2 very difficult chances offered by Burns in the 80s. As Callaway is into bowl. Appeal for LBW as Burns misses the sweep, but it dies away quite quickly.
yeah, he's way outside the line there. Rory Burns trying to take it from outside off stump and sweep.
Callaway bowling round the wicket, and Burns steps back and slaps that into the offside. That'll be a single. To hurl at deep point. Henry Hill, by the way, if you're wondering why he is participating, because Colin Ingram has a finger injury. We presume it's just as a fielding sub rather than a batting sub as well at the moment, as that is defended by Pope, since Ingram batted for quite a long time after his injury in the first innings, moving from 23 to be last out at 80. Callaway in. Balls. Pope off the back foot, steers it into the deep cover area. Single taken. 193 for 4. I think it's probably better if I depart now, because then I can be back for the 3 o'clock balls. And if you wouldn't mind for the hanging on for the time being, Mark. And,
Yes, of course.
Postponing your break.
No, that's
until
it,
1:45 or
absolutely.
thereabouts. Edward Bevan will join Mark Church.
Marvellous. So, Mason Crane to continue. Down there at the River Taff end of the ground. Mr. Bevan and I dined together at luncheon with our roast dinner.
No red wine.
No red wine. And it's a working day, Edward. It's a working day. As Mason Crane will come in over the wicket to Ollie Pope, and Pope's whipping this with the bottom hand into the leg side. Doesn't beat the fielder at mid-on. And there is no run. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Bevan.
Good afternoon, Mark. Lovely afternoon. Not too lovely over there. 20 minutes and it was enough. I sat there.
Yeah, it's quite hot, isn't it?
Absolutely roasty.
Yeah, very warm today. As Crane is in, Pope drives. It's more edgy than middle of the bat, but he'll get a single.
That was a hard chance in the last over, was it?
Just bounced in front. Seeing it on the replay.
Right.
Just bounced in front of Billy Root at short leg.
That's right.
Just in front of him. But we were saying that the Callaway attempt to get that catch off Burns, he shouldn't really have even been able to get near it. Brilliant effort to
get anything to it.
As Burns goes onto the back foot this time, again just very quietly pushes this away into the offside. Rory Burns, he's been out there now for 215 deliveries for this 89.
Attritional, isn't it? That's how I think
it's
we can
proper.
describe this game.
Proper Rory Burns, not this. As Crane's in, tosses this one up, full toss, whipped by Burns down towards a deepish mid-on, and he'll get another single. So it takes him into the 90s. Onto 90 exactly.
Playing it well because they're quite content to take the singles. If a bad ball is there, try and hit it for 4, but don't take any chances.
That new ball period's going to be interesting, I think.
Yes.
10 overs away as Crane is in to Pope, and Pope gets onto the back foot, plays this one straight back up the pitch. So the partnership between these two, 50 exactly. That single from Burns brought up the 50 partnership. And a partnership between Rahul Chahar and Rory Burns this morning. Chahar played some lovely shots.
He did.
As Crane is over the wicket, tosses this up, driven by Pope. Carson dives to his right. They'll take a single because Carson got a good hand on that, but it took it away from Mason Crane. So they've nicked a single there. Pope will nick the strike. End of the over, 196 for 4.
And the scoring rate mark 2.76, I think, reflects how important to Surrey this is, that they don't take any chances, because I was telling a wicket or two here, and then you're in to batsmen that you wouldn't expect to score 100 or 150, would you? With all respect to Patel and those, these are the ones you want to try and get out, all test batsmen. The umpires confer. What's going on there now?
Is it the ball?
The ball?
Normally
Yes.
the ball, yes.
Do you remember that season 2 years ago? Was it or 3?
Where it got changed all the time. Yes.
3 times a session.
Yes. And then one day where it was something ridiculous in one game, where it was, they changed the ball about 5 times.
Oh, yes. Callaway, the ball is off spin, comes in and bowls to Pope, and Pope watches it onto the bat. There's no vicious turn, no big turn. It's just a case of Callaway, as the bowler, trying to keep the batsman as quiet as he can and try and get a wicket, and the batsman playing very, very watchfully. Here's Callaway. He's in his 16th over. Bowls, and Pope lets that go. A few calls of O, and you have to judge it pretty well to pad up against a spinner. You never know, do you? Your judgment has to be spot on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Callaway doesn't take long to bowl an over. He comes again, and this is dabbed away by Pope. No run again.
The other thing here, of course, is with spin from either end, we're getting through to that new ball quite quickly now.
Perhaps not a 7 o'clock finish.
No, but it's the longest day today, though.
It is. Callaway is in and bowls. And this is padded up away, but well outside the line of off stump. More in hope than anything else.
Yes.
Slip went up, Cook went up, but it's well outside the off stump.
Have to be spinning that a long, long way.
Next ball. Oh, he comes down, and that's cross-batted shot. Will get him 4. It was not the authentic shot you'd expect from a class batsman like Pope. He played across the line, perfectly safe, and went for 4. It's the first 4 for some time.
Well, Callaway's given that one a little bit of air, which has enabled Ollie Pope just to stamp that front foot down and swing it over the leg side for 4. I think he just got a little bit of, not frustration, but just a bit of his aggression out there, Ollie Pope, with that shot.
Moves on to 35. Good partnership, this, between these two. As Callaway comes in, bowls to Pope. Pope back on his stumps, passes mid-off, but a good dive by Crane there. And it is just a single.
Yeah, and at the moment it's almost as if we're sort of getting ourselves towards the main show, isn't it? When that new ball arrives. But Surrey will be desperate for these two to still be there when that new ball arrives, because they've both been out there a long time now. And
there's still a deficit, whether it's a small deficit of 52, a wicket, you know, one after the other, and all of a sudden you're thinking, yes. That's why I think these two are playing so watchfully, because they know they're two of the best batsmen.
Absolutely, and they know there's that new ball coming as well, so they want to be there for that. So Pope is on strike here to Mason Crane, as Crane is in, quicker, and goes onto the back foot, cuts it away, out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They'll pick up another single, and both these players are excellent against spin, of course. Pope, I was saying to Nick, that 190 odd he got in India. Extraordinary innings.
Fine player.
On a pitch that was breaking up, spinning square. Fantastic innings that was. And of course Burns made his test debut in Sri Lanka. As Crane is in and sweeping his Burns, good looking shot. get a couple here, I would have thought, Rory Burns. Yep, he'll get back for 2. So Burns moves on to 92. You've seen Kumar Sangakkara, who's playing a bit of village cricket at the moment, Edward?
I would like to bowl to him in the village.
He got 160 on the other day.
Wow.
Apparently he was a little disappointed with his contributions. He's absolutely loving it as well. He says the best thing about it is the barbecue after the game. But he got 168, I think, in his last game.
What a player of spin he was.
As Crane is in, and Burns sweeps again.
Bowling the wrong
This
line,
could be
doesn't he?
a boundary. Yep, it will be for Rory Burns. And it moves him on to 96 now. Hurl attempted to get a foot to that, but it was nicely played by Rory Burns again. Just sweeping off the stumps. And Hurl sprinted round, tried to do a sliding tackle to get to that, did Hurl. And couldn't get anything on it at all. So, Burns on 96 now. 208 for 4. Just checking where the field is. Rory Burns. Again, they're just moving that sweeper a little squarer on the leg side. As Burns settles himself down over his bat once more. Crane is into him, and Burns goes back onto his stumps and then just drops the bat down on it. Rolls away to
But that tells
Billy
you,
Root.
Mark, how slow this pitch is now,
absolutely.
isn't
You've
it?
got time to adjust. That's the thing.
Normally, if there's a bit in it, it scuttles through and you're done.
Crane blows into his hand as always, then over the wicket he goes, and Burns is sweeping again. Oh, they've lost it, and it's away to the boundary rope for 4, and that is Rory Burns' 100. What an innings this is from the captain, and it's his first one in a couple of years. He didn't make one last summer, and this is his first one of this summer. Fantastic innings when his side needed it. And he's gone to that quickly as well, with a couple of boundaries in this over. But Rory Burns, 100 not out, of 220 deliveries.
Fine innings by Rory Burns. Plays very much for the team as himself. He knew that he got out, there would be problems, but he's played exceptionally well, and his concentration in this heat has been excellent.
Yeah, and deep back was great. Hurl completely lost where that had gone. And it whistled off to the rope. So, first 100 of the summer for Rory Burns in the championship. As I say, didn't make one last year. It's been a while coming. He's doing it at the right time again for his side, as he's on the back foot here, playing this one out into the offside, and there is.
Do you know, the last time I saw him bat, because we haven't played Surrey, and was in Australia, the first ball of the match, and he just watched the ball.
Yeah.
And it's a horrible feeling for him.
Well, the funny thing is with that, and I've often said this, it was all during the COVID time, and they had no warm-up, they had nothing. Now, the thing is, if you had asked Rory Burns, had he been playing a lot of cricket, what delivery would you like first up? It would have been that ball. It's just he got his angles wrong. But he said to me before the Ashes started, he said, oh, God, every time I turn the telly on, every time I put the computer on, there it is. That's following me round.
Galloway to continue to Ollie Pope. And he comes and bowls, and he has the reverse sweep, an attempted reverse sweep. Pope getting a little bit more ambitious now against Galloway, hitting for 4 in the last over. But that was not a particularly safe shot. Galloway plugging away. He's now in his 17th over. Bowls to Pope. Pope drives in the vacant gap between cover and mid-off and gets a single.
Thank you to Mr. Matt Thacker. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Thacker, who, mentioning Sangakkara, he got a duck yesterday for Shillingston.
I bet the bowler
his 100.
who got him out is still celebrating.
Yeah, well, his 100 was for the second team, so he's been promoted to the first team and then was out for a duck.
In Galloway bowls, Burns is forward. Well, I've spent the last 2 Saturdays watching local side out just down the road, Clydach. Mr. G. Wag.
How is he doing?
270s not out in successive weeks. Won the game, and he's bowling left-arm spin.
He's bowling his left-arm spin now, is he?
And his boy, who's 17, he's also a left arm, so a very good play. Next ball is driven up to deep extra cover, and they'll go through for a single.
One of the great celebrations of a double hundred at Guildford from Graham Wagg, where you almost had to go and get him back from the car park. It was fantastic because he ran through and just kept running towards the balcony.
Glamorgan was 70 for 6, weren't they?
Brilliant innings that.
Callaway is in, bowls to Pope, and Pope pushes it out short mid-wicket. He kept peppering the railway line.
He did, yep. And Daptune Wharf as well. I seem to remember he plonked a few in Daptune Wharf.
Amazing. Him and Mark Wallace put on a big, big stand.
And as you say, they were in trouble.
Oh, yes.
Good cricketer, Graham Wagg. There was always something happening, whether he's batting, bowling, fielding.
Still the same.
Is he?
He's a great asset to that side. Here's the next ball as he goes round the wicket and is pushed to short mid-on.
Well, I suppose Shillington have a bit of a decision to make there with Sangakkara. You know, you promote him to the first team and doesn't make a run. Sports Extra 3 are with us. So welcome to listeners on Sports Extra 3. Good to have you with us. Edward Bevan alongside with Surrey, 214 for 4, trailing by 39. Rory Burns, the Surrey captain, has just gone to his 100. He's 101 not out. Ollie Pope is 38 not out. This partnership is worth 69. And Mason Crane will continue, but we're hurtling towards the new ball, which will be a key time in this game.
6 overs?
Yeah, 6 overs until the new ball becomes available. On the longest day today, summer solstice. I was saying, the old Stonehenge would have been busy.
This morning.
Be busy tonight as well, I would have thought. As Crane, with his leg breaks, is over the wicket to Burns. Burns is forward. Plays this one out into the offside. Saying to Nick Webb, I have visited Stonehenge.
I passed it.
Well, basically it's just stones.
I was about to say that.
There's not a lot else there, really. And it's a long old walk. As in over the wicket again goes Crane, and Burns is jumping across his stumps to play this one down towards backward point. Nicely bowled by Mason Crane.
Just waiting for the mistake. He's very patient, but as I say, very attritional this game. Yeah, typical county cricket. And
it's a very good game of cricket, this. As over the wicket comes Crane to Burns. Burns forward. I think he's trying to manoeuvre that sort of through extra cover. But actually the ball just went straight back up the pitch to Mason Crane. Burns settles over his bat once more. Sean Dixon, the solitary slip. Crane is in quicker, and onto the back foot goes Burns.
I think he left that.
Yeah, he did. He's just pulled the bat inside the line of that. Nicely taken by Chris Cook. Behind the stumps. Ollie Pope's having a bit of a breather down there at the non-striker's end, because it is a warm old day today. Lovely conditions. Crane is in. Burns is forward. Just nudges this one into the leg side, but won't get a run. Just goes for a little wander towards square leg. Does Rory Burns. Lady and gentleman under their parasol in one of the stands. Big red parasol, very sensible. Getting a bit of shade. Burns forward and just stabs this one back up the pitch to Mason Crane. So tidy over from Mason Crane, a maiden over. New ball available in 5 overs time. And Surrey on this third afternoon, 214 for 4, following on, remember. And they trail Glamorgan by 39.
I sat over there for a little breather after lunch, and in no time at all. Edward, yes, why didn't they bat a second?
Yes.
Well, if I knew that answer, I'd be down to Newbury races and put in a few shillings on.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yes, it was a debatable point.
I understood it. I think because they'd only bowled the 35 overs, tails up.
Yeah,
I got the decision. I got the decision.
Callaway to continue. He's he's bowled well in both innings. 17 overs, 2 for 57, and he is bowling to Ollie Pope, who is on 38. In he comes, tosses this one up, and turned as he nudges it to short leg. Billy Root very, very close there at short leg. His slip is the other close fielder, and there's well, you can't call him a silly mid-on, but he's about 15 yards back. As in comes Callaway, bowls shorter, nudged away through the offside for a gentle single.
Just looking, and that one was Burns' 28th first-class 100.
54 overs remaining today, and if these two, you anticipate a lead if they hang on, or if they only lose a wicket or two. What will we anticipate? A lead of about 100?
It could be an interesting day tomorrow.
The only thing Burns will have in his mind will be, look, this is flat. We haven't got Atkinson, do you think?
Yeah, I think so. But they do have Chahar.
What did he?
I think he will play a part. If they bat today, and a bit of tomorrow, I think Chahar could have a role to play here. And I'm not saying it's going to turn square and it'll be slow turn, but he's a tall fella. And we saw it against Hampshire in that final game last season. He's got changes of pace. He tries things as well.
Yes.
That he keeps trying things. Chahar, so he's a fascinating bowler to watch. And this, when he comes in between the umpire and the stumps, but then still goes over the wicket.
It's Callaway around the wicket and hits him on the pad. Still playing very watchfully, Burns, despite having 101 to his name.
Yeah, he knows how important it is that he's there when that new ball arrives.
Callaway in, bowls. But as we always say, Mark, the new ball, if it's not projected well, can go, disappear.
It can, but what we've also seen in this game is it's been the new ball that's picked up wickets. So
it'll be interesting.
It will be.
We'll know in 4 overs' time.
And of course, Pope used to facing the new ball, but Burns is particular because he opens the batting. So he's very, very used to new balls being slung down at him.
We haven't seen young Norton today much, have we? Just a few overs from the far end.
I'm pretty sure you'll see him in about 4 overs' time.
You will, yes.
Just keeping Norton in his back pocket is Kieran Carlson for that new ball. So Crane will continue from the River Taffin. The festival's going on today as well. There's been the
My daughter works there, actually.
Oh, fantastic.
Yes, it was quite full yesterday, she said, very busy.
Yeah, it was, when I walked back last night, there were lots of people milling around. So over the wicket then comes Crane to Pope, and Pope stabbing this off the front foot into the offside.
She'll have a chat with Kenneth because they were in the same class together in school.
Ah, there you are.
I think so, or a year between them anyhow.
Oh, lovely.
He's off there today.
Well, it's a lovely
Welsh
day
language.
for it.
Yeah.
Perfect day for a festival. As Pope looks to drive. Oh, he's come halfway down and sent back by Rory Burns, who of course was run out himself yesterday.
That would have been fatal.
Yep, and it was Norton doing the fielding. But it was a quick shout of no from Burns, which enabled Ollie Pope to turn and get back. But just a little bit of hesitation there from Ollie Pope. Crane is into him. Forward he goes again.
Turned.
Yeah, good bowling from Crane. Bit quicker this one. And Pope making sure he got a big old stride in there. Down the pitch to Mason Crane. It's good stuff, this from Crane. Into his 17th over. But very economical stuff from him. And he comes to Pope. That does bounce. And that was the googly as well, I think. And it bounced on Ollie Pope. Pope was backing away to punch that through the offside, and then it suddenly spun back at him sharply and bounced.
I think also, Mark, the reason the new ball did so well for Glamorgan was the openers got out cheaply, number 3 and 4 out cheaply, so they were coming in, the others facing the new ball.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was the length that Norton bowled as well, as this is driven by Pope.
Yeah,
towards Norton. He got the ball up to the bat. That was the key thing.
He did.
Bowled the right length.
2 catches to Cook. Carlson that slipped. Cook again. Tried but slipped. Yeah, they were all edged.
Yep.
Nearly.
Old Sam Curran. Third ball as well. Crane over the wicket to Pope, who cuts. Good looking shot from Ollie Pope. Late cut just for a single. Out there to Hurl, sweeping on the cover boundary rope. So Pope picks up one more. He'll keep the strike. He's on 40. Burns on 101. And it's 216 for 4.
Yeah, under 3 and over, and that will please Carlson, because if Surrey get away and start, if Mr. Lawrence was there now, I suspect it wouldn't be 216, more like 286. Am I right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because he doesn't believe in defending.
No, well, he does, but he just, well, in this game he hasn't scored runs, but up to this game he's been outstanding for Surrey, and he does play some ridiculous, at times naughty shots. But he is a wonderful player to watch. And he's so positive in everything he does. But it wasn't his day today. Dragged one on and was bowled without scoring. But Burns and Pope, well, of course, Pope's very capable of going through the gears as well.
Yes, of course he is. Carlson does give it a good tweak. Now he's going to have a couple of overs before the new ball, if they take the new ball. I suspect they will, unless a wicket falls. And he is bowling to Pope. In he comes, bowled the first ball, which is edged past slip down to third man. They come back for a second. If it doesn't go for 4, they'll have 3. And that's exactly what happens. So 3 off the first ball takes the score to 219, and Pope on to 40.
Yeah, nicely bowled from Carlson. That was off a thickish edge. I think it was one that just went on with the arm. The dangerous non-turning off break can be deadly. I think he's bowled very well here, actually, Carlson.
Yes, 6 overs for just 12. He's coming around the wicket now to the left-handed Burns. Just nudges that round the corner, and he'll get a couple more here. Timed it nicely. So 5 runs off the first 2 balls.
Yeah, moves the partnership on to 76 now. Trailing by 32, sorry.
Yeah, they've done well to get this deficit down from 253, I must say. Carlson bowls. This is nudged again round the corner, but this time straight to the man, and there's no run.
Well, I wonder if he possibly even think about a leg slip here, Carlson, because he's just getting that ball to kick a bit at Rory Burns as he's turning it into the leg side. And actually Dixon sort of pointed towards leg slip there.
Here he is, bowls again. What happened there? He must have been very late, because Dixon had his hands on his head.
Well, he's played it off the back foot to give himself a little bit more time.
I don't think you should go on the back foot.
Just scuttled through at him.
Yeah. Here's Carlson, bowls, and he slogged that up in the air out towards mid-wicket, but he'll only get a single. A cross-bat shot. He dragged it from outside off stump. But it got over from Carlson yet again.
Yeah, it is a good
One
over.
ball remaining.
Carlson and Burns having a chuckle about that.
Carlson over the wicket to Pope to complete the over, and he pushes it away on the onside. 78 overs have been bowled, but if Carlson keeps on bowling the next couple of overs, he may just think, well,
Doesn't have to take the new ball straight away. Doesn't have to.
I've seen Robert Croft, in his heyday, take the new ball. No doubt you've seen spinners take the new ball.
Absolutely. Harbajan used to do it quite a bit for Surrey. But yeah, no.
You get bounce,
Gareth
you see.
Batty used to take the new ball, absolutely. See Will Jacks do it.
Yeah.
Of course. So Mason Crane it will be from the River Taff end. People know my thoughts on Rory Burns. They're well documented, but I am pleased for him, because it sounds a strange thing to say. He hasn't looked in bad nick this season, but he's just found ways of getting out. And when he was run out in the first innings, you thought, oh no.
Yeah.
But he's played very well here for this 104. Still a lot of work to do, as Mason Crane is into him, and he's on the back foot, just punching this one away through the covers, and he will pick up a single.
I can't remember a chance, a half chance.
A
Couple of half very difficult chances to Callaway in both occasions.
But nothing more than that.
No.
Ollie Pope comes back onto strike on 43. Crane is over the wicket to him, and Pope drives back down the pitch. Bottom hand came into that shot, and Crane got a fingertip to it, so took some of the pace off it, and they'll take a single. Pope moves on to 44. Burns will come back onto strike on 105 from 238 deliveries. Crane is over the wicket to Burns. Burns just pushes this one out into the offside. We'll get another single. So Burns moves on to 106, 225 for 4 now, Surrey. Trail by 28 after being asked to follow on yesterday. It's another great expression when they say,
Would you mind batting again?
Well, actually, we probably would, if you don't mind. We won't take your kind offers. This is swept off the stumps by Ollie Pope,
4.
and that's going to go away to the boundary rope for 4. Nicely played. Was in control of that sweep shot was Ollie Pope. Took it off the stumps, hence Mason Crane's hands on head. But Pope moves on to 48 now.
And another thing, Mark, on this pitch, Pope will think hard. Now, if we do get in, what do I leave Glamorgan on this good pitch? What, you know, and similarly it would have been with Carlson.
Yeah, absolutely is.
Dan Lawrence waiting in the wings.
Driving is Pope, and that's a tumbling stop by Carlson, diving away to his right.
It's a lot of things to think about as a captain. How many overs? We don't want to lose it. We fought back. Do I give him a chance? You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's the key to captaincy, really, isn't it? Crane is in, and forward goes Pope, and just nudges this off the stumps to oohs and ahs, and gets a single into the leg side. Pope moves on to 49.
Obviously,
230 for 4.
Gareth Batty will have a chat if it comes to that, and they'll talk about it. And I think a key point is that there's no Atkinson, Neil.
Yeah, well, so for anybody who hasn't heard, Gus Atkinson and Ben Stokes have left their games respectively, and Tom Laws has come in to replace Gus Atkinson.
Couldn't they have just asked them on Friday morning, don't Surrey please, and Darren, don't play these two because they're coming along?
Yeah.
It's taken 3 days, isn't it?
I know. It's all a bit of a nonsense, really.
Carlson then to bowl the 80th over. He's in and bowls to Ollie Pope, who plays forward, and there's no run. Just make a decision, please.
Well, that doesn't really tend to happen, does it?
Carlson again, and it's cut away, not timed, to the man backward of square.
Well, they can take the new ball after this over. Glamorgan.
Carlson in and bowls to Pope, and he gets a straight ball, which he pays back.
When Ollie Pope plays that shot, it's almost like a portcullis coming down. Bat just gets stabbed down onto the floor.
And he comes again. This is played firmly, but straight to Callaway on the drive.
Carlson's up for everything at the moment, isn't he? That was absolutely middled by Ollie Pope.
Carlson bowls. Pope is forward, very watchful. 1 ball to go, and I think they will take the new one.
I think so, because their best chance of taking a wicket is with the new ball, really.
There's Carlson. This is driven up towards extra cover for a single, and that's Ollie Pope's 50. And a good innings by the England batsman. 95 balls, for a half century, and his captain is delighted. They shake hands in the middle as the score moves on to 231 for 4.
Yeah, just double
95 balls.
checking. So that's Ollie Pope's third 50 of the summer. He's got 100 in there as well.
The is also indicating that the new ball has been taken.
There's the other answer immediately.
The good doctor's telling the whole of Cardiff again.
Oh, yes.
The new ball has been taken. There we are. So that was the decision.
To
And
propel
not
it will
surprised.
be Tim Van de Goot.
Yeah, Van der Hoeden will have the new ball, and then you'd expect Norton to come in from the Cathedral Road end. So this is an important little passage of play now.
You see, when must remember when Surrey took the new ball, it made little effect on the Glamorgan batsmen, and this could happen on this placid pitch. Two batsmen in form, so it's very interesting.
Yeah, it is. It's nicely poised, all this, in the sun in Cardiff on a nice warm day.
Very warm.
Yeah. Father's Day, of course, as well.
Yes.
Today. So Father's Day today. 231 for 4 then. Van der Hoeden with the new ball comes over the wicket to Ollie Pope, and Pope's forward. You can see the gold lettering there glinting in the sun as that rolls away into the covers, and Carlson comes round to his left to do the fielding.
Good pitch here, good pitch at the Oval. Having watched a bit of it in the first couple of days.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
How's he played for county cricket this year?
Yeah, they've left grass on, and things tend to happen on the first day, and then it stops happening.
Right?
A lot of draws this season. As over the wicket again comes Van der Hoeden, and this one's pushed into the leg side. I feel for the ground staff though, because there is so much cricket now, and trying to get anything prepared.
Same here.
Yep.
Going to play with the women's games, Division
practice
1.
Practice days as well for both sides. So it's an awful lot. And it's somewhere like Chelmsford where the square's not very big. Dear Rod Stewart down there, he says that by September he's basically struggling. As Pope lets this one go, outside his off stump.
Wasn't it sad to hear Paul Hiscox passing?
I know. What a lovely man. Lovely man, Paul.
And Nigel Fuller when he went last year, and his buddy for over 30 years.
Yeah, Paul was a lovely man.
Oh yes, always immaculately dressed in suit and tie.
Absolutely. Wherever he went, suit and tie.
Yes, I didn't know that he hadn't been well.
No.
You know, it's very sad.
Absolutely. Always welcome in the press box as Pope drives back up the ground, and Hoeden does the fielding off his own bowling. Ollie Pope goes for a little wander towards square leg. 2 slips in there, Dixon at first and Ace a try but second. But this partnership building, 86 it's worth now. Surrey trail by 22. We have another 49.2 overs remaining.
Up with play.
I think we are. As this is turned into the leg side by Pope off his hip, and he's going to get a single. So Ollie Pope will move on to 51. I will vacate at the end of this over and bring Mr. Webb back. Rory Burns comes back on to strike on 106. He's been out there now for 239 deliveries.
Yes, he's played so well.
He really has.
Yeah.
It's been a chanceless knock. His judgment's been impeccable in this innings.
And he knew that he had to better the first innings.
Around the wicket then. Van der Hoeden. And Burns up on his toes, plays this one down to backward point. End of the over. So we've got through an hour and 7 minutes since lunch, and Surrey have moved on to 232 for 4. They trail now by 21. Edward, a few more thoughts from you, and then it'll be Nick Webb.
Yes, and we saw that first over from Van de Gooten, and it didn't give you much impression that there was anything to worry about, because the bounce was very even. And coming on, as you can probably hear, the applause for the young Tyro. Tom Norton, and he would be bowling from this end where he's caused such chaos in the first innings, and he ended up with the figures of 5 for 50 from 10 overs. And you feel that depends a lot on Horton. If Glamorgan are to get a couple of wickets, he has looked the most threatening throughout this game, Nick, and he is taking the new ball, and Glamorgan will want him to strike early, because once you bowl a dozen overs or so, when you're well settled as these two are, and it's a long haul. Here he is then. Horton bowls. Oh, that's a poor ball. Is it going to be? No, I thought it was going to be a catch there, but it's on the first bounce as Paul pulled it down to fine leg. It was rather a loose delivery from Horton, as he put everything into that. Now he bowled round the wicket. He's not staying round, is he? No, it's Burns. Yes, he is. 2 slips. Not a particularly attacking field. Glamorgan know that the deficit is very low, just 20 runs. Desperately need to take a wicket here. Norton runs away from us, comes in, bowls. That's a good ball. Came back after it passed the bat. Like a boomerang. And Chris Cook had to dive 3 yards to his right to take it, where leg slip would have been standing.
That was quite the movement, wasn't it, from Norton's delivery? It jagged back and kept going a long way, and well kept Chris Cook. Replay from behind the stumps makes that even more clear.
As Norton bowls again. That's dabbed away into the cover region. There's no run. Thing is, Nick, that the bounce is so even on this good pitch. It's a placid pitch. It's going to take a lot to dismiss Surrey, isn't it?
Yes, we always thought there was going to be more resistance second time round. It wasn't going to happen with the international quality of the Surrey batting lineup, and they'd fall in a heap twice.
Norton round the wicket, bowls. Straight ball, which is defended. And there was, we were talking when you were having a break and saying that if they get a goodish lead by about lunchtime tomorrow, if they bat that long, Surrey, they will think hard how can we leave Glamorgan a total where A, we might win the game, or B, they might let them win, remembering that there's no Atkinson. Here's the next delivery, and that's pushed into the covers, no run. Because this pitch I don't think is going to deteriorate all that much.
Mark Church is very hopeful about the prospects for a bit of turn for Chahar, but Crane's got turn, but
slow turn.
Run through them.
See, what did he bowl? 20 overs in the first innings, 1 for 58. But the turn is slow. Norton bowls. That's chipped away up to mid-on, well fielded there by Crane, and they took a single. No alarms for the batsman in that over. That's the end of it. 234 for 4, then 107 to Burns. Pope is on 52, and they've been together now since 145, which is at something like 91 runs, 89 runs.
89 runs is the partnership. Yeah, Norton, well, a remarkable debut season really for him, with 20 wickets already, and this only his 4th match. It's quite some going, but can't expect him to produce miracles every time. One breakthrough would be very welcome for Glamorgan as Van der Hoogten bowls on the legs of Burns, who flicks it away for 4 down to fine leg. Van der Hoogten straying onto leg stump, coming round the wicket to the left-hander, and Norton had no chance of cutting that off down beneath us. Can really tell the temperatures today, because I was down below. It's a thickly populated part of the ground in the stand down below us in the shade, whereas normally they're seeking the sun. 2-3-8 for 4. Van der Hoogten bowls again on the legs. This time it's just played to short mid-wicket. Carlson fields no run.
I went over for what I thought was going to be about 45 minutes. And 25 minutes was absolutely enough for me.
Yeah.
Roasting.
2-3-8 for 4. Burns 111. First century since 2024. And really has been the backbone of the Surrey second innings, as you might have expected, as Van der Hoogten bowls to Burns, who plays that one back to him. And been good temperament showed by the Surrey batters in this second innings. Haven't crumbled, and
they knew,
the scoreboard pressure, 253 behind. It's one heck of a deficit. But you always felt that there was a chance of Surrey batting big second time round.
You often see it. Second innings, they decide to get their heads down, pitch playing better.
Van der Hoogten to Burns, 2 slips still, not involved in the action as he pushes that one to cover, no run.
And a run rate of under 3, 2.8, just reflects how well Glamorgan have stuck to their task in this heat.
Yeah, they've bowled economically. Surrey, understandably, with a good degree of caution. Paul on email says he was working near Stonehenge the other day. The traffic jams are horrendous, I was told. Why haven't the builders finished the job? On this longest day, and boy, it'll feel like it for Glamorgan. Van der Hoogten in bowls, and Burns plays it off his legs, and the onside. Carlson jogs round the field, and there's no run. So Glamorgan struggling for a breakthrough.
It's just the 2 wickets to fall since 11 o'clock this morning. Perhaps the writing was on the wall when Jahar, the night watchman, was a no trouble, made 36.
Eventually caught behind off Callaway. Lawrence caught the best ball of the day from Ryan Hadley. Van der Hoogten over the wicket to Burns, shoulders, arms to that one, outside off stump. In terms of the Women's T20 County Cup, where Tier 1 sides like Surrey are playing Tier 2 sides like Worcestershire, and Surrey ran up 171 for 7 in their 20 overs. Worcestershire, in reply, were limited to 97 for 7. 3 wickets for Gregory there for Surrey, so a comfortable win for them. Glamorgan, a Tier 2 side, are playing Tier 1 opposition in the form of Hampshire in Newport, and that'll be tough for Glamorgan, as Hampshire is 78 for 1 in 8 overs.
Good Lord. New over from Hoyle appeal for LBW. Not out, says umpire White, as he rather tumbled over there. Did Ollie Pope. Good delivery, jagged back in from Norton. Let's have a look at this again.
Doing too much?
Yes, it's a good shot though.
It's probably hit in front of middle, but would have gone on down to miss leg, I believe.
Yes.
Maya Bouchier, the England player playing for Hampshire, is 50 not out against Glamorgan in Newport.
Is Norton bowls. Good looking drive there by Ollie Pope. It's a chase up to the extra cover boundary, and I think Carlson did ever so well there to stop that. They'll get 3, but ran very hard and saved the single.
Leading by example there, Kieran Carlson.
Yes, he's the only one I think would have stopped that.
Callum Nichols completing the fielding, the young Glamorgan batter, on as another sub.
Yeah, excellent fielding by Carlson. And a round dozen is the deficit. Just 12 runs away. There's Norton with plenty of support from the stands. Round the wicket, bowls, and this time it's chipped away all along the ground, and there's no run. Very strong on the onside is Rory Burns. What do they say? 1 brings 2. Bang, bang.
Yeah.
There's not 1 bang as yet. Norton around the wicket, comes in and bowls. This time is defended firmly into the ground and fielded by Carlson. 241 for 4, the score remains. The over rate is +3, might be more after tea, because they do have a look at the intervals. Because of the spinners bowling such a lot of overs, the time of finish won't be too bad, I fancy. Norton bowls, and this is played gently to mid-on. After this ball, 46 overs remaining. This stage in the game, you look around and say, Dixon, do you bowl at all? Asa, do you fancy a few off breaks? What about you, Billy Root? In comes the next ball, and that's played beautifully through the covers. Marvellous timing there by Rory Burns. Just lent, banged it through extra cover for 4. And now it's single figures, the deficit of 8.
Well, it's the trouble with the new ball, isn't it? Comes down fast, goes off the bat fast.
We mentioned that earlier on. If you don't project it properly, then the bounce comes on nicely for you.
0-1 for 40 in this second innings. Van der Hoogten has bowled 18 overs, 0 for 30, so very economical indeed.
2 and over.
I see an Australian opener by the name of Mitch Owen has hit 155 for Washington Freedom, who are the co-owner. Washington Freedom, they're the co-owners of the franchise here, Welsh Fire.
Oh.
I'm surprised there's not a bit more crossover. Possibly the shape of things to come as Van der Hoogten bowls and Pope plays into the offside. There's no run. 155 off 68 balls in a T20 match. They beat New York by 30 runs.
Any names there?
Washington Freedom, chap called Steve Smith. You might have heard of him.
Oh, right.
Opened the batting with Owen. Glenn Maxwell is playing for them as well. And Marco Janssen, who I think is
Tall boy.
Playing here later in the
Gloucester.
summer. Yeah. No, the brother of Gloucestershire.
Brother, yeah.
Van der Hoogten in. Bowls, wax Pope on the pads. No. Always looked a little bit optimistic. You're going to get that sort of appeal, I'm afraid.
Especially when you're desperate for wickets.
Indeed. The desperation is growing. The partnership is 100. With that boundary in the last over. The deficit is just 8. And Surrey have gone a long, long way towards at least saving this match. Whether they'd have any higher arm ambitions, we'll find out. As Van der Hoogten bowls, Pope drives into the offside. Carlson fields at cover, no run.
One of the gatemen, I shan't tell you who it was, as I walked in this morning. What do you think? He said. What do you think? All over by lunch? I said, you're very ambitious. All over. He was on fire, the youngster. Yeah. I think we all knew at the back of our minds that it wouldn't happen. Second time to a side that has 8 internationals there.
As Van der Hoogten into bowl, Pope playing it out on the offside. No run. Carlson fields at cover.
Back to
Update for BBC Radio Wales fairly shortly.
just going to say it's back to 20 overs next Friday, Nick, isn't it?
Yes, I'm working on that one against Middlesex here.
Oh, right. Mr. Hand.
Kevin Hand from BBC Radio London, I believe, yeah. And I think James Harris doing the expert opinion, as that's inside edge Pope, and they'll take a single. Surrey are 246 for 4 in their second innings, performing much more strongly as we thought second time round. They're just 7 runs behind. Rory Burns, their captain, is 115 not out, and Ollie Pope, another former England batter, is on 56. The centuries stand between them. No breakthroughs for Glamorgan since lunch. Surrey 246 for 4, just 7 runs adrift. inside edge from Pope there that he wasn't too sure about when I was delivering that bulletin. Van der Hoogten to finish his over to Burns with a short mid-wicket, who is in action but not in catching action as Kieran Carson does the fielding. 7 runs behind then Surrey, and well, unless Glamorgan do get a clutch of wickets now, it's very much advantage Surrey in terms of saving this match. 45 overs left tonight. If they scored at say 3.5 and over, they might be 160 ahead.
Do you think so?
Yeah, it depends how fast they go, doesn't it, obviously.
And the defensive feels that
Yeah.
you could get the ridiculous situation. They bat on and on and on tomorrow. I think, look, we're not going to rouse Glamorgan out. We shall see. Here's Norton starting in the over. And Ollie Pope has a huge belt at that outside the off stump, and it goes off the edge for 4.
If you're going to flash hard.
Yeah.
Flew past the slips.
Trail by 3. Well, they
Is that aerial? No, not really.
No.
It's fairly safe. The replay shows, and went very hard, fine of third man.
Well, had there been a gully, don't think he'd have caught it. Here is Norton again. Bowls, and that's driven nicely through extra cover. And missed there. And it's going to get 3 runs. It just stopped inside the boundary.
Crane well, for once diving over it. Rare misfield from him.
Showing signs of aggression now. Ollie Pope, he's moved on to 63. Well, Surrey will say, still a long way to go for us as well. But the scores are level. Burns showing great concentration in this heat as he waits. Norton bowls to him and misses it. Yorker, while wide of the off stump, goes through to Cook.
Yeah, not many even half chances for Glamorgan. Kellaway almost creating one with a spectacular dive in the covers when Burns was on 82.
Finger to it.
Be very harsh to characterise it as a drop.
Yeah. Norton again. Bowls. And he's got him caught behind. Flicking down the leg side. And that is the wicket Glamorgan wanted. Not a great delivery. And that is the end of an excellent innings from Rory Burns. 253 for 5. Burns caught by Chris Cook off the bowling of who do you think? Again, young Norton for 115 with the scores level, Nick.
Yeah, effectively 0 for 5 then, and Glamorgan just with the hint of a chance, and Burns head to the skies. No wonder it's a filthy way to get out. At the best of times, it was not a great delivery by any means. Going down leg side, Burns trying to flick it down towards square leg or fine leg. Faced 258 balls, did the Surrey captain. Typically stoic innings from him, and he really has done an excellent job to get his side on level terms, but no more than level, and with half his side back in the pavilion now. Caught Cook bowled Norton. He hit 15 fours and 258 deliveries.
7th wicket of the match for young Tom Norton, and he's done the trick again, because on my reckoning, I think I was with you this morning when I said another 1 wicket here, Pope or Curran, you do not see the rest get in substantial scores. You get 40s or 50s, you know. I say that, and probably tomorrow Patel will be 130 not out.
Yeah, I mean, they've all got some sort of
pedigree,
all-round status, and of course with Curran dropping down the order, he's coming in at 7, so It's quite the partnership to have it for the 6th wicket, isn't it, with two international players like Pope and Curran.
Well, what a good innings that. It was chanceless. And then to get out like that.
What a great delivery. But some players, happily for them, have the knack, like Tom Norton seems to have, of making things happen, whether it's with a good ball, as it was mostly in the first innings, or with a poor delivery like that.
Well, Sam Curran, another left-hander's coming in. He's on a pair, having been bowled by the man who's going to be bowling at him now, Norton rather, in the first innings. And there are 2 balls left of this over, 2 for 47. I said the 7th wicket in the match for the young man, and he's going to remain round the wicket. So, Sam Curran. It isn't often that he plays 4-day cricket, but he wants to get his England place back.
It's just his 2nd match of the season in the Championship.
Yeah, so I gather.
Back to bowling action yesterday. We thought that he might not bowl, but
so tidy 5 overs, didn't he?
Yeah.
Here's Norton there to bowl to the new batsman Sam Curran, and he comes and bowls to him. And Curran, well, funny, she's sort of lost balance, pushes it wide of mid-off and gets off the mark.
He was very keen to get off the pair there, wasn't he? No matter how experienced the cricketer. It's always a good feeling too. Sam Curran has reached the age of 28. He seems to have been looking like a teenager for his entire career, wasn't he? Started very useful.
He does. Yeah, well, as time goes by, I remember commentating on his father, Kevin, was playing. It's a full toss and it's driven to mid-off. Important wicket that as it ends for the over ends. Norton 254 for 5. Surrey are in the lead by 1 run, and the batsmen to come: Patel, Thomas, Laws, and Clark. I got that right because you're 2. Yes.
Yes, because we've deleted 2 from lower down the order.
Yeah.
Good round of applause from Norton from this Castell Howell stand, as he has a drink off the 12thers down beneath us.
Yes, thoroughly deserved. Not the ball that deserved a wicket, but you take anything that comes in these circumstances. Now then, it'll be Tim Manley-Gooden to continue to the new batsman, Curran. Rory Pope, though, is still there.
He is indeed, and a lot of all-round capability for Surrey to come in the lower order with that rejigging of the batting order as Van der Hoogten bowls and has him caught behind.
Yes.
Curran goes for a single. It's 254 for 6 and game back on as Glamorgan get another double strike.
Well, that wasn't a very good shot, was it? Well, having said that, 2 wickets, as it happened earlier in the innings in successive overs. I don't think Curran will be very pleased with himself for getting out to that shot.
No, it was an indeterminate poke outside off stump, wasn't it?
1 for 6. You know what I mean?
And in this innings, as you remarked, Edward, wickets have fallen in pairs, 66 and 68, 144 and 145, and now 253 and 254. So Glamorgan will be hoping to break that, and they don't have to wait for a substantial amount of time now.
Are you into these Viz people?
Crick Viz.
What do they give? 90? Or they gave 82, somebody said at lunch today, for Glamorgan to win.
Really?
That's back on.
At lunch? Yeah, possibly now, but...
Not that I take much notice of that.
No.
If you're watching on television, the 3 wickets fall, they go back. What's the point of it? Yes, we all know, thank you very much, who the favourites are.
So Ryan Patel is in at, where are we, number 8?
He played a few shots
Survived longer than most in the first innings, made 24 before he was
Poor shot,
caught and bowled by TVDG.
Don't you think? Poor shot, that.
Curran, yes, very half-hearted. Didn't need to play it. If he did, should have been an attacking shot, and in the end it was a defensive. I think it's just the crowd getting excited. And for once they're all sitting on our side of the ground rather than the River Taff end, which is a bit of a rarity in the sunshine, that the sun is...
I shan't go there again today.
No.
It's too hot.
No, I'm
another lefty.
Sticking to this position with the lack of lifts. So Ryan Patel faces up to Tim van der Hoogten. And that's chipped away on the leg side, but it was aerial. Didn't quite reach Hurl at square leg. Well, that wasn't a very confident shot first ball from Ryan Patel.
3-day match? Who knows?
I think Surrey have still got plenty of in reserve to get some sort of lead.
I don't know.
Tea, by the way, is at 3:45, so we've got half an hour to go till there. As Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and Patel defends back up the wicket.
The umpire here, gentleman from where's he? India or Pakistan?
India.
Likes to give it the slow death, doesn't he?
Yeah, he doesn't give many LBWs, and he doesn't give many quick signals. You're right.
Whether he thought that it was an obvious nick because everybody knew, I think Curran knew.
Yes, you could see the deviation.
That he'd walk, but not many people do these days.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Van der Hoogten is in, turned on the leg side, and that is brilliantly fielded by Henry Hurl.
Well done, young man. Dixon goes over and says, well done.
Low 5. That's a stunning stop by Henry Hill next to the umpire. Looked as all the world that it was past him and heading towards the boundary.
It's been a good spell of bowling throughout by Tim van der Hoogten. Just look at his figures: 19 overs and 4 balls, 1 for 31.
Yeah, he's kept the pressure on, hasn't he? Even when wickets have been few and far between. As Van der Hoogten is in and Patel drives it back to him. I think your hour's about up, Edward, and Blake Bint of the ECB Reporters Network is going to give us half an hour of his time.
He's gone out sunbathing, is he?
Yeah, Churchy's
Churchy
wants to be several shades darker. So Edward will try not to take out all the equipment with him. Thank you very much indeed, Edward. This is always a little struggle. I've been known to destroy headphones with my size 11 feet. As Van der Hoogten is in, and that's turned away on the leg side by Patel to get off the mark. 255 for 6. Effectively 2 for 6, and well, wickets falling in pairs in this innings, Blake, have allowed the game to swing back and forth.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. Yeah, it seems that way, doesn't it? It's new ball pitch seems to be the phrase often used, but maybe it's just a pitch that's difficult to start on. If you kind of get one, you get up for it, and I think Henry Hurl's fielding in that over demonstrated as well. You know, when a wicket falls, they certainly get up for the fight. The ball is still only 7 overs old. Shall we take this over, Nick?
Please do.
Tom Norton then, the teenager. What a game he's had, or what a start to his first-class career. 2 for 48 in this innings. In for his 11th over of the day after 17 yesterday, running away from us. Round the wicket to Ryan Patel, who plays at this outside the off-stump through to Chris Cook. I come bearing the news as well, Nick, that the England international Maya Bouchier is out, which will be music
made
to
a
the
very
ears of
quick
Glamorgan
50.
fans.
Yeah.
63 from 42, bowled by Sarah Phillips, the Welsh girl from Llanelli.
Yeah, I was saying Glamorgan have got a lot of women, they've got a lot of spinners, not many seamers.
Yes, Norton in again around the wicket, and Patel drives nicely through extra cover. It was full, and there's a chase on. He's going to get 2 here as Mason Crane is the fielder in pursuit. Patel moves to 3, Surrey to 257 for 6, and leading by 4 now. So Glamorgan will bat again, if that was ever in doubt this morning.
Yeah, when they started 250 behind, he thought that Surrey couldn't really batter this badly again a second time round.
And you fancied with the sun beating down as well, it was always going to get better as the game goes on. As Norton's in once more, and edged and dropped short, I think, of Gully, which is well fielded by Ben Kellaway. Definitely saved a couple. And he gets high fives from his teammates. As I said, Glamorgan, after the 2 wickets in quick succession, are well up for it. 2 poor, undeserving dismissals, really. I mean, Sam Curran, or Van der Hoogten put the ball there. Sam Curran made the mistake, and Norton's one down the leg side. And he's in here and defends a back of the length ball. Patel up on his toes. Ollie Pope can still do some damage though, can't he, Nick?
Yeah, I mean, obviously a player of great quality who's got a double 100 to his credit against Glamorgan, albeit that was on absolute road at the Oval, where Mark Church and myself struggled to stay awake for 4 days.
Norton running away from us, around the wicket from the Cathedral Road end, and this very full ball is left outside the off stump by Patel. Yeah, he does average well at the Oval, doesn't he, Pope, which, to his credit, he has got a good record, but he's doing all right here in the second innings after falling for just 1 in the first innings, when he was out to Norton, caught by that stunning catch by Kieran Carlson at third slip. Credit to Glamorgan, fielded incredibly well in that first innings. Last ball of the over then, Norton to Patel, and that's played with a straight bat nicely, and he holds the pose up to mid-off, but there's no run as Crane comes round. 2 from the over from teenager Norton then, and Surrey 257 for 6.
So the game back in the melting pot in terms of Surrey needing to do an awful lot to avoid defeat. It looked as though they were well on the way to doing just that. With 6 wickets being down, you have to take into account that 2 of them are the tail enders from the first innings, with Surrey employing 2 night watchmen. They were in fact the 10 and 11, Abbott and Chahar.
Well, you fancy Jordan Clark will come in at 11 this innings, and he's no mug.
Yeah, so all-rounders all the way now for Surrey. So they have got capacity to add as Van der Hoogten bowls, turned away on the leg side, as Pope will pick up a couple of runs here. No, he won't, as it's stopped by Callaway out in front of the pavilion at mid-wicket. 258 for 6. Pope to 64. Duncan from Kent reinforces the point that it was Dwayne Jansen who played here for Gloucestershire in May, got a couple of wickets. Marco Jansen we mentioned earlier because he was playing for Welsh Fire's sister side, Washington Freedom.
Yes, I heard there was a big innings in that game, wasn't there?
Yeah, when the Aussies got 150. Mitch Owen as that's noodled away on the leg side for a couple of runs by Patel down to backward square. Norton with the fielding. Tom Norton in his glasses. 260 for 6, 7 for 6 effectively. Here on BBC Sport Online.
In Norton's glasses, he doesn't bowl in them though, does he? He's only fields in them, so. And he bats in a different pair of glasses, doesn't he? Like Asa Tribe, bespectacled.
Van der Hoogten in bowls. Patel blocks that one on the offside. No run. Yeah, when was the last time Glamorgan fielded during the course of the season 4 bespectacled players, with Byram and Neesham also falling into that category? That's one that even Dr. Hicknell would struggle to answer, I think.
Been exciting seeing Neesham this year. We'll see him back again Friday, won't we? T20 Blast.
Yes, I hope so. As he's turned that one way off his legs as Patel, down to Norton, who's in quickly enough to prevent a second run with the throw arrowing in right next to the stumps. 261 for 6. 6 T20 games to come, but Glamorgan do have 4 of them here at Sapphire Gardens. They probably need to win at least 4 to be in the mix. Out of the 6, you would have thought.
Well, if they can start with a win on Friday, momentum tends to be an important factor in that format. Van der
Hoogten bowls and pushing forward is Pope, playing back to the bowler. Yeah, Neesham's been a bit hot and cold, hasn't he? He's a fabulous bowling performance up at Blackpool and the winning runs against Somerset, but a couple of expensive outings with the ball.
Such is the way in that format, I suppose. And the One Day Cup should be an exciting time for Glamorgan, if not a difficult time, with 5 players away at the 100 now, after the last 2 wildcard picks, but good chance for the youngsters to get a go.
Yeah, it equals the most absentees Glamorgan have had in that period, as Pope defends on the offside. And there's no run. It'd be interesting to see if, you know, the greater number of absentees, the 100, do they pick Colin Ingram and Chris Cook during that month, because they didn't last year?
Yeah, Ingram took on a coaching role, didn't he? And Chris Cook was available for selection, but
I think he had
opted out.
1 or 2 injury worries, and they wanted to keep him for the championship.
I think from memory, they said they thought about playing him towards the back end to get him, you know, ready, just hitting balls, ready for the end of the county championship season, which would make sense. But with all the wicket keepers in the club, you'd almost feel him.
Yeah, I wouldn't have him keeping wicket even if he did play.
Here comes Norton continuing then from the Cathedral Road end, and that's, well, an attempted cut from Patel. He's got an inside edge and a scamper through for a single with Chris Cook attempting to pick up quickly. Patel moves to 7.
I think I'd be tempted to play either Ingram or Cook in each game, as the replay shows how close that was for Patel, actually. Just past the leg stump. Maybe if you play one of them in each game, then you've got an old head.
Yeah, and Billy Root will probably be a feature.
Yeah.
Potentially as captain.
Yeah.
There's probably a few candidates that might be in the ring for that. Norton over the wicket to Ollie Pope, then the right-hander, who defends and takes a quick single up to mid-on. Crane looks to throw to the keeper's end, but safely home, and Pope to 65, Surrey 263 for 6.
I'm sure Byram and Root would welcome a run in the side of the more experienced batters who haven't been regularly in the first team this season.
Well, Byram especially left out of the squad for this one when Zainul Hassan injured and Billy Root got his go, which is fair enough. He's been on drinks duties for a few weeks now. Norton round the wicket defending is Patel into the offside.
It's probably a familiar refrain to Surrey listeners who'll be thinking, what are they worried about having 5 absentees? In Surrey usually have at least a complete first team, if not more, absent during the 100, and they've usually got 2 or 3 England players and a handful of teenagers.
But in fairness to them, it's unearthed the likes of Adam Thomas and Ralphie Albert last year's One Day Cup. Norton short and cuts Patel aerially but safely over extra cover, and Crane's in pursuit, but he's not going to be able to cut it off. It's 4 to Patel, who moves to double figures. Sorry, to 267 for 6, a loose ball from the young Norton.
Yeah, he hasn't. I mean, he's taken backloads of wickets, obviously, but the consistency isn't quite there. But if he continues taking wickets at the rate he has, I don't think anyone will be too worried at this point of his career.
Around the wicket he goes again. Patel defends back to Norton. Yeah, I would tend to agree that I'm sure no one's worrying about him with the performances he's been putting in so far. I did put the question to him last night that, you know, what is it that's setting you apart from other bowlers to be able to get these big scalps, you know, the 4 internationals in his first 4 wickets yesterday, and he just said, you know, just good work with David Harrison. That's what he puts it down to, nothing special. Going over the wicket to Patel now, who drives a low full toss. Pearl, good work in the covers. He's been busy in Ingram's absence, and another good stop from him as at the end of the over, Surrey 267 for 6. Of course, following on and now leading by 14. 40 overs left in the day. 15 minutes till the fixed tea time of 3:45. Oh, good timing that.
Once again, you're very welcome to go out to look at the pitch during the interval. Please don't take any food or drink with
Yeah,
you.
don't drop your chips on a length. Spill your coffee on the crease.
Change at the river end because returning to bowl is Ryan Hadley.
We managed to work out why we've only got an extra 4 overs today, by the way, because it baffled us earlier.
No, I can't say I'm aware of that. Maybe it's as a reward of actually getting through 104 yesterday. They thought we're not going to do it
for good behaviour,
again.
yeah. 7:18 we finished last night. Hadley into the attack and Pope taking a single off the first ball of the over. 268 for 6.
I would say as he's bowling now as well, we can probably talk about the fact that it's probably going to confuse this man even more, because he's self-confessed he doesn't understand the timing rules of when you walk off and fixed times one day and go by overs left another day. He just says, you know, when they tell me to walk off, I walk off, and when they tell me to stay on, I stay on.
Fair enough.
That's the character he is.
He's got well, another day and a bit of being a Glamorgan cricketer, Ryan Hadley, for the time being, as he bowls up in the block hole and Patel defends into the offside Callaway Fields.
I think from what I understand, the club have enjoyed him being here. He's had a good impact. He's enjoyed being here. From talking to him, it seems that way. One to look at for future years. Of course, they like having the same overseas for multiple years. Just look at Colin Ingram and Marnus Labuschagne of past years.
Yes, he'd certainly be in the frame for another stint next year, you would have thought. A New South Walian, as he's into bowl. Oh, that's an odd delivery. That one slipped a bit, I think. And no shot played by Patel. It was over-pitched and well wide of off stump. But the Aussies don't tend to be available for the back end of the season these days. They have to go and pump weights or whatever in their gyms back at home.
Well, and this is the busiest 12 months Ryan Hadley's had, because this year was the most he played in an Australian summer, and now playing his first English summer of county cricket at least.
Hadley in bowls. Patel drives straight to cover. No run. Yeah, it is a bit of a physical shock, the county championship, just in terms of the workload, I think, compared with the Sheffield Shield, which is fewer matches and spread out a bit more.
Well, 6 matches in 7 weeks in the first block, and the last block he won't be here for, but that's 6 in 6 weeks, isn't it?
Yes, I think I'll be resting and rotating at some point in that period.
Well, thankfully, there's plenty of other candidates you've got alongside you.
Indeed. Here's Hadley in to bowl past the outside edge of Patel's bat. Through to keeper. Applause from the crowd. They're on their mettle, the spectators. Not dozed off in the afternoon sunshine. 268 for 6, effectively 15 for 6, but with 2 of the tail enders among the 6 that are out.
Just looking around the ground, it's unusual to see so few people at that river end of the ground, isn't it? Maybe it's too hot down there, so they've set up camp this end.
The sun trap is too hot. As Hadley bowls a short delivery that's pulled around, but he's managed to pick out Norton down beneath us at fine leg, just the single to Patel. 2-6-9 for 6. Patel will retain the strike. He's on 12. Ollie Pope is on 66. The lead is 16.
Yeah, they're going along steadily, albeit effectively 16 for 6, as you say.
Returning
They've
to
got
bowl
plenty
at
of
the
batting to come.
Cathedral Road end, Ben Calloway.
And Ben Calloway is going to come back to replace Tom Norton, who is 2 for 56 from his 16 overs. 12 of those bowled today.
Yeah, Glamorgan without the extra seamer in this match. And people point to Ul Hassan's stats, and maybe his batting average isn't as high as he or the club would want, but certainly balances the side, giving you that fourth seamer.
He does. He bowls a lot of tough overs as well when no one really wants the ball. There's Calloway doing it now round the wicket to Patel, who leaves outside the off stump. He's got a slip and a short leg for catches, and a close cover is Kieran Carlson, and a sweeper either side. And he comes again, right arm round the wicket, flighted and defended to point. Patel. Not seen Calloway bowl with the left arm at all this season. We don't often see it with the red ball, but haven't seen it in the white ball either, I don't think.
Not the games I've watched, no, and I've watched most of them either in person or from afar.
And he is again off break, and again flighted and defended back to him. It's probably in games like this, if get another 50 overs into the innings, it might be.
Yeah, it's time for a left armour, Ben.
He's going okay with the right arm so far, and this one's flicked into the leg side, and a quick single taken to wide mid-on. Patel ticking along in singles up to 13. Brings Ollie Pope onto strike on 66, and the short leg just changing sides. So both edges in play. Calloway will hope for. There's been a bit of turn on day 3. Saw from Mason Crane earlier in particular. And here he is over the wicket, Calloway to Pope. That's played off the hip to deep backward square where Asa Tribe fields. Not under the lid at short leg this time. His seniority's obviously gone up in the side, and Billy Root's the one under the lid today after Henry Hill did it yesterday. Calloway round the wicket to Patel, who defends back to him, and a steady start to a new spell. 2 from the over, 271 for 6. Surrey. Pope 67, Patel 13.
Elsewhere in Division 1, 1 results today. Leicestershire, who are one of the two sides below Glamorgan at the start of this round. Leicestershire beat Yorkshire by an innings and 39 runs. Yorkshire all out for 229 in their second innings, despite some tail-end resistance. Moriarty 51 not out. 3 wickets apiece for Davey, for Alex Green and for Patel. Ajaz Patel, briefly a Glamorgan player a couple of seasons back. The New Zealand spinner, played in the final month of the 22 or 23 season. Ryan Hadley from the River Taff end. Into bowl to Pope. Works it into a gap on the offside and will go through for the single. 272 for 6. Pope to 68. At Chelmsford, Essex is still in deep trouble. 175 for 7 in their second innings. That's still 98 runs short of avoiding an innings defeat. 3 wickets apiece for the Notts opening bowlers, O'Neill and Patterson-White. Not sure what was going on there. Spinner opening the bowling, Liam Patterson-White, but it's paid off anyway. Hadley is in to bowl to Patel through outside off stump, no shot. Taunton, Somerset 199 for 6 in their second innings, with Thomas Roux on 60 not out. But Somerset leading just by 77 there. At Hove, Hampshire, who've been struggling, are well placed now. Sussex 117 for 6, needing a further 136 to win off their last 4 wickets. A couple have gone cheaply recently there. Hadley bowls and Patel blocks that one to mid-off.
Sounds like the Hove pitch is a Sapphire Gardens-esque one, where it does a bit early on, first innings, and then it's all about the second innings pile-on.
Well, lower scoring than last week, certainly, as Glamorgan were on the wrong end down on the southeast coast of England. Derbyshire beat Lancashire by 9 wickets. Just 25 for 1 needed for Derby in their second innings.
Moa Bass back in.
Hadley on his way to Patel, leaves through to Cook. Not too far away from off stump, but far enough. Up at Durham, Northants are 123 for 3 in their second innings. That is a lead of 168 runs. 2 wickets to Potts, 1 to Parkinson, and no Ben Stokes in that match anymore. He was withdrawn along with Gus Atkinson from this game. At Canterbury, Kent 57 for 2, leading Middlesex by 30 runs. Hadley into Patel, slashes that one away on the offside. Between point and cover, there is no sweeper on the pavilion side of the ground, and it runs away for 4. And at New Road, Worcestershire have been bowled out for 388, which is a lead of 99 over Gloucestershire on first innings. Half centuries for Hose, D'Oliveira, Brooks and Waite in the middle order there for the pairs. Surrey women beat Worcestershire by 74 runs in the T20 Counties Cup. And at Newport, oh dear, Hampshire 194 for 2 with 4 balls of their innings to go.
Oosh.
So that's an inside edge from Patel, but doesn't carry through to Chris Cook, who saves well. 276 for 6. Francesca Sweet is on 72 not out for Hampshire. Maya Bouchier hit 63. And Glamorgan bowling figures, some of them aren't too pleasant. Sarah Phillips bowled her 4 overs, 1 for 26. Katie Cobb 1 for 33 off her 4. Those are the 2 wicket takers. But as against Lancashire at Brecon last season, round 3 of the County Cup is probably where Glamorgan's progress comes to a shuddering halt.
Ben Calloway over the wicket to Ollie Pope then, as there's an LBW appeal, but he's outside the line of off stump, and Pope stands there with his large stride to showcase that to the umpire.
He's very good at that, isn't he?
Yeah.
Look where my pad is, ump.
Yeah, just letting you know. And Calloway flights up and Pope runs down to a vacant short third. Backward point, Hadley comes round for 1 run, 277 for 6. I suppose one positive sign in the Hampshire innings as well is Abby Norgrove, who will be plying her trade at Welsh Fire later this summer. And Calloway switching to round the wicket for the left-handed Patel, who drives easily out to deep cover, and Hurl does the fielding. He moves to 18. But you're right, round 3 is a tough ask at this stage. Next year, who knows what the Glamorgan squad will look like when contracts come flying around. Calloway over to Pope, who defends awkwardly. He kind of pushes onto the back foot on a rather full delivery, but he's safe.
He hasn't played much off the back foot, Pope, has he?
No, he's generally opted for that stride, knowing he can't get out LBW, and he does so again here, but an inside edge which just evades Billy Root at short leg. One more delivery, and then should get one more in before tea. Glamorgan will hope they can get a breakthrough. As Kellaway's over the wicket to Pope, who pushes into the offside again. Another easy single is offered to him. And Crane, with some fancy footwork, does the fielding. Surrey 279 for 6. Ollie Pope 70, Ryan Patel 18.
3:43 on the board, on the digital clock. So there will comfortably be another over, but nothing after that, because Ryan Hadley doesn't go through his overs as quickly as some, especially since he's coming off a pretty long run.
You can see why they manage his overs, can't you? He does almost push off the sight screen at Sapphire Gardens with the short, straight boundaries.
Well, it's probably the similar number of strides to other bowlers. He's just got much longer strides. Oh, no, false start because Pope isn't quite ready. So, second go for Hadley. Into bowl to Pope, just down the one slip now. Pulls the short ball away on the onside. Wicket is deep and they take a single. Looks as though there might be a few of those to Pope anyway, because they had 3 out in the deep on the leg side for that particular ball. So everyone crosses around fairly gently. And we will take a 20-minute interval when Churchy will be back with you after the break. For BBC Radio London listeners, he'll be 3 shades darker in his already impressive tan. 280 for 6. Hadley in to bowl. Patel smashes it into covers where Kellaway makes a good stop.
Yeah, they've looked lively in the field. Glamorgan at the very least, when things aren't going your way, it's easy to switch off or let things get away, but they've stayed pretty on it in the field. Credit to them. Because it's hot out there, let me tell you.
Thankfully, our media facilities are air-conditioned better than most. Hadley around the wicket to Patel, who's defending that one. The grunt of effort from Hadley, and probably hear from here.
And 14 overs old, or 14 and a half overs old, this second new ball. I think the way Patel played that is already showing the life might be out of it.
Yeah, Glamorgan have still got a long way to go despite the match situation. Surrey with a much better effort this time round. 95 runs added in the morning session for 2 wickets. It'll be just over the 100 mark for 2, unless Glamorgan can strike these next 3 balls. Patel flicks one off his legs. There's a bit of a chase for Hill around the square leg boundary. Keeps them down to 2. 282 for 6. Patel to 20 not out.
I should say, before we break for tea and I leave, I heard Ed Bevan mention Clydach earlier, Graham Wagg playing for them. Should say they're in the National Village Cup last 32 today, playing at Horsepath in Oxfordshire, so best of luck to them. A quick look at the scorecard showed that Mr. Wagg isn't playing, but representing Glamorgan and Gwent.
Well done to them. Hadley bowls and Patel pushes it away on the offside, straight to cover. No run. I last saw Graham Wagg a few years back when I was keeping wicket behind his son, who was batting for Rogerstone at the time.
Were there any words in the ears of the youngster?
No.
From Mr. Webb, or you're...
No, I'm not that sort of... I play to enjoy my cricket, not to wind people up. It was a Sunday friendly anyway. And he was only about 13, I think, at the time. As Hadley bowls, Patel drives. No run, end of the session. Surrey 282 for 6, leading by 29. Pope has 71, Patel 20. Few closing thoughts on the session then, Blake?
Well, it's Surrey's session, isn't it? It has to be said. Despite the 2 wickets that Glamorgan picked up, Ollie Pope is still there, going along steadily, and Ryan Patel has looked pretty unbothered since joining him. And as we've mentioned a few times, at 6 down, that doesn't really tell the full story, with still to come Adam Thomas, Jordan Clark, Tom Laws, and am I missing one? No, Pope and Patel are in. So yeah, still plenty of batting to come, and a lead of 29 I can imagine soon be built on in the evening session.
Thank you very much indeed, Blake. We'll be back with commentary at 4:05, just after a BBC Radio Wales bulletin update.
I've got some tea time scores plus another result to bring you up to date with. The result, first of all, comes from Queen's Park in Chesterfield, where Derbyshire have beaten Lancashire by 9 wickets. In the other games in the Rothesay County Championship, starting at Taunton, Somerset in their second innings at 206 for 6, leading Warwickshire by 84 runs. At Chesterley Street, in their second innings, Northamptonshire are 131 for 3, so they're leading Durham by 176. At Hove, Sussex in their second innings are 124 for 8. That's against Hampshire, and Sussex still need a further 129 runs to win. At Chelmsford, in their second innings, Essex are 181 for 8. They're still trailing Nottinghamshire by 92 runs. At New Road, Worcestershire have just been dismissed by Gloucestershire for 388, so Gloucestershire are trailing by 99 runs. And at Canterbury, Kent, in their second innings, are 68 for 2, so Kent are leading Middlesex by 41 runs. A reminder that if you're seeking a score sheet for this game, they're available completely free of charge from reception. Reception is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, and that's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2026 Glamorgan Yearbook. The Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports, is situated opposite Gate 2 and is also selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Cafe, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, and don't forget, there's a 10% discount there for Glamorgan members and season ticket holders on all food sales. Hot and cold drinks plus snacks are also available for purchase from the mobile unit beneath the Castet Howell stand at the Cathedral Road end of the stadium, while smacks can also be purchased from the vending machine situated at the rear of the Hugh Morris National Cricket Centre. With lovely warm weather with us still, don't forget to hydrate and to please use the free of charge water refill points at various locations around the stadium. And don't forget there's also the recently opened multi-faith prayer room and reflection space situated in the Undercroft area below the pavilion seats. Finally, the Museum of Welsh Cricket will be closing today at the end of the team's walk. Why not visit it to look at some of the new displays, watch some of the films, or even to purchase a copy of the special brochure Hugh Morris, A Life in Cricket. It's available for just £10, with all proceeds going to Velindre Cancer Hospital. And if you can't make it over to the museum, then there are copies available in reception.
I had one of those. Oh, is that Esso petrol? Yeah. Petrol petrol, my father came sick and he got for the course of pay. Anybody who goes in and run past you, make this point the picture they run out. When somebody got transferred, to give you everything. I won't tell you that in case they turn me down and use that and I carry it back here. So I'll go and ask them about it first. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you. Yep.
Sorry, I chose whether my jacket clean. I did buy him first. I wore my one
Surrey at tea are 282 for 6. That's a lead of just 29 runs, though they do have some batting capability left. Notably, the England batter, Ollie Pope, who's 71 not out. Just 2 wickets falling in the afternoon. Rory Burns made a solid 115 before he was caught behind off Tom Norton. Then Tim van der Hoogten getting rid of Sam Curran for 1. Surrey restart after tea, 282 for 6, leading by 29.
To resume the Surrey second innings after tea, Ollie Pope and Ryan Patel. And to resume the bowling for Glamorgan at the Cathedral Road end, Mason Crane.
And to resume the commentating for the British Broadcasting Corporation, Mr. Mark Church and Mr. Nicholas Webb.
I am delighted to be alongside you, Mr. Webb, on this broadcast to the nation.
Marvellous.
It is very warm out there. I went and had a little sit in the stand during that little session before tea. It is very warm out there, and Surrey's still under a fair amount of pressure here with a lead of just 29, 6 wickets down. And Glamorgan have just chipped away this afternoon. A couple of wickets in that session after lunch for them.
Crane is in to bowl and Pope drives to short cover. Carlson fields no run.
Yeah, so Rory Burns, brilliant 100, but then caught down the leg side off Norton for 115, and then Sam Curran caught behind off Van der Hoodman for 1. Ollie Pope 71 not out, Ryan Patel 20 not out, but the lead is just 29 for Surrey.
Crane is into bowl and Pope presses forward, no run. Yeah, Glamorgan have plugged away gamely, but I think both those wickets in the afternoon owed something to batter error.
Yeah, I think it was a shot from Rory Burns that can happen, just trying to tickle one down the leg side, and then Sam Curran just nicking one off.
That's short and pulled away by Pope emphatically, and beautifully saved by Callum Nichols out on the mid-wicket boundary. That's why you get youngsters doing the fielding.
Yeah, very good bit of work. I think Ollie Pope thought that was away for 4. Nichols got round very quickly and put the dive in. But yeah, important partnership this between these two. So far it's worth just 29. But Surrey will want to bat the remaining 34.3 overs today and get that lead up.
Crane is into bowl and kept a little bit low as Patel dug it out. Nichols, a 21-year-old bat who's been sort of around the Glamorgan squad for a few years now, but hasn't actually made a competitive debut. Thought might be in the running in this game, as that's turned away on the leg side by Patel. No run.
Yes, and look, it's not beyond the rounds of possibility that this could be over today. Sorry to lose these 4 wickets quickly, and then Glamorgan knock the runs off. But as I say, all Surrey will be thinking now is about these 34.1 overs today.
Crane bowls. Patel is forward defending. No run. 1 off the over. First after tea. 34 to go, as Mark says. And Surrey's ambition will be to extend the lead, maybe by 100 or so, and lose as few wickets as possible, so they've got some sort of competitive position going into the final day, and getting a chance maybe to bat themselves to safety. I think the loss of those 2 wickets before tea has probably taken away any thought that Surrey might be able to declare, because they're not going to have enough wickets left to be able to push on very hard.
Yep, they're just going to have to bat sensibly again. And how many overs have we had? 16 with this new ball. So still, the ball will be hard and fresh. And it's going to be Hadley to get us started after tea from the River Taff end. He's coming into Ollie Pope, and Pope on drives. Doesn't really time it, but he'll get a single up to mid-on. Scampers through for the single. Does Ollie Pope. And he'll move on to 73. Been a good innings this from Ollie Pope. Terrific innings from Rory Burns. Really, wasn't he? So disappointed when he was caught down the leg side, trying to flick a ball down to fine leg. It's his first 100 for a while, so when his side really needed him to step up, but that's the sort of cricketer he is, Rory Burns. Real fighter. As left-handed Ryan Patel On to strike for the first time after tea to Hadley. Glamorgan crowd are loving this though. Being sat in the stand and hearing all the chatter. As around the wicket goes Hadley to Patel, and Patel's pushing this one down towards backward point. Crane will do the fielding in there, and there is no run. But yes, a lot of chuntering going on around the ground, Mr. Webb, about various things.
Okay.
England chat as well, a lot of England chat about their defeat in the Test match to New Zealand. They've announced their squad now, England.
All right.
Yes, I feel a bit for James Rowe. He's not in that squad. Jordan Cox is. As settling over his bat once again is Ryan Patel. And forward goes Patel. Plays this one out into the offside, and there is no run. And the result of the investigation into the incident. And the headline is Stokes and Atkinson blameless for violent conduct. That is the headline from that. There we are. That was well worth a week of investigation.
Written warning, no further action added to their removal from the second test.
Yes, that's it. All done. And from these games that they were playing in for the first 2 days. As Patel waits with his bat raised high in the air. Now one's beaten on the outside edge. It's a no ball now. Just from the reaction behind the stumps, I'm wondering whether he may have even got a little feather on that. Because the head shot straight round from Hadley to the umpire.
Yeah, there wasn't any obvious reaction from Chris Cook. You would have thought he'd have started to appeal had he thought there was an edge.
Hadley sporting a very large sweatband on his left wrist. As around the wicket he goes to Ryan Patel, who's forward, playing this one out towards cover point. I saw Mr. Hadley when I was sat by the tractors. There must be a toilet, I think, down in that stand, because he came off and wandered through the gate and I think did his ablutions and then came back onto the field of play.
Which area is that?
Down by the scoreboard where those two tractors are.
That might be a ground staff facility.
Indeed, ground staff facility, wisely used by the fast bowler. You often at the Kia Oval see players dashing off to Lee Fortis's workshop. In around the wicket comes Hadley. Short, hooking, Patel has rolled the wrists on it. Dixon will come round to do the fielding. And they will get a single. One more to the total. Just about rolled the wrists on that. Did Ryan Patel. Lead's gone up to 34 now.
There is also a facility directly behind the sight screen which players have been
known to dash off to.
Dash off to when a wicket falls or there's a break between overs or whatever.
Marching back is Hadley towards those facilities. Down there at the River Taff end. Big white sheet behind him acting as an extension of the sight screen. And he's coming over the wicket to the right-handed Ollie Pope. And Pope, looks to drive one that just hopped at him a touch. Hit it high up on the bat. Potters out towards Kieran Carson with his magnificent moustache. End of the over, 287 for 6. Patel 21, Pope 73. And Surrey lead by just the 34 runs.
Looking at that squad then, Stokes captain, Ahmed Archer, Atkinson, Bashir, Bethel, Brook, Cox, Duckett, Fisher, Gay, Robinson, Root, Smith and Tongue. So, who's going to keep wicket then?
Smith.
Yeah.
You would have thought.
Yep.
Unless they come to their senses and give the gloves to someone else and just let him bat.
Well, Surrey's wicketkeeper is unavailable
He
because
is
of
at the
bowling.
moment because of bowling.
Crane in bowls, driven into the offside by left-handed Patel. They'll jog through for a single. 288 for 6. Wickets falling in pairs. 2 in each session, so we should be due for another couple around about 6 o'clock at this rate. And Surrey will be effectively 120 for 8 or something. Crane bowls, and Pope is pushing forward. Out on the offside, no run.
Bit more cloud now, isn't there? Sun's just disappeared for a while.
Yeah, it's probably just taken an edge off it for the players, who I'm sure have been toiling hard out there. Crane in, bowls, Pope swings it to mid-off, and he has gone for 73, and that's the big one that England needed. Driving at that, not getting quite to the pitch of it, and an easy catch in the end for Kellaway at mid-off.
Well, I don't think Ollie Pope can believe he's just done that. It was tossed up by Crane, and Ollie Pope, I think, was looking to go over the top of mid-off, but he's mishit it completely, and he's having to drag himself off for 73, because that is a huge wicket, with Surrey leading by just the 35, and you can see Ollie Pope, the disappointment as he makes his way slowly off. But as he hit it, he sort of put a hand to his head as if to say, oh no. But I think he was looking to go over the top, but he just completely mishit it. It was tossed up by Crane.
Yeah, have a go at that. Yes, please, I will.
And Kellaway hardly had to move.
And, well, Pope hasn't really made an error in that innings. I've got absolutely nothing noted down in terms of half chances, quarter chances.
Yeah, and you can see as he hits that,
Yeah.
he just, you know,
He knows.
he's got it wrong. And he's only just got up the stairs back to the dressing room, so that's a huge wicket for Glamorgan. And it means Adam Thomas wanders out number 9. Everybody sort of dropped down 2 places in this Surrey batting order because of the double night watchman last night. So Surrey desperately need a partnership here now. There was one just beginning to build there between Pope and Patel. But then Ollie Pope goes for 73. And it means that Surrey are basically a 35 for 7 here, because their lead is 35. As Adam Thomas, very talented young man, this one. Played nicely yesterday until he got a top edge on a pull, and a very simple catch for Chris Cook behind the stumps. So Mason Crane with that breakthrough after tea, and there'll be cock a hoop about that, will Glamorgan, as Crane comes in over the wicket to Thomas, and his first ball's a full toss that he nudges up the ground. Norton does the fielding. Welcome back to Edward Bevan. That's a huge wicket for Glamorgan.
Yeah, rather a tame shot, wasn't it? But there we are, he played so well.
Yeah, first mistake he made, really. As Crane is in, quicker, and Thomas is turning this off the stumps into the leg side, and will get a single to get himself off the mark. So we move on to 289 for 7. As I say, that sort of equates to 36 for 7, with the lead of just 36.
Yeah.
Need a few more than that. Sorry.
You want to put 100 in front of that?
Yeah,
at least.
absolutely. As Crane comes in over the wicket to Ryan Patel, and Patel is forward and softly pushing this one out into the offside. So very good over from Mason Crane. The wicket of Ollie Pope, and Surrey are 289 for 7.
Yes, and it looks at the moment, you never know, that Glamorgan will be chasing not a great total, and even though the leg spinner Chahar will be around, you know, you've got to get, as you say, you've got to get more runs.
Absolutely. I said to Nick, Surrey need to be batting at stumps tonight.
How many overs left?
We've got another 32 remaining, so a whole session really. Because even if they went at 2 and over, that'd be another 65 on top of the 36.
It much depends on these two.
Well, still Tom Laws to come, of course.
Hadley then, from the river end, comes in and bowls outside the off stump.
Yep, Jordan Clark and Tom Laws still to come. Tom
Yes.
Laws having replaced Gus Atkinson,
Well, that's a big...
who is officially in the England squad, Edward. And Ben Stokes is officially the England captain again. And Atkinson and Stokes blameless for violent conduct.
Well, we knew that.
Yes, we did. We all knew this, but they've done their investigation now, so told us what they didn't tell us before.
But beginning to lose a bit of interest in all this.
I'm bored of it, if I'm honest. Very bored of it.
There's Hadley. From the river end, comes in, bowls. Oh, that's one that flew past Thomas's right ear. And Cook taking it in front of his right shoulder. So Glamorgan, in fairness, have stuck to their task, picking up wickets. Finally, 4 wickets have fallen, 2 in 2 successive overs, and then another 2 in successive overs.
That's exactly what Mr. Webb was saying. Yeah, they've just stuck in there today. Very patient stuff from Glamorgan.
Short leg in suggests that the odd bouncer might be coming Thomas's way. Hadley with this rhythmic run-up from that far end comes in, bowls, and Thomas gets behind it, pushes it away into the gully. Tom Norton is feeling it's an odd position for him.
Yeah,
But he won't mind.
no,
He'll feel anywhere.
diving around the place and aggressively coming in on that push from Adam Thomas. Nice atmosphere out there. Wouldn't have had a sit in the stand. Nice atmosphere around the
You
place.
have a nice rest. What, here or over there?
The other side, down by the river.
Scorching, isn't it?
Lovely down there. I even took my shoes off. That's why I sat all on my own.
Hadley halfway through this over, 1 for 47. As he comes in, bowls. Thomas gets a run on the offside in the gap between cover and extra. And he's off the mark. Well, no, it's his second run. 290 for 7, and the lead, the meagre 37, with 2 wickets in the shed.
And welcome to listeners on Sports Extra 2.
3 wickets, I should say.
Joining myself and Edward Bevan, 290 for 7, Surrey. They have lost Ollie Pope since tea. Off Mason Crane for 73. Big wicket. Looking for a shot down the ground. Completely mistimed it, Ollie Pope. And Kellaway hardly had to move an inch. Stood up at mid-off to take the catch.
You're watching Hadley, medium fast, come round the wicket to the left-handed Patel. Bowls to him. Patel leaves a rising ball go past. We've seen a couple of deliveries which have lifted in this over from Hadley. And having used 2 night watchmen last night, Abbott and Chiragh, you can say that they're batting all the way down the order
They
now.
certainly are. You know, Adam
Clark
Thomas.
or Laws at 11.
Yeah, Adam Thomas coming out at number 9. And Jordan Clark at 10 probably, and Laws at 11.
Hadley to finish the over. Comes in, past the umpire, bowls to Thomas, Patel. Patel gets on his toes and jabs it away. And that is the end of the over. I think that with a late order batsman, the main threat here will be Crane.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because he's getting a little bit of turn, but he bowls the googly so well as well.
And that was a big wicket of Ollie Pope.
There's a tame shot, tame dismissal. Do you think perhaps he thought, right, I'm the only senior batsman
No,
left. I've got to try and...
No, I don't think so. I think, to give Crane credit, I think he got it up above his eye line. So I think he saw it and thought, right, I'll go down the ground here. He just mistimed it completely.
He did, didn't he?
And he just stood there with his head in his hands. As here is Crane then, coming in over the wicket to Thomas. Full toss, he's driven it straight back at Crane, who does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run. So Surrey lead by just 37. So that's not enough, obviously.
37 for 7.
Indeed. And there are 30.5 overs remaining today. As Crane is over the wicket, and Thomas looks to whip through the leg side. That's always going down as it hits the pads. And
The
rolls
googly.
away. Yep, he bowls a good googly, doesn't
does,
he?
yeah.
Mason Crane. He's had a very good game here because, of course, he made his maiden first-class century yesterday. That was a great moment.
Very
actually.
useful member of this side now.
As over the wicket he comes once more. And Thomas is up on his toes, punching out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They'll take a single. And Adam Thomas will move on to 3. And Surrey moving on to 291 for 7. So everybody dotted around the ground at the moment in the sun. Very warm here today. Going to be warmer tomorrow, they're
And
saying.
Wednesday even warmer still.
More. As in over the wicket again goes Crane to Patel, and Patel's letting this one go outside his off stump.
When do Surrey start there? 2020?
Friday night at Hove.
Down by the sea?
Down by the sea, with hopefully the sun shining. It's always a lovely trip to Hove.
Yeah,
especially when the sun's
really
shining.
enjoys it. Enjoy a trip to Hove.
Yeah, lovely. People on deck chairs. Forward goes Patel. Plays this one back up the pitch quietly to Mason Crane. So, yeah, Friday at Hove. It all gets underway again, the T20.
Suggest that you leave rather early with Brighton weekend like this.
Oh, absolutely. I might even leave on Thursday. As Crane blows into his hand, and then over the wicket he goes. Quicker, cut away by Ryan Patel out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They'll pick up another single.
Would you stay down?
No, I'll drive back. But you're right, if the weather's like this, Brighton front and beach will be packed.
Friday afternoon driving.
People frying on the beach. And then having their fish and chips.
Better trip back then, everybody will be going the other way.
Yeah, exactly. The trip back will be fine. It's the going bit.
That's when you have to go through Croydon, don't you?
Yeah, I'm going from Kent, so it'll be all right, actually. It's just straight down the M25, M23.
Yeah.
So, although that has its moments, the old M23.
I bet.
Although most motorways have their moments these days, don't they?
Every motorway has its moments. Traffic is enormous. We have a new over from Ryan Hadley, the Australian. He's coming in now and bowls to the left-handed Patel, and Chris Cook has to leap like a salmon there to take it above his head. He's getting some lift. And the umpire's coming to have a word. No, he's not. He's just going...
Swapping sides.
Swapping over to point and not stay at square leg, because there's a short leg coming in. If that makes sense to you all. He'll block his view.
He's going to get some short stuff here, Ryan Patel.
Yeah.
He is a compulsive hooker.
Andy Gorfin has been on the field. I think he's still there as well. 12th, 13th or 14th man. We've seen Hurl. Yeah, is Hadley in, bowls, another short delivery. Tell not to be tempted.
No, you can see Ryan Patel's just going to try and get underneath these at the moment. As I say, he can at times be a compulsive hooker and puller.
You were saying yesterday, yeah.
And he's been out a couple of times, top edges. So he's obviously saying to himself, I'm not going to take this on. They've got a man back at 45, behind square on the leg side, not all the way out on the boundary. That's for the top edge. And
The analysers, Mark, don't miss much, do they?
Oh, no. You now see somebody doing that, and it gets round very quickly.
Oh, very quickly. Round the wicket is Hadley, comes in, bowls to Patel, and gets another one.
He's practicing his calf muscles here, stretching those with all this ducking. Ryan Patel.
Reminds me of that wasted morning by England who kept bowling bouncers on the third, was it the second or third morning?
Yeah.
Ridiculous, 24 runs off the first couple of overs.
And then Joffre didn't bowl till sort of
20
20 minutes before lunch. Then Bethel had the new ball in his hands after 4 overs. It was all a bit of a muddle, wasn't it, really?
I think Mr. Root will be glad to see
No,
Ben Stokes coming back.
absolutely. I think he's done his bit now.
Here's Hadley again. Bowls, and that's nudged away. They'll have to be quick. and they make it in time.
Yeah, it's a good bit of cricket from Ryan Patel because it gets him up the
Yes.
other end. So, quick single taken. Yeah, we were, Mr. Coney and I were having a bit of a giggle about that. The discussions about, right, so who can, right, so let's go, well, we can't use Harry, can we, because he'll have to sit down in front of the press, so we won't go with Harry. Who else could we try here? What about Ollie? He's been captaining his county side. Oh no, he's injured. Can't go Ollie. So we're going to have to go back to Joe.
Yeah. Joe, would you like to cut?
Joe,
I have to?
What do you want, Joe? Anything. We'll get you your knighthood early. Mrs. Root wants 3 holidays a year. Done.
It's the right-handed Thomas facing now, as in comes Hadley and bowls to him, and he nudges that away on the offside, and Norton is in quickly from the gully, and there's no chance of a run.
I liked his comment to Simon Mann, who said, "So what happens now?" And he said, "I've got absolutely no idea." He said, "I've just been preoccupied with this test match."
They took 3 different bodies to find out if guilty or not.
Now, what, 3 different bodies?
Well, the ECB,
Yeah.
the management.
Well, I know.
And what's that man, the recorder or whatever?
I don't know. It was I don't know why. And it just sort of reminded me a bit of Poirot or one of these sort of mystery Sunday night dramas, forensically finding out that nothing happened.
Last ball of the over. Hadley bowls and Thomas ducks. And that is the end of the over. And the score is 293 for 7. And the lead, Surrey, 40 runs. And there are 29 overs left. It could go one way or the other this evening.
It certainly could. I said to Nick, well, it's not beyond the rounds possibility. We could be done today.
Yeah, that's what
If
extra
3
half
go
hour.
quickly, and then a chase for Glamorgan.
Yeah.
But Surrey,
If they want to chase.
yeah, but Surrey will be just fighting to bat these 29 overs today. If they can get it into tomorrow morning,
It's a lot of overs.
and then get that lead up over, I don't know, 150, suddenly you're in the game again. So it's going to be Mason Crane.
Yes, this will be interesting. He's an aggressive player, isn't he, Patel by nature? And
Well,
Crane is a clever bowler, so this could be interesting.
as in over the wicket comes Mason Crane. Tosses it up, full toss, whipped into the leg side. He'll feel he's missed out a touch there, Ryan Patel. He's just hit Carson. This is where it calls for what I like to describe as dirty runs, Edward Bevan. You've got to score some dirty runs here if you're Surrey. They may not look the prettiest, but they're worth a lot. As Crane is in, and Patel is on the back foot playing this one. Straight back down the pitch to Crane.
Expect a googly before long.
Shining the ball up is Mason Crane. Into his 22nd over, 1 for 63, but that 1 wicket was Ollie Pope after tea. Crane is in, and that's turned by Patel down towards the short fine, and the throw hits the stumps, but Thomas is safely home, and that'll be another single. The fielding's been excellent from Glamorgan.
Try that was, yeah.
Yeah, very good. Got round quickly.
Been a good day's cricket, the mark, isn't it?
Oh, it's been an excellent day's cricket, and I think, obviously, from a Glamorgan perspective, they would love to get this done today. I think from a game perspective, though, it would be fascinating if Surrey could get through to Stumps tonight and then bat a bit tomorrow and get bowled out.
The final day.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. As forward goes Thomas here to Crane, pushes away into the offside Carlson misfields.
Nick will know these things. Am I right in saying that Glamorgan haven't beaten Surrey at home in a championship match since about 1963? In Cardiff, yeah. Something.
1960.
Is it 1960? Goodness gracious.
How many years is that?
66 years. At the Arms Park, that was.
Yeah.
Surrey in championship match here.
Good Lord.
Crane is in, forward.
In
goes
Cardiff, then?
Patel, and plays this one up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, so never here. As they come around the wicket now, will Mason Crane to the left-handed Patel, who's on 25, Ryan Patel. Crane is into him, and
Well
Patel
bowled.
is forward. Shout for LBW. Crane pleading with the umpire there from around the wicket. He thinks that's very close. Mason Crane. We'll see it again now. Not given by umpire Rob White. It's not a bad shout.
Not a bad shout.
Not a bad shout at all. I can see why Mason Crane was imploring Rob White there.
Yeah,
Rob White may say, well, it's the leg break, so it's spinning, so that's going to miss the leg stump. But
marginal call.
It was tight, very, very tight. When you see this again. Yeah, that is tight. I think if we were on TV, they may well have gone upstairs for that.
Here he is, Mr. Steady.
Yeah, he's bowled well in this game.
21 overs in this innings, 1 for 36. And in the first innings, 8 overs, 1 for 20.
Yeah, very tidy figures.
Keeper standing up. Two slips as in comes Van der Gooten from that far end. Bowls to Thomas. Thomas has hit, surely that's close. Oh, he didn't move.
Well, the only thing I can think is it's going down the leg side. But
surely
that's what umpire Gandhi's saying, that it's going down. It's again a good shout. Yeah, I think it probably is just going down the leg side.
Oh,
but again, it may have been, let's go upstairs.
Umpire's call.
Umpire's call, I think that would have been.
Yes, he was nowhere, was he, Thomas?
He just got stuck on
Half
the crease
and half.
there.
Van der Gooten. He's coming over the wicket to the right-handed Thomas, who is on 4. And he comes, bowls now. And it goes away onto the leg side. I suspect it was a leg by. Yes, umpire throws his leg in the air, gives it a tap.
I think umpire Gandhi's enjoyed his 3 days so far.
Round the field, they all said after the first, second day, you're not out there.
Well,
like Dickie was.
Yeah, absolutely. It has to be absolutely stone dead for umpire Gandhi to put the finger up.
Tim Van der Gooten round the wicket to the left-handed Patel. He's on 25. Bowls to him. And Patel is forward, plays it into the covers, and there's no run. Yes, we have 27 overs, 20 to 5 now. About 20 past 6.
Yeah, I would have said so. Earlier than last night.
Yeah, an hour earlier by the looks of it.
Yeah, we were about 7:15 last night.
Oh.
So it was a fairly late finish yesterday.
Did you tread the boards of Cardiff?
I was out dancing till the early hours, Edward. You know me.
Van der Gooten in. Bowls to Patel. Patel is forward. Still a very good pitch.
It is, that's the thing.
Yeah.
It's still a very good pitch.
We will want it to stay a very good pitch.
Well, we haven't seen anything really misbehave, have we?
It's just been good batting, good bowling the last day or so.
I think what you did see, though, with Gus Atkinson is that step from county to international.
On the spot all the time. Van der Gooten in, bowls. Oh, it's a good take.
Brilliant from Cook.
Cook. Absolutely top form again.
That is a terrific bit of keeping.
Standing up to your opening ball and taking it in front of your left shoulder.
Yeah, lovely stuff. And again, I'll point people in the direction of Steve James's article in the Times yesterday about keeping. Very, very, very good article as always from Mr. James.
Van der Gooten in, bowls to Patel. Patel is forward. Plays the last ball of the over. Gently back to the bowler. And Surrey at 296 for 7. They lead by 43.
Elsewhere, if I jump onto my computer phone thing, so we know that New Zealand beat England by 253 runs in the Test match. Essex and Nottinghamshire. Essex 208 for 8, still trailing by 65. So Essex looking
Similar
in trouble there.
This.
Yeah. Leicestershire have beaten Yorkshire by an innings and 39 runs.
Interesting.
That must be their first win in the top flight for quite some time. As Mason Crane will come in over the wicket to Thomas, who's sweeping. Big shout for LBW. Umpire White keeps the hands down in front of him again.
No, I didn't think that was as good a shout as he had in the last over, but it's rather desperation, wasn't he? How many balls has he faced? 15 balls for his 4.
Yeah, well, he's keeping the umpire interested at the moment. Somerset had 249 for 6 against Warwickshire, so that's a lead of 127. Mason Crane is over the wicket to Thomas. Thomas is forward, just opens the face, guides this down to backward point.
Had a gully been there, that would have been straight into his hands. I'm a little surprised he's not attacking a little bit more on the offside, especially as the majority of his deliveries go away from the right-hander.
Yeah, Thomas is under just a little bit of pressure here from Mason Crane. As Crane is into him, quicker, and he's flicking this fine on the leg side. He's got quite a bit on that. I think this could run away for 4. It will run away for 4. Andy Gorvin was giving chase, but it's over the rope and away for 4. So that'll make Thomas feel a bit better about life. He's on to 8. And Surrey move on to 300 for 7. So the 300 comes up for Surrey. And that is a lead of 47. Sussex and Hampshire. Well, Hampshire have beaten Sussex by 118 runs. So that's the first win of the summer for Hampshire. Over the wicket comes Crane again. And Thomas plays it this time off the back foot. Down towards backward point. Derbyshire have beaten Lancashire by 9 wickets at Chesterfield.
They're having a dreadful time.
They're
on and off the field.
They are, Lancashire. They really are. Well, our dear friend Mr. Scott Reed is being kept on his toes. As in again comes Crane, turned by Thomas into the leg side. He'll pick up a single. Thomas moves on to 9, 301 for 7. Northamptonshire 184. I've got that round the wrong way. 148 for 5. Lead Durham by 193. Kent in their second innings 109 for 3, leading Middlesex by 82 runs. And Gloucestershire 20 for 1 in their second innings, trailing Worcestershire by 9 wickets. As this is kicked away by Ryan Patel, won't get that. Mason Crane, a polite inquiry. So trailing by 79 runs, not 9 wickets, 79 runs. Gloucestershire, and in the Vitality T20 Women's County Cup, Surrey women beat Worcestershire women by 74 runs. And at the moment, Glamorgan, hang on, Hampshire Hawks, 201 for 3.
20 overs.
Glamorgan 64 for 6.
Oh my word!
But yeah, that's because obviously the professional teams have come into the comp now. But yes, that's a big old total in 20 overs, 201.
Certainly is. Van de Gooten, who was bowling, his bowled steadily throughout the game, is to continue, and he was bowling to the right-handed Thomas with the keeper standing up again. 2 slips go down as in comes Van de Gooten and bowls, and this is played away into the offside.
Well, still to come, Jordan Clark and Tom Laws. So there's still some batting to come.
Jordan Clark in the first innings was not out 20, and we didn't see Laws because he was up in London. Now he was summoned instead of Mr. Atkinson. Jamie Smith, I take it back in?
Yes, he said the baby now. Well, he hasn't. His good lady has.
Van de Gooten bowls again. Oh, and it's left. Good judgment. Outside the off stump and taken by Cook. So are there 5? Robinson is back in. Smith is back in. The 2 naughty boys are back in.
Yes, they're off the naughty step now. The 2 naughty boys. Fisher's still in it. Still in that squad, yeah.
Do you know, I'm surprised. He took a 9 for last week. His Potts. Nobody seems...
Yes, well, I think... the poor lad got dragged round Australia, didn't he? And then he did get to play last test.
Here's Van de Gooten. Straight push by Thomas there, and it goes to mid-off. Very strange business, because he's a 100% trier, is Potts.
Yeah.
Good bowler.
Yeah, very good bowler. Well, I would hope that Fisher will get another go in the test
Batted well
on Thursday. Yeah, he did. He's worked very hard on his batting over the winter. I think he's good for that attack as well. I think you can have all the quicks in the world.
It's accurate.
Yeah, but you need someone who's going to bang it on a line and length for you.
Like this man, Van de Gooten, who bowls. This is played up defensively to mid-off.
Yeah, they're worth their weight in gold. They really are. Look at what Matt Henry's done in that Test match.
Yes.
He's just gone stump to stump with the keeper up, and picked up 10 wickets in the 11
Brilliant
wickets in
display
the Test.
of wicket keeping as well by Blundell.
Oh, fantastic! Absolutely
Taking them so
fantastic.
cleanly. Mr. Webb would have been proud of himself as a wicket
I
keeper
can imagine it.
if he could keep like that.
Yep.
In comes Van de Gooten. This is driven, but straight to mid-on. No runs off the over. 1 ball to go.
I feel a bit for Roux in the fact that he's not in the squad. So he's just played the Test match, made his debut, and then he's not in the squad for the next Test. So I always fear.
Oh, the lad is only 20, and the abuse he's received, as we talked about earlier.
No, I remember what happened
Absolutely
with James Bracey, and
ridiculous.
it took him a long time to get over that. Brother's a good player, Thomas.
Well, he's got 12 first last 100.
Good player.
Last ball of the over. No runs as yet.
Oh,
Bit of a mix-up there. Don't know quite what happened. He was looking to push it defensively. End of the over. Maiden over. The lead remains at 48. 301 for 7. And applause for another accurate over from Tim Van de Gooten. 23 overs, 9 of which have been maidens. 1 for 36.
yeah, very good stuff. And again, what you're seeing here is cook up to the stumps. Thomas can't get out the crease.
No.
So it just makes you just feel a bit claustrophobic. And they'd set the field up for him to go stump to stump down the ground.
There's another man in close. I'm glad to see that, because he's attacking the stumps, is Mason Crane. Thomas played a shot in his last over. As I say, had a gully been there, it would just been straight into his hands. But he's got a short leg, a leg slip for the left-handed Patel.
Yes, and Patel on 25. Crane comes around the wicket to Patel, and Patel is forward and playing this one down into the leg side. Carlson will do the fielding.
This little partnership is only 13. I thought it was more than that. But
They've been together a while now,
Yeah.
but it's hard work. Just got to get through this patch. If you're the batting side, as onto the back foot goes Patel, punches this one down towards backward point, won't get a run. So now we've had 25.2 overs with this ball, and you normally find it gets a bit easier sort of after about 35 overs, where it just gets a bit softer, batting gets a bit easier. Crane is in, and that's short, and Patel will just push it into the offside, and we'll get a single. Kellaway has to come round to
am I right in
his
saying
right.
that Brian Patel did open the innings for Surrey?
Yeah, he did, yeah. He's opened,
And he had
he's
a
batted
successful
3,
time
yeah,
at this, yeah.
And then, of course, D. Sibley returned.
Yeah.
So the Sibley-Burns partnership started up again. He's batted 3,
He was for a man to come in at 7 or 8.
batted in the
Patel.
middle order. He's batted in most positions, actually.
Didn't he bowl a bit of off spin
Yeah,
as well?
he bowls little medium paces.
Ah, right, I knew he bowled.
Very short from Mason Crane. Did hop a touch on Thomas, who was laying back to cut that, and in the end just guides it down to backward point. He had a little bowl in this game.
Yes.
But Thomas has sort of taken over that role now of bowling the medium paces.
Dobbers.
Yes, but they can be very handy. As Crane's in again, and that's the googly tucked away into the leg side by Thomas. He'll take a single. Nicely played. He moves on to 10. Of course, we had Harry Brooke taking wickets at Headingley, including Jamie Smith's second ball.
Yeah.
It was actually a very good delivery from Harry Brooke. Yes, he was
the original
over the moon. I think he wanted to bowl again the following morning. As around the wicket goes Crane, forward goes Ryan Patel off a thick inside edge. It goes to short leg. End of the over. 303 for 7, Surrey. That lead's creeped up to 50 now.
Yes, and they'll be glad that Messrs Burns and Pope are out, because the lead, had they stayed in now, would be galloping. Glamorgan are bowling well. Batsmen are very careful, watchful. And Callaway is winding, which suspects that he might take over from Crane at this end. I'd like to see Carlson bowl another few overs, because I thought he bowled well.
Yeah, he did.
Gets a bit of turn.
Well, he bowls it quite quick, doesn't he? And he's not the tallest of lads, but he gives it a proper old tweak.
Interesting field. There's a man very straight at mid-on, or he's between silly mid-on and orthodox mid-on, and there's a man 3 or 4 metres to his right. As Van der Gooten starts in the over and bowls to Thomas, and Thomas gets off the back foot, plays it into the covers where Carlson fields. There's no run.
All part of the Adam Thomas learning this. Made 100 on his championship debut. Very good 40 odd at Trent Bridge as well, alongside Dan Lawrence. He was shaping up quite nicely in the first innings here, until straight away after tea he looked to pull a ball and got a top edge.
Yes, he and Patel got a couple of 20s. Van der Gooten in bowl, and this is tucked away on the onside. There's a run here, and that's all they're going to get is Norton Fields.
He's a lovely lad, very quiet, Adam Thomas, but a very, very talented boy. Reminded me a little of sort of the Jamie Smith break onto the scene.
Yeah.
And that when we used to have the old season opener out in Dubai, and Jamie Smith came out and got 100 against the MCC.
Just the one slip now for Patel. 2 men short in on the onside. As in comes Van der Gooten. And that's just dabbled back down.
It used to be the season opener, didn't it? If you won the county championship, you then got the game in Dubai.
Yes.
But we don't have that anymore, with the amount of cricket that's been played. Yeah, it was a shame.
Glamorgan especially, they don't go on pre-season tours. They were jollies a lot of them.
Surrey don't anymore. They have the marquee now.
I went on the few of them, and you know, just to get fit, of course, but the opposition was never great. Van der Gooten bowls, and this is played back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Yeah, but a lot of the counties now are sort of using the marquees. I think the players like it. It sounds lovely, you know, a trip to South Africa or whatever, but actually, you know, you're at home, you can use your own facilities, you're on grass, but you have to get the temperature right in there.
Always just have pre-season tours and go away and play in the 25, 28 degrees and come back, and it's freezing in April.
Snowing in April.
Van der Gooten bowls, and that's left and well taken by Chris Cook.
Well, yeah, Lee Fortis and his ground staff, brilliant. They get the pitches prepared, and then they've got the temperature just right in the marquee. Otherwise, if the sun comes out, it can be like Candy or Colombo in there. It's like a sauna.
Yeah, I remember going to do something with James Harris when he was at Loughborough, and I walked in. It was a sort of March or February, whatever, and he'd been picked for one of the England Lions. And I walked into this net area. As you say, it was like going into the West Indies.
The sauna.
What's going on here? Yes, Van der Gooten bowls. Again, straight and defended. End of the over. 304 for 7, 51 the lead. And yeah, they can get any temperature they like.
Well, we were talking about Jack Russell because of Steve James's article in the Times, and Jack, I was saying that Jack sometimes didn't brush his teeth and all sorts of things, but I know for a West Indies tour, I think it's the tour to the West Indies, Jack's acclimatisation was he put on all his batting gear and went to his local gym, health club, and sat in the sauna with his bat playing shots. Can you imagine if you were sat there in your towel and Jack Russell wanders in full batting gear and starts playing shots?
You know Jack.
Yes.
Like that he is.
I am going to vacate for Mr. Webb, and I'll be back in a moment.
We've got to change the bowling, and it will be Ben Callaway, and it'll be Nick to describe this over from the off spinner.
From this Cathedral Road end, as he's in to bowl to Thomas, who works this one away on the leg side. Does not disturb the pigeons at square leg because it's more towards mid-wicket. Hurl does the fielding. 3:05 for 7. Have Surrey stopped the panic after the departure of Pope?
Yeah, but they're not scoring very quickly, which will please Glamorgan. Delighted to say the over rate, Nick, is +5.
Yes, no one's going to be docked points in this match as Callaway bowls and punched away by Patel through the offside for a single. Out again to Hurl. This time the pigeons are temporarily displaced, but decide there's
busily eating seed.
No need to panic. Yeah, I don't know how ground staff actually get squares reseeded because the pigeons eat it all. 3:06 for 7. The lead 53 as Callaway in to bowl and Thomas is forward. Surrey needing, what, at least another 100 to make any sort of game of it?
You'd have thought so, wouldn't you?
150.
On this pitch, it's so placid now.
Yeah, it's not turning dramatically as yet as Callaway bowls, and nice drive through the offside by Thomas. Will pick up a couple of runs as Van der Hoogten comes round, and well, but Patel was cruising a bit there, and Van der Hoogten thought he saw an opportunity with a firm throw at the non-striker's end.
The run rate has never gone more than 2. It's 2.86 now. Never reached 3, even when that big partnership between Burns and Pope. So it tells us how well Glamorgan's bowlers have stuck to their task.
Century stand that was, as that pulled away on the leg side, and another single for Thomas, and pigeons again taking evasive action. 3:09 for 7.
Yeah, the partnership 108 between the two former Test batsmen, it must be said now.
Yes, I suppose Burns definitely former. Pope might fancy his chances still, as that's prodded away. Callaway thought it was pad first.
So
Umpire White is unmoved. 3:09 for 7, lead 56.
I was telling Mark, I think a little bit of Carlson wouldn't go far astray here, because he turned it this morning.
Yeah, he was looking quite useful, wasn't he? Kieran Carlson, who doesn't bowl as much with both Callaway and Crane in the side.
But here's Jane Tom Norton going to have a bowl, not from his normal end here, but from the river end. He's taken 2 wickets, and 2 for 56. But they were pretty good wickets. First was, well, Rory Burns, and the other one was a night watchman last night, Sean Abbott.
Yeah, had quite a collection in the first innings, didn't he?
Oh my word, he took the
Sidney
stars,
Lawrence, Pope and Curran, and since he got Burns in this game, he's got 5 Test players among his victims.
Yeah, and this is his second home game.
Second home game, yeah. The first one he got that debut hat-trick against Somerset. So can Norton make the breakthrough that Glamorgan need again?
Here he is, and bowls and appeal for LBW. We went across his stumps just a little, but the umpire says not out.
Leg by call though. Update for BBC Radio Wales. Surrey 310 for 7. They lead Glamorgan by 57 runs. Just 1 wicket in the last hour, but that the important one of Ollie Pope, the England Test batter, who was caught off Mason Crane for 73. Earlier, Rory Burns hit 115, 2 wickets apiece for Norton and for Callaway in this innings. Surrey 310 for 7, lead by 57.
The lead, as Nick was saying, 57, but it hasn't been a big partnership. They put on 12, 22, these two. But with only 2 batsmen to come, they know that they've got to hang around, make it difficult for Glamorgan. Here's Norton round the wicket to the left-handed Patel, and dabs it away on the offside. And the ball much older than when he got those 4 wickets in no time in the first innings. You just got to plug away, try and get a bit of lift. Hardly got a bit of lift from that end. Norton again in bowls. That's pushed away through the offside and beats the man at cover and runs away for 4. So they're doing a good job here for Surrey, these two. They're just short and punched away by the left-handed Patel. He moves on to 31. Important innings this, especially if he can go on. Thomas is on 15. Round the wicket comes Norton, bowls again. That's clipped away in the onside for a single. I don't think... no, they're not going to get a second. And the pigeons go scattering one way or another.
Yes, Hill must be fed up with them. Operating in his area of the ground, but now most of them have departed, at least temporarily.
Very defensive field, 4 men on the offside, saving a single and 2 on the onside. As in comes Norton over the wicket this time, bowls. Thomas drives nicely, but straight at Carlson at short mid-off. That completes the over. 315 for 7. Surrey effectively 62 for 7.
So welcome to 5 Sports Extra 2 listeners, with the news that Surrey lead by 62. They have 3 wickets left. They've put together a pretty decent second innings performance, Surrey, led by Rory Burns, their captain, with 115, compiled off 258 balls. He knew he had to bat long. Ollie Pope made a faultless 73 before hitting Mason Crane to mid-off, as Callaway is in to bowl and Patel stretches forward and defends. So Surrey's batting order is all over the place because they use 2 night watchmen who'd normally be the 10 and 11, so they've got a bit left in reserve. Patel and Thomas at the crease at the moment, as that's turned on the leg side by Patel for a single 2 mid-wicket, with substitute Tom Laws and Jordan Clark still to come. So the question is whether Surrey can set Glamorgan any sort of 4th innings target. 150 might be a minimum to have any sort of chance. 200 would be useful for the visitors at this point, as that's knocked away on the offside.
Yeah, somebody will have to get 100, won't they, if they have to get a substantial total.
Thomas takes a single. Yeah, they've got players in what is now the bottom 4 or 5 that can score runs. As forward comes Patel and defends.
Mark was saying that Thomas got 100 earlier on in the season in his first championship game. And Patel, I well remember opening the innings and batting at 3. So these 2 can bat.
Laws the sub for Gas Atkinson at the start of play today, as that is defended by Patel on the leg side, and Glamorgan have just had to toil so hard for all their
Toiled
wickets.
well. Yeah, it's been hard in the hot sun.
They've kept to it.
Arguably the hottest day of the season.
Callaway bowls, Patel back on his stumps, defending, and in a way, this will hearten Glamorgan, who have to bat last after making that follow-on decision, because the ball, albeit it is spinning, is not doing so too
Never
dramatically.
does it? Never does, yeah. You always get the query from the visiting commentator, does it deteriorate on the final day? Well, I haven't seen it for many years.
Yes, just a little bit. We've seen Crane and Callaway have long final innings bowls in the last couple of years, but they've had to work for everything they've got.
It'll be Norton to continue from the river end. Not much water in the river, I would have thought today. People taking their Sunday afternoon stroll across the riverbank. You can walk a long distance up past the River Taff, up into Llandaff, and keep on going. Here's Norton over the wicket, comes in and bowls to Thomas. Thomas drives, and it's intercepted beautifully by Kieran Carlson. He is a top fielder, diving to his right there.
In the Women's County Cup, Surrey beat Worcestershire by 74 runs, and Glamorgan are about to lose to Hampshire by a lot of runs. Give you that score when it's finalised.
Norton again comes in, bowls to Thomas. Thomas drives up to mid-off, playing with increased confidence now, Thomas.
So we've got 3 games already done and dusted in the top flight.
Yep.
Nottinghamshire beating Essex by an innings and 52. Hampshire have beaten Sussex by 118 runs in a low-scoring match at Hove. Sussex all out for 132 in their second knock. Leicestershire earlier completing an innings victory, innings and 39 against Yorkshire.
Here's the next ball, and that's driven again, but straight to mid-off. And I would think that this game will eventually end in success for one side or the other. Glamorgan will be favourites at the moment. And where's the other game? Warwickshire and
Taunton. Somerset are 276 for 6 in their second innings, but that's only a lead of 154 over Warwickshire.
So could have result in every game. There's Norton bowls, defended by Thomas, and he wants to run, but is wise not to take it.
Division 2, Derbyshire beat Lancashire by 9 wickets. Lancashire only just avoiding the innings defeat.
The last 2 years when Lancashire came down, everybody said, well, there we are, Lancashire will go back up with the strength that they have. And we got nowhere near it. In comes the next ball. It's pulled, but not really middled by Thomas, and you'll get a single.
Leggy.
Yes.
Leg by Taunton. 318 for 7. They all count.
65, mounting up. So this partnership worth 30 now with these two batsmen. Last ball of the over. Norton in, bowls to Patel. Patel drives pleasantly, but up to mid-off where Hadley fields. End of the over. All very quiet, placid at the moment. So the lead is 65 for 7. They certainly have fallen in clutches in successive overs. Twice that's happened. And then we've had partnerships.
Yep, once you're in, you're set, and it's reasonably easy for these players to survive once you get past the initial stages. We've had a lot of variation, I think, in this match between lots of single-figure scores and interspersed with a few big scores.
Yeah.
Not that many in between.
3 centuries scored in this match. 2 one by Crane
And
and
really
the other by Chris Cook, and the other today by Rory Burns.
Yeah, really pleased for Mason Crane after he was out for 99 earlier in the season against Leicestershire.
Yes, he's been a valuable member of this side. Ben Callaway to continue. The ball is off spin at Adam Thomas.
All a little bit somnolent at the moment. Can Callaway change that as he's in to bowl to Thomas, who defends on the leg side? And writing my match report for the BBC Sport website, it's very difficult at the moment to write the intro.
Yes.
Callaway in to bowl. Thomas drives through the offside and will pick up a single. Because some days you know who's going to make the headlines and what the feeling of the...
Yes, I know what you mean. 2 centuries yesterday, that burst by Norton, you know, lots of things. But today you think, yes, I've got a fair amount, but something happened now, please.
Callaway bowls, and that's
How
defended
slow
on
that
the
came
offside.
off the pitch, didn't it?
On the leg side, rather, by Patel. Apparently talking too much about England today. I said England earlier on when Glamorgan took one of their wickets. I apologise for that. There's nowhere to hide on social media. As Patel is forward, defending back to Callaway, and there's no run.
Did you hear what that Nick Webb said?
Oh, he doesn't know what team he's watching. Go. 3:19 for 7. You try doing this for 6 hours a day.
Yes.
Callaway is in and bowls that short and flicked around to fine leg. Callaway getting away with one, really. Might have been dispatched for 4, but Patel picked out the man up in the circle, which of course isn't there for championship cricket, but about 30 metres from the bat at fine leg. Callaway in, bowls. Patel is forward.
A lot of cricket left tonight. Still 18 overs remaining, and an estimated finish of about, what do you say, 6:15?
That's now 18 overs. Depends how many the spinners,
Right, yeah.
probably 20 past, 25 past. Since Glamorgan don't have to hurry, they're +5 with the over 8 at the moment, or they were that at the last interval. But drinks being taken on board by the batters now, and who can blame them? They've put on 31, these two.
It's
Been together.
they haven't been particularly quick.
About 15
but
overs, 2 and over.
It's keeping Glamorgan out there, and you know.
We're into the pitch. Taking time out of the game.
See Carlson having a little trial ball deliveries there, so I think he's going to have a ball this end. Make something happen, does Kieran Carlson. But for the moment, we're watching Tom Norton coming in, bowls the first ball of the over, and it's played up to mid-wicket, and the score remains the same.
Norton, of course, off for England under-19 duties.
Yeah.
Along with Harry Wallace. Well done to him. Well done to both of them.
In comes Norton. Bowls. This is played back down the pitch. Bit of movement then. Talking earlier, watching Graham Wagg playing for Clydach yesterday, and his son Jaden, who today is playing for the Glamorgan under-18s. So
yeah, there's a few of those sons of
Sons
players of 20 years ago.
Dean Cosker's boy plays for Newport. And comes Norton. Bowles, nice looking shot, but straight to Carlson.
Yeah, there's 3 one-day internationals between the 30th of June and the 6th of July that Norton and Wallace will be in the squad for. A couple of warm-up games, or one warm-up game against a shadow side, which includes Glamorgan youngsters Jack Hope Bell and Jacob Blades.
Norton Bowles, and again is defended.
So signs of talent coming through and getting recognition. Could do with a few more seamers though at the teenage level, couldn't we? As Norton seems to be the only. He's obviously made a very quick breakthrough into the first class scene, but seamers few and far between in South Wales, it seems.
Norton Bowles, that's clipped away on the onside, down towards the squarest of 2 fine legs, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, they had 3 back on the leg side boundary for a while there, but no sign of any short pitch stuff to try and induce the hook shot.
Norton goes round the wicket this time. 1 ball left of this over, where he'll be bowling into Patel, who's moved on to 33. Very useful innings. Bowls to him now, and is pushed away on the offside. That is the end of the over. It's 320 for 7, 67 is the lead for Surrey.
Richard McMahon emails us to thank us for our coverage. Not on Gower this weekend, but here's the view from Pontprenay. It's the next best thing to being there. Come on, Glammy Mucky in Pontprenay. And he's watching and listening with a glass of something cold by his side.
Very wise.
Steve West, we really didn't need to chase 100 plus on the 4th day. Yeah, Glamorgan could face a bit of a shout on the 4th day.
I'm afraid if you can't chase 100 or so, then you don't deserve to win. But I should be very surprised if they can't do it. Carlson is coming in, and he bowled a promising few overs this morning.
Carlson bowls and forward stretches Thomas. He's just going for 2 and over. Email from Michael. Overs lost are done by time, as that is played away on the offside by Thomas, and there's no run. Only 44 minutes were lost on day 1, which is why only 4 extra overs were bowled today. Do Glamorgan commentators think they can stay up? Seems so at the moment.
I don't see any reason why not. They play some good cricket this year.
Flicked away on the leg side by Thomas for a single. 321 for 7. Thomas to 19, the lead to 68. I think if Glamorgan win this game, then they'll have a really good chance of staying up. But the 2 sides below them have both won today. Hampshire and Leicestershire.
If you'd said at the beginning of the season that Glamorgan would win 2 in the first batch and then be favourites to beat Surrey of all people, and, you'd have been quite happy.
Carlson in bowls, and there's an appeal from Carlson as Patel, I think, padded up there. Carlson can't believe that's not out, and it'll be interesting to see the replay of that one as it turned. I think that might have hit off stump. That is a good shot. Yeah, Patel maybe a little fortunate to survive there.
Got a bit of turn as well, did Kieran Carlson.
The replay looked as though it was hitting off. The umpires don't, of course, have that facility as Patel is forward to the next delivery. It's not sharp turn, but Patel missed it. And that looked as though that would have gone to review had we had that facility.
I wonder if that'll ever come.
Carlson in to bowl. A
Constant-
prod and a miss by Patel there. I think it will. The pictures are pretty good at most counties. We have an extra official in the form of a match referee, and obviously you're not going to get a Hawkeye situation, as we see another slowed down replay. Is Mr. White thinking that it's bouncing too much, maybe?
No shot played.
Carlson couldn't believe that wasn't given out. I mean, I know Carlson's prone to the am-dram stuff, but on that occasion he did look justified.
Returning to bowl at the river end, Ryan Hadley.
Hampshire beat Glamorgan by 97 runs in the women's game. Glamorgan, well, they managed to bat out time. 104 for 9 in their 20 overs. Hampshire made 201 for 3. Glamorgan's leading scorer, Gemma Porter, 23. She was run out. Poppy Walker, at number 10, made 19 not out. B. Ellis, Eve Jackson and Katie Cobb also in double figures, but those games are pretty one-sided. Usually tier 1 against tier 2.
Here's Ryan Hadley, bowls his first ball and is pushed away onto the offside. They thought of a run, but fleet-footed Carlson was there to stop them. I won't say every run is important, but it is rather important that you keep on your toes and not gift any runs. It's been a long haul for Glamorgan today, a day of which will be 100 overs, on probably the hottest day they played this season. This will follow tomorrow. Here comes Hadley over the wicket again. Bowls to Thomas. Thomas drives to mid-off, and that's a no run. David Harrison has taken about his 10th walk around the ground. I think it's Glamorgan coach with him.
Yes, both in shorts, understandably.
As we all are. Oh,
I'm not.
letting the side down.
No.
We've got a nice breeze in here. AC is on. And Hadley comes racing in and bowls Thomas. Thomas drives through the offside. He'll get runs. They cross for 1. He's going to go for 4. Yes. So a little bit wide that, and cottoned on immediately. Reading length well, Thomas, and gets a boundary which takes him on to 23. And this partnership now gaining momentum. It's worth 37 for this 8th wicket.
Yeah, at a fairly gentle rate, but Surrey just sort of grinding towards setting Glamorgan something of a target in the 4th innings.
In comes Hadley. Bowls again to Thomas. And, oh, that's very wide. That would have been a wide. It's a wide today.
It was quite close to the helmet as well.
It isn't often you see wides in 4-day championship cricket, but that's certainly. And it's questioned by the bowler. I don't know why, because it was very wide.
Yeah, it was pretty close to the white line and going further away. Half stopped by Chris Cook, but it cannoned horribly near the helmets parked behind him, which would have been an extra 5. Three, 2, 7 for 7.
Which brings Patel up to the receiving end, and Hadley goes round the wicket. Bowls to Patel. Patel defends on the line of off stump.
Yeah, the game is meandering at the moment, but it's going to be a business end at some point tomorrow, isn't there?
Absolutely. We were saying this afternoon during long partnership, and all of a sudden 2 wickets go. Really was a bang, as they say out there.
Yeah, it didn't happen after Pope's wicket. The other 6 wickets to fall were all in pairs.
Man has been put out on the square leg boundary. Can we expect a short ball as Hadley completes the over? No, he drives and misses. Could easily have got an edge, and it went through to the keeper. I miscounted there. There's another one left. Yes. Oh, he wasn't far away from that.
Yeah, it's one of those days where Glamorgan just have to keep chipping away. Just 5 wickets have fallen so far today.
Yeah, it's been a long grind.
82 for 2 overnight. 265 for 5 in the course of the day so far.
In comes Hadley to complete the over. Short, pulled away for 4. And bisects the man back with a square and fine leg. So, a bad end to the over for Hadley. The score at the end of that over, 331 for 7, and the lead is 78, creeping towards that 3 figures.
Yeah, it still looks as though Glamorgan will be tested in the final innings of this game. Can Surrey get?
And they will thank the ECB for recalling Mr. Gus Atkinson.
Yeah, Atkinson really did look a cut above.
He did.
In that first innings, 4 for 61. Couple up top and a couple at the end as well. Or towards the end. Carlson then from this Cathedral Road end here on BBC Sport Online in the Sapphire Gardens sunshine. Carlson in, bowls short. Played firmly off the back foot by Thomas for a single out to Van der Hoogten. Deep cover, the pavilion not quite giving him shade at the moment, but it might do at some point in the last hour for the hard-working fast bowler. Short leg and slip for the left-handed Patel. There's Carlson in, ball, so that's short and flat, and just played gently to cover no run. 3-3-2 for 7, having been shot out for 105 in their first innings, Surrey. As that is flicked just past short leg, that'll be runs up towards mid-wicket. A couple for Ryan Patel, and Patel and Thomas certainly look to have dug in firmly at the moment.
Mr. Church is back.
Yes. Well, could you hold it 5 minutes, Edward,
yeah,
while
sure.
I finish off something else at the back? As Carlson bowls and driven into the leg side by Patel. They'll try a quick single. Crane shies at the non-striker's end, but Patel was safely home. 335 for 7 here at Sapphire Gardens. As Carlson just fiddling with his field. Short leg and slip for both right and left-handers, and that's guided away by Thomas down towards backward point. Single taken. 336 for 7. Lead 83. And, well, Carlson's being milked a little bit at the moment. Patel and Thomas have got used to him. As Carlson comes round the wicket for the final ball of the over. No shots played by Patel. 336 for 7. Surrey lead by 83. Mark Church to rejoin Edward for a few minutes, and I'll be back to replace Edward after that.
Yeah, it's a good partnership here between these two. They've steadied the ship after 2 wickets, went a very big wicket of Ollie Pope, and you sense then that the game was Glamorgan's with 3 wickets to take, but these two have stuck in on a pitch which is very unresponsive, and Glamorgan realised that. But at least it'll take it into the last day, Mark Church.
It will, and they've done a good job here, because it's not been straightforward by any stretch of the imagination for them. But they've It's those dirty runs I was talking about. They're making dirty runs at the moment.
Still under 3 runs and over, but that's how we've got to play when you're in a position as it is. It'll be Hadley to continue, and he is bowling to the right-handed Thomas on 25. In he comes, bowls to him. Thomas drives up to mid-off. There's no run.
Yeah, what's been impressive here is that Adam Thomas kept hitting the fielders, but he didn't get impatient, and then suddenly he's found a boundary or two, and his score's got going again. But he didn't get impatient and try anything spectacular. And Ryan Patel's just going about his business at the other end. The lead's 83.
Another 100 in front of that.
Yeah,
That'll
that
be
would be interesting.
Which is not. It is very much within the Surrey's capabilities. Here is Hadley in bowls. And that's a defensive shot from Thomas. Plays it up to Carlson. It's been a long day in the sun for the Glamorgan boys.
Yeah, and the other
stuck
thing,
to it well.
They've stuck to it very well. But sort of said early this morning, can you bat all day and keep Glamorgan out there and let this pitch bake for a bit? Sort of at gas mark 10.
It looks from here, as it always does, as
Good
if it's going to
pitch.
play forever.
Yeah, it's good pitch.
Yeah.
But I just think Jahar's a different type of bowler.
Here comes Hadley. Short, pulled away. It was lost by the man at square leg. It went down to fine leg for a single.
Yeah, good shot. Rolled the wrists on it, kept it down.
Yes.
And the other interesting thing here has been that Ryan Patel played the hook a couple of times, but he really put it to bed. They tried him out with the short ball. Hadley tried him out, ducking underneath it.
Yeah, he's had one little. The last over we played and missed, very close to the battery.
Yeah, that's
drove.
Good bit of bowling that.
And it was a very close shout on LBW against Carlson. Both Nick and I thought it was. It could easily have been given, but benefit of the doubt, they say to the batter.
They do.
As Hadley comes in out to the left-handed Patel. He's in, bowls. Short ball which sails over the batsman's head.
Good again, though, from Ryan Patel. He's just not going to get involved with that. It was too short, that one, but he's not going to get involved. Mr. Hadley has a blue towel out the back of his trousers. And he dries his hands on that as he walks back. There he goes. You can see it just out the back of his trousers, and then he just dries his fingers on it.
I thought for a moment, well, why does he need a towel to wipe the ball in these conditions?
I think it's so his fingers aren't all sweaty.
Just the one wicket for him. 1 for 60. The wicket of Lawrence. In he is again. And another acrobatic dive by Cook, takes it over his head.
That's just too short.
And it's the 1 for the over, says the umpire. Small umpire, isn't he?
He is. He's enjoyed his time here, I think. But that is just too short. He's not going to get involved in that again, Ryan Patel. So these two have now added 49 for the 8th wicket.
Very important 49.
Very much so. After that wicket of Ollie Pope, the 73.
Making a fight of it there. Sorry. As in comes Hadley and bowls. And this is tucked away and caught. Caught it short mid-wicket and guided it, in fact, to Kieran Carlson, and another wicket falls. Good innings by Patel. But that is the 8th wicket to fall.
Yeah, and he'll be very disappointed with that. After all that hard work, he's just tucked a ball off his hip straight to Carlson, who's been there most of the day, actually. And he's just, well, found Carlson. He's delighted with that. Is Kieran Carlson. So Ryan Patel goes for 40.
You didn't expect that?
You can see his disappointment as he slowly makes his way off. Because, as I say, he's put in a lot of hard work. He was out there for 107 deliveries, but he'll feel that's quite soft. Just turning that ball off his hip straight to Kieran Carlson. So Patel goes, Surrey 8 down. The lead is 84. So they've still got a bit of batting to do here, sorry. It's good from Glamorgan, they're just chipping away.
He's disappointed, isn't he?
Oh, very.
Tell.
Because, as I say, he's done all that hard work, grafted away, and then just turns one off his hip straight to short
See it
mid-wicket.
again. Innocuous delivery, really.
Yeah, just got himself a bit cramped when he played the shot, and Carson didn't have to move.
So who will the new batsman
Jordan
be?
Clark, I would have thought, will come out
Jordan
next.
Clark.
Yep, here comes Jordan Clark, making his way slowly down the steps. Made 20 in the first innings. Again, another fighter, Jordan Clark. But they need a few more, Surrey. Glamorgan would dearly love to get this Surrey innings finished tonight. Start their little run chase and then come back tomorrow morning. So Adam Thomas greets Jordan Clark in the modern way, Mr. Bevan, with a fist pump. The handshake has disappeared now. It's all a fist pump these days.
Yes, it is. Everything's changed, isn't it?
It has.
ECB has changed.
Well, yes. But by the day, it seems.
Yeah.
So yes, there's not many handshakes anymore.
Oh. Everything changes in cricket,
Yep.
season by season.
Well, Jordan Clark's got a job to do here
Yeah.
for Surrey. But they bat a long way down because with the two night watchmen, everyone's dropped down 2 places. So Jordan Clark coming out at number 10.
That was the last ball of the over.
It was, and Carson will continue. There are 13 overs remaining today. It equates to 84 for 8. After Surrey, of course, all out yesterday in their first innings for 105. And Adam Thomas will be on strike. So 49 that partnership was worth between Thomas and Patel. Kieran Carson then with his off breaks is into Adam Thomas, who's cutting. Good shot away through backward point. Tribes giving chase. I think he will just about get this inside the boundary rope. He does indeed. They're thinking about 3 here, and back comes Jordan Clark for the 3rd.
Which Glamorgan won't mind, really.
So Thomas
Got the new
moves on.
batsman.
Yep, Thomas moves on to 29. The lead moves on to 87. But Carson's captained very well again today.
He has.
Yeah, he's been impressive with his captaincy in this game. And he really is sporting the mustachioed look extremely well, Kieran Carson.
Is he as good as
very,
yours?
Very, very good moustache, that. From Kieran Carson. I should know better, really, though, shouldn't I? So, survey of the field from Jordan Clark, getting ready for his first delivery from Kieran Carson. He's in, and Jordan Clark's letting this go outside his off stumps. Just got to be careful there. And taken by Chris Cook as Carson spins the ball in his fingers.
What a good day's cricket.
It's been excellent. As in comes Carson, and Clark is forward, and it just squirts away off the face of his bat down to the left of Asa Tribe in his glasses, and they'll pick up a single, and that is 341 for 8, so the lead is 88. Thank you to Edward. He's going to have a well-earned break, and Mr. Webb's coming back in as Carson tosses this one up, turned by Thomas down to short fine leg. Hadley gets round to do the fielding, and there is no run. So 12.2 overs remaining today. Carson, over the wicket he goes, and Thomas is driving. Carson tossing that one up a little bit wider. That'll go out to the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, and they'll pick up another one. Thomas moves on to 30. 342 for 8. The lead, 89. Creeping along this lead at the moment. Carson's in, and Jordan Clark forward, outside edge, and good half stop there by Dixon at slip. End of the over. 12 overs remain today, and there is a bit of turn there for Carson when you see the replay again. 342 for 8, Nick Webb.
Welcome to our guests at the back of the box. I think someone keen to say hello to you, Mark. There we are. as our workload unfortunately enables that means we can't spend too much time welcoming people, but always very welcome. 3:42 for 8 then. Clark 1, Thomas 30. Laws still to come. The substitute.
Yes, coming in for Gus Atkinson, who's off the naughty step.
Yes.
Good guy to have coming in at 11, Tom Laws. But yeah, this lead creeping along at the moment. Surrey are battling away to stay in this game at the moment.
Here comes Hadley then, racing towards us and bowling to Thomas, who edges to slip. Tribe takes the catch, 9 down. The lead just 89, 3-4-2 for 9.
Yeah, it was a little too close to be cutting. And it's a good sharp catch from Tribe at slip. And Adam Thomas, a little like Ryan Patel, worked so hard for those 30 runs, but just a bit too close to cut. And it's a good sharp catch from Asa Tribe away to his left-hand side. So Surrey 9 down, and it will be Tom Laws to come out to the middle. So there is a good chance now that Glamorgan could start their run chase this evening. We will be going into tomorrow, but Tom Laws will do his level best here to keep Jordan Clark company and try and add some more runs. But here he comes, Tom Laws. Came into the game this morning after a request from the ECB. But yeah, just flashed at it. Good sharp catch from Tribe at slip. Hadley with the wicket. Tom Laws will make his way out to the middle. He's been in good nick in the games he's played this season, Tom Laws, and he hasn't played since the 3rd game of the season. I'm just looking at the Laws numbers. He made 83 in the first game at Edgbaston, 36 against Leicestershire and 36 against Essex. So another 36 here would be very interesting and handy.
Yes. Glamorgan just whittling away at these wickets. Gosh, they've had to work hard for them.
Yeah, they've stuck in there very well today. They stayed patient. They sort of bowled to their plans, because it's still a good pitch to bat on this one.
Hadley now with 3 for 60. Norton 2 for 62. Callaway 2 for 71. Van Hochten 1 for 37 off 24 overs. That's just so economical. Mason Crane 1 for 72. And Carlson's kept things tight as well, conceding just over 2 runs an over. So it has been an excellent team performance. 3 slips now in place for last man Laws, as Hadley is in to bowl, and he pushes that one into the offside defensively. No run.
It's good to see Tom Laws back out there, because he's had a few injury problems this season. And as I say, he's a good number 11, but this is a tough old situation. They'll basically be saying to themselves, can we get through 11.4 overs tonight?
Yes. Well, I think if they don't score many runs, Glamorgan would be quite happy to see them get through 9 overs at least and not bat tonight, as that's a short ball from Hadley that Laws sways away from. If you're Billy Root and Asa Tribe, you might fancy starting the task fresh in the morning rather than after fielding on a very hot day for 95% of it.
Yeah, I think Glamorgan would be delighted to get it done tonight and get Surrey's innings finished. So
yeah, get the innings finished and then not maybe start the chase, but we shall see. Surrey, of course, desperate to take that target over 100, up to 150. They can get a late partnership, as Hadley can't quite stop the straight drive from Laws, but it bounces to mid-on, no run.
Well, sometimes, and I don't know what you call it, but I've seen it on some scorecards. Some sides send in a night watch opener. If it's just like 2 overs left, it normally ends in disaster. But I've seen Jamie Porter did it this season, I think, for Essex.
Yeah, Van der Hoogten has opened.
There you are, you see. So you can always
As a night
protect. You can protect your opening batter.
As on his way in is Ryan Hadley. Balls, beautiful drive from Laws, creamed that one through cover point for 4 runs, racing away. Lovely shot to get off the mark.
Yeah, lovely shot. As I say, he's a good number 11, Tom Laws. That was beautifully played. On the up, away through the covers for 4. 93 the lead for Surrey.
No room for error now for the Surrey batters. Glamorgan have chipped away and chipped away. Burns 115, Pope 73, the main scorers. Patel 40, Thomas 30, Night Watchman Chahar with 36, Sibley 26. So a few have chipped in to try and give Surrey some sort of chance of rescuing this game after that mammoth first innings deficit of 253. Hadley in to bowl, and Laws checking his drive to mid-on. No run. End of Hadley's over. 18 overs, 3 for 64. Surrey 346 for 9, leading by 93.
Yeah, the Glamorgan bowlers have put in a shift today. They really have. Big old shift. And they've just chipped away. They've stuck at their task. They hung on to their catches.
Returning to bowl.
And Mason Crane is coming back into the attack from the Cathedral Road end of the ground. It's a beautiful evening here in Cardiff. It really is. Blue sky, sun, nice and warm. I'm sure a lot of people have been at the festival today eating cheese. So that's what you do at festivals. Different types of cheese, but there's normally a cheese stall, isn't there, at a festival? So it's going to be Mason Crane from the Cathedral Road end of the ground. He's going to come over the wicket to Jordan Clark, who's driving this, hammers it through the covers for 4. Tossed up by Mason Crane, and then he immediately looks at mid-off and mid-on and sort of says, disappear. So they're going to go down to long off and long on. So Jordan Clark moves on to 5. That's the 350 up for Surrey. So the lead moves on to 97. Crane in. Little flatter this delivery. It turns and it doesn't really bounce. And Cook's got a glove on that, and then it's Dixon doing the rest of the work at slip. So that really didn't bounce. It did turn.
Bit of a foothold there from the round the wicket bowlers.
Waits over his bat again, does Jordan Clark. Crane is into him. Clark is forward and just smothers this out into the offside. I went to the Lord's Test match on the Saturday, Nick Webb, and I spent most of my day eating cheese at Lord's because I took 3 baguettes and a big brie, and because of all the rain there wasn't a lot else to do really except eat brie and baguettes. As Crane's in, and this is turned by Clark into the leg side. He'll take a single. 1 more to the total. 1 more to Jordan Clark.
I'm afraid cheese is on the pretty much banned list for me at the moment for health reasons, which is a shame since I used to eat cheese sandwiches
on a regular
mostly
basis,
every day.
Yes. Well, you'll get back to it, and think how lovely it'll be when you do. As over the wicket once again goes Crane, this time to Tom Laws. First time he's bowled at Laws, and Laws pushes forward to this, pokes it away to ace a try, but backward point. So that leads creeping towards 100 now for Surrey. 351 for 9 as Crane is in and beats the edge. That's a perfect legging, beautifully bowled, just drifts it in, spins it away. I think what saved Tom Laws there was he just played the line of it. It's a lovely piece of bowling from Mason Crane. I saw a highlight of one of his wickets this season, which was the perfect leg break. It was a little bit like the Warne delivery. Sort of pitch leg stump, drifting in, spun and hit the top of the off stump. Lovely.
Yes, he's a high-class bowler, Mason Crane. Had a brief recall, a recall for England Lions, which is 8 years after his test experience with England, his solitary test in an Ashes series in Australia. 3-5-1 for 9. Didn't go hugely well against the South African second string.
Well, South Africa, it wasn't really their second string. They bought a lot of their first string.
Yes, they had a lot of players with international experience. So Hadley to try and finish things off up in the block hole, driven away by Clark. He'll get runs here down towards backward square. They'll have to hurry back for the second run, and they do. Good running, good fielding. Mason Crane back on the leg side. Thought he might have a chance of getting his man.
Well, that gets the lead up to 100.
That's a nice round.
Well, and I think psychologically, for some reason,
should we leave it there?
Just sort of, I don't know. Still not enough, but it gives you something to bowl at.
Hadley in to Clark. Appeal for LBW. Not given.
Umpire Gandhi, he put
a bit of a twitch.
Put his hand up there. I think he was flicking his little counter. Oh, Jordan Clark would have had his heart in his mouth for a second there. Just he went to flick his little counter, so to speak.
Bit high?
Very high. But always when that hand moves, isn't it? If you look up as a batter.
Once in the Somerset game where Somerset were desperate for a wicket, an umpire scratched his nose.
Well, I saw it. Was it umpire Pollard this season? He sort of put his hand up and moved his hat.
Yes, fiddling away. Hadley bowls a big drive by Clark, but doesn't quite time it, and
I played in a
pierces it straight at spears it was the word I was looking for, straight at cover.
There used to be an umpire on our sort of club circuit, lovely old boy he was, but deaf as a post. But you could shock him with an appeal and he'd sort of panic and put his finger up.
Okay.
So a number of times, Reg I think his name was, you'd appeal, just scream very loudly at him, and it's sort of like a natural scared reaction. He just put his finger up.
If only it was that easy most of the time. Hadley into bowl and Clark pushing forward, everything together, played solidly in defence.
There are a number of times. Reg, how many balls left in the over? Pardon? Reg, how many balls left? And then you used to have to get your partner just to sort of tap him on the shoulder and shout it at him. Then he'd shout it back at you. Lovely, lovely old boy he was. Dreadful umpire, but lovely, lovely, lovely man.
Not too good on the old little nicks behind.
Absolutely terrible umpire, but
too
lovely,
great if you're a keeper.
Lovely chap.
3-5-3 for 9. As that's a big attempted shot from Clark, but again just smacks it straight to Carlson at cover. Looks as though Clark's come in to play his shots.
Well, I think it's the right way to go. Block the good ones, and if you see one you can get after, go after it. So all these runs are vital now.
I don't know what these umpires are really, at the level that I've played at for most of my career. You don't see a neutral umpire more than about once a season. Otherwise, it's anyone yet to bat or has batted and knows the laws vaguely. Up in the block hole again and dug away, scraped away somehow through the offside by Clark for a couple of runs. I'm not quite sure he's managed to hit it that hard, but they've taken 3 out to the cover boundary. It looked as though he was chopping down on it defensively. Clark retains the strike. He moves to 11, and the total is 356 for 9. Clark 11, Laws has 4.
Well, he's played that pretty well, actually, because it was a good Yorker. It really was a really, really good Yorker. And he dropped the bat on it. He's a strong boy, is Jordan Clark, but that just timed it away through the covers for 3. Good running as well. Tore back for the 3rd. So 14 they've added for this final wicket, Laws and Clark. Yeah, very nice to see Mr. Morgan and Mr. Kitcherside there coming into the box.
Indeed. Distinguished
had a nice
administrators.
Day. They've had a nice day, I think, in the sun in Cardiff. As over the wicket then comes Mason Crane to Jordan Clark, who's driving again. Here's Clark down the ground. He'll get a single to Kellaway at long off. That'll be 1 more to the total. Lead by 104, Surrey. Still want a few more from here. As I say, Laws and Clark will try and get through these 8.5 overs. As Crane is in, tosses this up, and Tom Laws is driving, cries of catch it, but the sweeper, Van Houten, hasn't even seen that. He's just put his hands up, sweeping, so where is it?
Which way?
Yes, and it's gone away through extra cover for 4, so tossed it up again, did Mason Crane, and that was a good shot from Tom Laws. But,
to be fair, if Van der Houten had picked that up immediately, he wouldn't have got to it.
No, it was well struck, but it was one of those horrible ones where he's got absolutely no idea where it's gone. As Crane comes over the wicket once again. Oh, beats Laws. Lovely delivery again from Mason Crane. Laws goes for a little wander to square leg. And comes for a little wander back. 361 for 9, Surrey. Lead by 108. In over the wicket once again goes Crane. Forward goes Laws, trying to turn that ball into the leg side against the spin. Got a little leading edge, potted away into the offside, and there's no run. Well, most of the spectators have stayed today because the cricket's been very interesting again. Over the wicket goes Mason Crane. Forward goes Tom Laws, just pushes this one out towards Kieran Carlson. Out there at extra cover. So we've gone past 6 o'clock now, but we're not going to be as late as we were yesterday, because after this delivery, 8 overs remaining in the day. Crane is in once more. Laws drives again. We'll get a single. Van der Houten's seen this one. And he'll stroll a single, keep the strike. 8 overs remaining on this 3rd day. Surrey 362 for 9 following on. It means they lead by 109.
Yes, if wicket falls now, are we in night watchman territory with Glamorgan facing 5 overs maybe?
Maybe. Some of the Surrey supporters I can see there on the live stream. They'd have caught a bit of sun today.
Returning to bowl at the river end, Tom Norton.
Yes, they'll have enjoyed their side's efforts to get back into this game today, or most of them anyway, with Burns and Pope providing some pretty stern resistance. But as things stand, it hasn't quite been enough to get their side back in the match, as Norton bowls, and that's turned round the corner for a single by Tom Laws. I'll may get a BBC Radio Wales update in the next couple of minutes.
Exciting.
Otherwise I shall depart, and Edward Bevan can see off the day with you thereafter.
Guide the good ship, BBC, into port.
Yeah, safely into harbour. Norton in to bowl, pushed away on the leg side. Clark will take a single. 364 for 9. The stand now worth 22. The lead is 111. Can they get it up to 150? This last pair, who would not normally be a last pair if it weren't for the two night watchmen used by Surrey. Norton bowls, crunching drive through the offside by Tom Laws. That one will disturb the pigeons. Racing away for 4.
Well, as I said, he's not number 11, Tom Laws, and that shot just proves it again. Played one of those to get off the mark on the up, straight through extra cover for 4. Very nice shot from Tom Laws.
3, 6, 8 for 9.
Lead by 115. 26 these two have added now for this final wicket.
Norton on his way in. 2 for 68 in his 20th over, as that one's driven straight by Laws, but intercepted by Van der Hoogten at mid-on, and there's no run.
What a beautiful evening. And tomorrow it's going to be nice as well. Even, I think it's possibly the temperature's going to be going up a touch tomorrow.
Yes, we're very thankful for the aircon on days like this and on commentary. There's Norton bowls, again hammered into the offside by Laws, but this time Glamorgan have got a sweeper out on the cover boundary, and it is just a single. It's quite a defensive field, this, actually, for Tom Norton.
Yeah, I think now Carson will be thinking to himself, these two aren't just going to poke the ball back.
No.
So they've added these 27 in quite quick time. Laws is 15 off 16 balls, and Clark is 13 off 15 balls.
Yeah, it's unlike the approach of most of the other Surrey batters. As Norton bowls, hit down into the ground, bounces up to Callaway at gully, no run. End of the over. I think we can safely say there's not going to be a BBC Radio Wales update, so it'll be Mark and Edwards to steer you through the remaining 7 overs of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Nick will be back tomorrow for the final day, because we're going into a final day here. Laws and Jordan Clark having a bit of a natter together. So it's going to be Mason Crane to continue from the Cathedral Road end of the ground. Laws will be on strike on 15 from 16 deliveries. Welcome back, Edward.
Thank you, Mark. And I think the orders from Mr. Batty or Mr. Burns has been, right, lads, go in and just go for it.
Be positive.
Yeah.
Well, it's the way these two play anyway.
Yes, it's good to see. You know, useful runs.
Saying very nice to see Mr. Morgan and Mr. Kitcherside.
Here is indeed. Here's Crane, and it's pushed away the first ball up to the covers if there's no run. Who's the gentleman with David Morgan?
Barry Kitcherside, who is a wonderful, wonderful man. He helped me a great deal when I did my silly run a few years ago. Mr. Kitcherside.
Crane bowls, good length balls, pushed back.
Has chaired a number of benefit years and testimonial years of Surrey players.
Right. Businessman, or is he?
Yes, businessman. Yep, very successful businessman.
Crane comes in to bowl to Lords, short. That's pulled away for 4 runs down to Cow Corner. That was a rank long hop, which you always get from the leg spinner. The one bad ball and over. This lead can go up now. If they get another 30 or 40, Glamorgan will start to think, yes, it's getting a bit too much, this.
Yeah, nicely put away by Tom
Yes,
Laws, but dropped in by Mason Crane. Mr. Kitcherside as well, a huge Crystal Palace fan.
Is he?
Went out for the final when they won the, what was it?
Europa, wasn't it?
Europa League.
Here's Crane. Comes in and bowls. Oh, that's a full toss. And that's for more. Yes. A desperate dive there.
Tell you what, it wasn't too far away though from Norton at mid-on.
A left-hand difficult chance, but not a good over this at all. 124 the lead. You could have a good day tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely. I think so. I think for the game situation, Glamorgan now want this finished. I think for the game situation, if these two can get through these 6.2 overs tonight, that'll make tomorrow morning very interesting.
Yes, indeed. I think the odds at the moment are on Glamorgan to get 120, but another 30 or 40. As Crane comes in again and bowls, and that's a better delivery, and it's squirted away on the offside. And there's no run. 377 for 9. They begin to think, how on earth was Surrey bowl out for 105 in the first innings?
Well, it was just good bowling from Norton. He just, as I said, he just hit the perfect length. And they get nicking it or missing it.
In comes the next ball, and that's played back to the bowler. And that completes Crane's 27th over, 1 for 91. And it'll be Norton to continue at that far end. I don't think you can put a slow bowler on, or a spinner at the far end, because it's such a short boundary. You can more or less block it for 6 down there.
Yeah, they are.
Mr. Carlson is talking to the two umpires. The two umpires are going to have a look at a change of the ball.
I think that's what he's got.
Yes.
Ball change for Mr. Carlson. So we'll have to wait for the bag of balls to be brought out. It's a nice bag they've got the balls in. I often say I like the stainless steel briefcase that you see at Test match cricket, but this seems to be a nice little attaché case with the balls in. These will all be marked up.
Yeah, we've got to get a couple of dozen here for 2020s because some disappear into the river.
Straight into the river. It's a bit like that at Chelmsford, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
They're very short, straight boundaries at Chelmsford.
Do you find the Essex crowd good because they're neighbours, aren't they, with
boisterous,
Surrey?
I would
Good to Surrey.
Boisterous. It feels, a night of T20 at Chelmsford feels like 90,000 people, all of which are trying to get at the Surrey players as much as they can.
I remember one of the Glamorgan batsmen got a wonderful 100. Who was it? I think. What's the chap from Australia, left-handed opener?
Cosgrove, Mark Cosgrove.
A wonderful 100, chasing down 200. It wasn't a murmur when he got his 100.
Absolutely not. I remember one night having to do it, the commentary from a shed at Chelmsford, which was right next to one of the hospitality tents for T20. Oh my goodness!
I can beat that. I had to do it from the roller, the heavy roller, down by the scoreboard. They forgot to put a line in. It was a quarter-final cup match.
Well, here's Norton.
Have you got a line for BBC Wales? BBC Wales? No. Well, how many lines have you got here? Well, we've got Radio 5 Live here, and of course, yes, BBC Essex. We can put a line in, but where can you put it? Well, it'll have to have a long extension lead.
Yes.
And it was packed to capacity, all 2,000. It holds about 5,000, but I had to wander down and do it in a day like this.
Over the wicket again comes Norton. This one's left alone outside the off stump.
Many memories of Chelmsford, don't you worry.
Do you remember our day at Cresselly? I was remembering that when we were sat in Cresselly, and just as we started, the wind got up and blew the gazebo over.
That's right.
We had to run a very long lead from the field behind us for the ISDN.
Freezing.
Oh, it was. Then the farmer let his cows out while Mark Butcher was on the chase.
And
Butcher had to step away. As this is punched off the back foot by Jordan Clark. He'll get a single out there towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope.
That was great fun.
It was. Really good fun.
And we got down, then we had Don Shepherd and myself. We were deep extra cover. And I said, is it a BBC box or anything like that? No, we got 2 chairs for you.
Absolutely.
And 10 yards away to my right, there was Andrew Hignell, the scorer, and somebody else in a palatial big caravan.
Yes, oh yes. As Norton is into Laws, Laws is forward, just pushes this one away towards cover point, and there's no run. I remember at Colchester, slowly...
Up the tree?
Yeah, up the tree to put the ISDN lead in, and then slowly the seats sinking
In the mud.
in the mud
Yes.
at Colchester.
You been there, Nick? Colchester.
Horsham next to the gents' toilets, so
Yeah.
every time someone went
We
to
did
wash
it.
their hands or flush the loo, it came out on the effects mic. There's been some great days as Norton's into Laws, driving as Laws, well fielded by Carson. Timed that beautifully, did Tom Laws.
I'd like to have your job. Yes, you try it sometime.
Well, yes. Well, my other favourite was at Guildford when they were doing the new pavilion. Umpires Rob Bailey and Nick Kirk, they didn't have an umpire's room, they had the groundsman's cottage. So I went in and had a cup of tea with them one morning.
They have that in Colwyn Bay
Yeah,
as well.
it was brilliant. As this one's left alone outside the off stump by Laws. End of the over. 378 for 9. Was it Colwyn Bay where you used to get your electricity from the house behind in the kitchen? And then
Yeah.
about 6 o'clock he put his kettle on.
No,
last
she
night.
switched it off.
That's right. Yeah.
I'd
So, yeah, I
hurtled back
remember
up
that.
and said,
Yeah.
please put it back on.
I remember that very well.
Well, fair play. It was an elderly lady living on her own, and she thought when everybody was walking away from the field, that was
it
the
for
end of the day.
Yep.
We missed Colwyn Bay. It was a wonderful
Oh,
trip.
it was super. I used to like
Returning
it.
to bowl
I
at Cathedral Road
remember
in
one year
Ben Kellaway.
when I was doing the highlights, I needed good Wi-Fi to get them on, and I took the bus because the bus had Wi-Fi, and I bought myself, and I spent 2 hours a night just going up and down on the bus because it was the only place I could find any Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were great. It was great. I so enjoyed that.
Oh, many tales there. Right, we have Mr. Kellaway back on, and he's bowling to Clark. Bowls the first ball to him, and he turns it away backward of square. He wants a run, but he's quite rightly sent back by Laws. The lead, 125. There are 4 overs and 5 balls left. And we've done well. It's just after 6:15.
Yeah, we're not too late tonight.
Glamorgan desperate. Well, not desperate, but they'd like to take this wicket tonight. As in comes Kellaway and bowls. This is tickle around the corner. And respect shown by Clark.
Yeah, they've stuck in there very well, but Surrey have fought hard here today.
They have. Kellaway in bowls. Clark is that long reach of his is right forward.
Showed a lot of characters today, Surrey.
Clark's
Rory Burns in particular.
Yeah. Ollie Pope.
Ollie Pope played very nicely for his 73.
Clark on 14, Laws on 23. Clark waits. In comes Kellaway, and he pushes it away on the offside. He'll run again. Third ball of the over.
Well, Issa Tribe will be thinking about batting at the moment, with 1 wicket remaining.
Around the wicket he comes now, Kellaway. The ball tosses this one up, and it's played defensively. Maybe thinking, well, we're not going to belt everything around with just 4 overs left.
Well, I think what they've done very well is they've blocked the good ones, and if they thought they can get it away, they've given it absolutely everything.
Yes, and they're big men,
Look
powerful.
at this.
Yes, they come for their food. The next ball is tickled around the corner, and it's a long chase there for Hadley, and this is going to run away for 4, is it? Yes, it is.
This is like the birds and the Hitchcock
is.
film.
Yeah.
There are hundreds of seagulls suddenly on the outfield.
Don't get too frightened.
My goodness. Look at this.
It always happens about this time.
God dear. And they've come for their dinner, have they?
382 for 8. The lead is 129, and we have 4 overs left of Tim Ballygooten is going to come on at that far end.
Well, I thought the pigeons at the Kia Oval there were a lot of them. But look at this. As I say, it's like the Hitchcock film The Birds. Hundreds of seagulls have arrived this evening. Look at this. This is like wildlife on one. My goodness. Off they go.
Many years ago, one of the old players was telling me there's a man called Brian Caster who was the secretary or the chairman at the Oval many years ago. And this would happen, as this probably still does at the Oval. And he got on the public address and said, "You damned birds, why don't you fly off the river, over the river and go to Lord's for a change?"
I must be honest, I've never seen quite as many seagulls. Oh, they can be dangerous, the old seagulls. If you sat
Especially
there
if you're sitting down.
Chips. Yeah, eating your fish and chips. I remember having to put a bin lid over my head once when I was being attacked by a seagull, as Van der Houten is back into the attack and forward goes Laws, plays this one out into the offside and there's no run, because the flat we were staying in, on the roof to the front door there was a nest and the babies were in there, and every time we walked down the path to try and get in the front door we got bombed by the seagull, the mum, so I had to,
the little one.
The only way that I could get in was by getting a stainless steel bin lid and a mop.
Love to have seen you.
Well, a few people did. Wasn't quite like the Avengers. As in over the wicket again, Van der Houten, and this one's driven by Laws. Good work from Carlson.
Had you taken ale that night?
No, we'd only just arrived. I did after it, because what we had to do then was get in, get out onto the roof whilst being bombed, and move the nest down to the beach so they were safe, and then Mum came and looked after them on the beach. Oh, it was terrifying. And there I was with a stainless steel bin on
We'll have to see
my
that.
head. Oh, yes. In over the wicket again, Van der Houten, and this one's punched off the back foot by Laws, out there towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. That's Hurl, who's been out there all day for Colin Ingram.
Yeah, people laugh at that sort of thing, but it's dangerous.
They can cause the scariest poster I've ever seen, and if Mr. Kevin Howes is listening at the moment, he saw it with me. Scarborough one year, down on the beachfront, but they had a big poster with "Do not feed the seagulls," and it had a small boy being carried away by a seagull by the collar of his jacket. As in over the wicket once again, Van der Houten, and this is driven by Jordan Clark's good shot. It's off towards the seagulls. That'll scatter a few of them. I think that's going to get to the rope. It will. So handy runs these for Surrey.
They are.
And Jordan Clark picks up 4 more. And he moves on to 18, 134. So yes, it was a small child in a duffel coat being carried away by a seagull. Terrifying it was.
It was, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I doubt Alfred Hitchcock could have had that in his film.
Myself and Howes, we went and hid under a tree to eat our fish and chips that evening. I didn't want to see Kevin Howes being carried away by a seagull. That would have been a disaster. And der Houten is in, and Jordan Clark plays this one from the crease.
Yes, they're playing extremely well. One thing Glamorgan will be pleased with here, that the pitch is doing nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been a good surface.
Yeah. It might turn a little, but we haven't seen any turn today, have we?
No.
It's just...
And it's slow turn as well. That's the other thing. Jahar is he's a bit taller than Mason Crane. And he bowls it quite quick. He's got all sorts of variations. As over the wicket goes Van der Houten, and now Jordan Clark's looked for the little late cut here. I'm not sure he's got anything on that. And Cook got gloves on it, ricocheted away. Was it bottom edge? Yes, it was. So he'll get a single. So we have got 3 overs remaining today. Surrey are 388 for 9, and it means they lead by 135.
Very useful lead. As the 2 batsmen confer, and the pigeons are all over the ground.
They're everywhere.
People at home looking at your streams, that's what we've been talking about. I don't think I've seen as many as this. I don't know about Nick. Extraordinary.
But it is. It's like wildlife on one out there. can't be that easy if you're fielding in amongst them, really.
Not if you're batting.
Well, we've seen it a couple of times this season where the pigeons, and then the catch goes up, the pigeons all fly, and you're not only trying to find the ball, you've got a load of pigeons in front of you as well.
There must be 100 there. Some are beyond the boundary. A lot of them are on. Somebody's going to get a smack. Kellaway starts in the over and bowls, and this is pushed away by Clark, and they go through for a quick single. They played extremely well, these two, and annoying for Glamorgan. We reach the end of a very good day's cricket.
Well, I think what you would say is they're not 10 and 11, are they?
Oh no.
They're sort of 7 and 8, really.
And we could see that coming, but you know, when you have 2 night watchmen. Laws faces, and he clips that away, but straight to Billy Root, fielding about 15 yards from the bat. Is the next ball, and that's driven up towards deep extra cover, accumulating in singles now.
Yeah, and well, they've added 48 now for this final wicket. They've got that lead up to 137.
I sense the Glamorgan bowlers were tired just a little in the last half hour.
They've put in a good stint here.
Kellaway decides to bowl the last 3 balls around the wicket. As he comes into Clark and bowls to him, Clark is forward.
Be a bit quieter in Cardiff tonight, won't it? Because it's Sunday.
Yes, and it's not holiday time in any
No.
shape or form. Children back in school.
Yes.
Well, some of them, lots of them finished with O levels and A levels. As the next ball is pushed defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. 25 overs for 73 runs is a good effort by an off-spinner on this pitch.
Hard fought game of cricket, this one.
Yes.
It really is.
Kellaway in bowls, that's clipped away, but straight to short mid wicket. Just the 2 overs left here at Safari Gardens, 390 for 9. The lead is 137. And the story of the day, really, a wonderful century by the Surrey captain Rory Burns, 115. He put on 100 with Ollie Pope, who played well for his 73. Notable contributions from Patel, who made 40. Thomas, who made 30. 36 this morning for the night watchman. Chara, and now Clark is on 20 and Laws is on 25, and it'll be Laws to have strike to face Van der Gooten.
Well, if a wicket does go down now, that'll be it for the day.
It will.
Because of the 2 overs in between innings. But Laws and Clark will be desperately keen to get through these 12 balls and be there in the morning.
Absolutely.
Van der Gooten is into Laws. Oh, great shot.
Beautiful
Straight drive from
some of the best
Laws.
shots of the day.
Yeah, he's played 2 extra cover drives on the up, and that one he's just punched it straight back down the ground for 4 with those short straight boundaries. The partnership moves past 50, 52, and Surrey's lead moves on to 141.
And if this carries on for an hour or so tomorrow morning, then we will have an interesting finish.
And that will be their thinking. These 2 are not numbers 10 and 11. So they will want to be there in the morning. And as Edward Bevan says, ideally, these 2 will want to bat for about an hour tomorrow morning. Glamorgan would dearly love to finish
get in
this
there
off tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tired delivery from Van der Gooten.
Comes in once again. Over the wicket to Tom Laws, and Laws is in behind this one, plays it back up the ground towards mid-off. There is no run. So they came together with that wicket of Adam Thomas. That was 3-4-2 for 9. Now they've got it up to 3-9-4 for 9.
You could have a mid-afternoon finish tomorrow.
Yes,
not
absolutely.
a little later.
Absolutely. Off go some of the Seagulls. They're all sort of just doing a big circle at the moment. As in over the wicket goes Van der Houten, and driven again straight down the ground, and he's got a fingertip to it. It's hit the stumps at the bowler's end, but Clark had his bat down.
I was wondering what Clark, the Glamorgan captain, Carlson, was appealing for then.
He's got a fingertip to it, but Jordan Clark, that's good awareness from Jordan Clark. Got the bat down at the non-striker's end. Good bit of athleticism from Van der Houten there. Never easy on your follow-through to get a fingertip on it, but he did just that. But that was well struck again by Tom Laws. Survey of the field from Laws. Van der Houten is over the wicket to him, and Laws is up on his toes, turning this one into the leg side, rolls up there towards mid-on.
It's as easy paced now as it was at the start of the day.
Well, what we've had now is we're in the 49th over with this ball. And as we were saying, when that ball goes soft, it's a good pitch to be batting on. Laws waits again. And Houghton's over the wicket to Laws. He's forward, playing this one down into the leg side. Sean Dixon comes round.
And when you think back, this might have been the thought process with not asking Surrey to, but by asking Surrey to follow on, because had Glamorgan batted and Surrey should be 100 for 4, 3, chasing 380, they would say, right, this is a good pitch, we block out for a draw. That, don't you think? You know, there might have been that thing. It's too easy a pitch, what I'm trying to say, to lose 10 wickets.
Houghton's in and forward goes Laws again. Plays this one up towards mid-off. End of the over, and that's why Surrey need a few more runs. The lead's 1-4-1. Now they would dearly like to get it up to 200 tomorrow morning.
And a tired, weary-looking Kellaway hands his cap for the last over of the day to the umpire. He's about to start his 26th over. The young man is stuck at it well in this extreme heat we've had today.
Hotter tomorrow, they're saying.
Just went on the balcony there and says, what has this been all day?
Warm out there.
And a lot of people have stayed in the shade, quite rightly, today.
Looking forward to my walk through the park in the morning.
I'm sure you are. Here we go, then the last over. Kellaway comes in and bowls, and this time is played around to square leg for a gentle single. Clark moves on to 21, and the score on to 395. Courtney Laws, I'm thinking rugby all of a sudden.
It's a bit of a height difference.
Yes. Tom Laws, and is on 29, the more aggressive of the two.
Northampton won the Prem, I saw.
Yes, they beat Exeter, yes. In comes Callaway, bowls. This is another single towards mid-off. Doesn't seem any threat at the moment in the bowling or on the pitch.
Be another 3 games of football tonight, somewhere in the World Cup.
Yes, I suppose they will.
It goes on for ages, the old World Cup.
5 weeks, is it?
Yeah, July the 19th is the final.
In comes Callaway, bowls. When you think of it, it's the same distance as the Six Nations.
Yeah.
That's 5 weeks, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So they do.
England are going to win it, obviously. Now they've beaten Croatia in the first game.
What he says.
Yes. It's been a run on.
They play well.
They did. Well, I fell asleep in
it.
the second half, I must admit.
Yes. Yes, the next ball away for a single. So just patiently accumulating.
Well, I was saying, with the sun out now, there'll be a run on sausages for barbecues. There always is during the World Cup football as well, isn't there? Everybody had barbecues.
And the beers.
And they are absolutely in replica shirts and flags.
Halfway through his last over, as Kellaway comes in again, it bowls. This time it's nurdled away around the corner. A runner ball here. 1 ball left. Generally, captains halt play, move the fields. But Carlson had enough for today. It's been a long day for him and the others. As Kellaway comes in to bowl this last ball to Clark. He's on 22. Balls to him now. He's forward, and that is the end of the day. Very exciting, well, not exciting, an absorbing day's cricket here at Safari Gardens. Surrey, to their credit, have fought back commendably. They're 398 for 9. Clark and 22, Laws on 31. And the lead, interestingly enough, is 145. And that is all for today. Kenneth will be back tomorrow to join Nick and Mark. But for me, Edward Bevan, it's a very good night from a very sunny Safari Gardens, no star.
We look forward to seeing you then. If you can't be with us tomorrow, we hope you have a safe onward journey and that you follow progress on our social channels and the live stream. Thank you for your support. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Good evening. Noswaith dda.